Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Wild Angels, a reverse harem paranormal romance by May Dawson, narrated by Stephanie Rose. Chapter 1. The first thing you need to know is that my mother used to love me. Sins create losses, and some losses are unforgivable, but my mother used to love me in a fierce way. And I think maybe there's still an ember of that love, deep and smoldering. I think I could be loved again. Others saw her as the Ice Queen, with her cool blonde hair and her red lipstick and her perfect, unyielding manners. She was elegant when she was angry, devastating and calm. She had an old-fashioned posture. She was beauty wrapped around an iron spine. But when I was little, she was the one who could bend in 3-inch heels and pick Ash and me up together, one on each hip. She wasn't dignified when she sashayed around the kitchen with us, singing into wooden spoons, or when she tossed us onto the couch and tickled us. She deserved 2 daughters who also grew into lovely women. Instead, she ended up with 1 dead daughter, and the one who may have killed her. Things had changed terribly the night that my sister died. They changed again the night I woke from my nightmares into a world on fire. One minute, I was in a lush, green garden. It should have been beautiful, but I was chasing Ash. My sister ran away from me, the long blue satin gown she wore the night she died streaming behind her. Her long dark hair, the same color as mine, flickered behind her as she turned a corner in the garden's maze and disappeared behind a stone wall. I turned the corner, and orange tiger lilies seemed to fill the space where she had been. The bright orange blossoms waved in the wind, and then I heard the low, constant rush of flames, and the blossoms crackled into a wall of fire. I screamed for Ash. My voice sounded desperate and loud in my own ears, and the garden fell away, leaving me alone in my bedroom. Flames licked the curtains and the ceiling, casting an orange glow throughout the dark of my room. My face felt hot, my throat dry, and when I tried to draw a breath, it didn't quite fill my aching lungs. I gasped in another frantic breath. I scrambled across the foot of my bed. I yanked the comforter off my bed to try to smother the flames. The door flew open, and my mother stormed in with a fire extinguisher in her hands. She aimed it at the flaming curtains. White foam covered the flames, dousing them, and flecks of it flew back to splatter across my face. When the last sparks died away, the room was dark again. My mother threw the fire extinguisher on my desk. It rolled across the white-painted oak. It pushed my snow globe ahead of it. White flakes of snow whirled as the globe rolled towards the edge, the heavy red canister pushing it closer to its doom. I rushed to grab the canister and the snow globe before it could shatter on the carpet, but Mom reached out and grabbed my wrist. She was still breathing hard, but her voice was low and controlled when she said, "You'll tell them that you were smoking." The snow globe fell, but landed, upright and unbroken, on the carpet. I promise. I wasn't smoking. I didn't do anything." The fire extinguisher landed heavily on the glass bubble of the globe, shattering it. The fluid in the globe seeped out to darken the carpet. "You were smoking," she repeated. "I had to call 911. The fire could be in the walls." In the distance, I could hear the roar of fire engines. The station was only a few miles away, and we only had a minute or 2 before they were here. "Mom!" I had to at least make her understand about something. "I promise." "I don't want any of your promises," she cut me off. "Tomorrow, I'm sending you away." "You're sending me away?" It was such a ridiculous threat that I smiled in disbelief. "Yes," she said. "There's a place for people like you." "People like me? I think it's called college, Mom. Hang in until fall and we'll get away from each other. Hell, I'll move out. I'm almost 18. "You're almost 18, she said. "And that's why I have a few more days to choose where you'll spend your summer. I've been debating if I should send you there or not, but you could have killed us both tonight. I'm not going to let you hurt anyone else, Ellis." My mother's ashy blonde hair fell in stringy strands over her shoulder around a wan face. It was the middle of the night, and that must be why she looked otherworldly tonight, with her eyes as black as sin in the dim light, as black as my sin. I shouldn't hate her for blaming me for Ash, because I did too. But I desperately wanted her to wrap her arms around me and tell me it would be okay. Tell me she still loved me. She just stared back at me. The spell between us was broken by the thumping on the front door. Fireman. She startled, running her hands through her limp hair as she turned. I don't want them breaking down the door. She swept towards the door, imperious even in sleep pants and a t-shirt. She turned and glanced at me over her shoulder. One last look, and then she hurried down the hallway. One last look like I was the fire in the walls, a hidden danger that could burst into full flame at any moment. The firemen didn't believe me when I said I hadn't been smoking. My mother had planted the idea in their heads, and it was the only thing that made sense. By the time they left, dawn was breaking, and I was so exhausted that I almost believed the story I'd started the fire with cigarettes myself. Except I'd never smoked in my life. I didn't want to be in that house anymore. As soon as the fire truck pulled away down the street, I sat down heavily on the porch swing. It squeaked back and forth under my weight as the red and white lights faded down the street. The house across the street from me, an enormous gray stone McMansion, was empty. It was being foreclosed on. So I knew no one was watching me through the curtains, curious about the drama at our house tonight. Left alone, I thought about the flames closing in on me while I slept. Despite the distance between my mother and I, she had saved me from the monster that haunted me, the flames that seemed to appear in my wake now. I felt a rush of gratitude as I imagined the way the smoke could have overwhelmed me in the sleep, how I could have slipped away to a dreamland where I would chase Ash forever. I wished I could tell my mother, thank you for not letting me die. But I didn't want to say a word to her and have her shake her head and turn away. I would just show her I appreciated her. I would do the dishes and fold the laundry and stop setting things on fire. Somehow. I pulled my knees up to my chest, hugging myself against the morning chill. The first rays of morning light washed the sky with a soft yellow glow over the trees and rooftops. It was beautiful. It always seemed odd to me that the sun kept rising when my sister was dead, and my world was all wrong. I knew I should go to bed, but the thought of walking back into the house, which smelled of smoke and soot, made my chest tighten all over again. What the hell was my mom talking about? I was so close to being an adult. I was going to college in the fall. It was across town, but I had every intention of living in the dorm. I rubbed my hand across my face. My eyes were hot and bleary. And when I opened them again, there was a man standing at the end of the driveway. I pressed the palm of my hand to my chest, almost jumping out of my skin. My heart fluttered wildly, and I could feel its rapid beat through my shirt. Where the hell had he come from? He was tall and broad-shouldered, lean at the waist, dressed in a flannel shirt and dark-washed jeans and motorcycle boots. From here, I couldn't see his face well, but I got the general impression of high cheekbones, a determined jaw, and ruffled dark blonde hair. He was cute. Too bad he was also creepy. I jumped to my feet and made a run for the front door. I'd rather choke on the acrid scent in the house than stay out here with the guy who was staring at me for no reason. At least, no good reason.
Ellis, wait,
he said. His voice was low and calm, but somehow I heard it even with the distance between us. He had a rough, gravelly voice. Sexy. It didn't matter how sexy he sounded. He shouldn't know my name. I twisted the doorknob in my hand, but it didn't turn. My palm slipped over the cool metal, trying it again, frantically. Mom had locked me out. I banged on the door with my fist, and then, hoping that my mother was on the way, I turned around to see where he was. He stood at the bottom of the porch steps. His hands were shoved into his jeans pockets, his posture relaxed.
I'm not going to hurt you, Ellis. Relax.
Well, you seem to know me, I said, and I don't remember us meeting. Who the hell are you?
Maybe you just don't remember me yet.
He had deep green eyes, lushly lashed. They couldn't have been in sharper contrast to that chiseled, masculine face. I'd remember you. My voice came out deadpan. It was true. He was too Hollywood-looking to forget. His lips quirked up slightly at that. How old was he? A few years older than me, maybe? His shoulders were broad, and his arms were thickly muscled, unlike most boys my age. But there was something lean and boyish about his frame, too. And his face was young and handsome.
"My name's Riker,"
he said, crossing those muscular arms over his chest.
"I would shake your hand, but I can't."
"Why's that?" Not that I wanted him to come any closer. Still keeping my eyes on him, I slapped the wooden door with my hand. "Come on, Mom. You might hate me, but it's really going to embarrass you if I'm murdered on the front porch. Imagine what that will do to property values."
"I'm not really here,"
he said.
"Listen, some men coming for you. Don't fight them. Just let them take you."
"They? You're going to have to be more specific." My voice came out surprisingly crisp. My 11th grade English teacher had despised the use of the faceless they, as she called it. We always had to name who they were before we could use the word. Gosh, that was a good year. My sister was alive. My mother still hugged me goodnight. I didn't accidentally start fires in my sleep. And terrifying but handsome men never showed up on my doorstep.
"I would tell you, but you might try to explain it to your mother. She thinks she called some residential treatment facility for wayward mutants, that you're going to spend the summer camping and surrender your power, Firestarter."
He glanced down the street, then back at me. Those green eyes stared into mine intensely.
"Don't be afraid. I'll be there. And we'll escape together."
"Don't be afraid" was not helpful advice when he was the one making me afraid. My kind of problem? Escape? Together? All my questions blurred together. My voice broke on together. I banged on the door again, even though I no longer had much hope in my mother. His eyes widened slightly in response to my panic, although his voice was still low and cool.
"Don't be scared. I'll explain it all."
"Yeah, let's do that. Right now," I said. "Because you telling me not to be scared is really just freaking me out. That is not effective."
"Sorry,"
he said, but he glanced down the road. His eyes stared at something in the distance, and his jaw set in response. I followed his line of vision and saw a white panel van turn down the road. I turned back to him, a question already on my lips. He was gone. I banged on the door again, watching as the van slowly rolled down the road. It was probably a carpet cleaner or an HVAC company. Perfectly ordinary. But Riker's words had set me on edge. The van didn't even come to a stop before the side hatch flew open. An enormous man, tall and broad and heavy, jumped out onto the pavement. He looked around briefly, getting his bearings, and his eyes settled on me. Behind him, a second man jumped out. This one didn't hesitate. He followed the first man, who was barreling across the lawn. My stomach twisted. "Don't fight them," Riker had said. I didn't trust him either. I turned and ran for the side of the porch, planted my hand on the smooth wood, and heaved myself over the porch railing. My feet hit the grass hard, my knees buckling, and I caught myself kneeling before I pushed off again. My ankle throbbed like I had twisted it. I ran so hard that my chest strained and my legs ached, my arms pumping. And then someone hit me from behind, hard, tackled me. I felt the shock of my head thumping into the dirt, all the force of my body behind it. I almost somersaulted. The man came down heavily on top of me. I scrambled in the grass, trying to get my knees beneath me. A beefy arm wrapped around my throat. I breathed in a bad scent for a second, sweet cologne and oniony body odor. And then he squeezed. I could still draw ragged breaths, but his bicep was pressed into one side of my neck and his forearm on the other. My fingers scrabbled at his muscular arm, trying to get free, but I couldn't break loose.
"Don't hurt the girl,"
someone said.
"It's just a blood choke."
The voice was close, in my ear.
"And even so, don't kill the girl. Be precise."
"I guess you're right."
The other voice was amused.
"She's going to get hurt a whole lot."
I raked my fingernails against this guy's arms and heard him grunt in pain. I was trying to draw blood, to mark him, to shove his DNA under my fingernails. If I disappeared forever, as if the hand of God had plucked me out of this sleepy suburb, maybe, someday, someone would figure out what had happened to me. The world went dark. Chapter 2. When I woke up this time, my head felt thick and foggy. Blindingly bright light stung my eyes, so I squeezed them shut. Cool air moved steadily over my face, carrying a faintly chemical scent. My arms were tight to my chest. I wouldn't have thought I could wake up worse off than last time, when I woke up in a room on fire. But as I blinked at the white canvas covering my arms and chest, I realized that things had gotten worse. Straitjacket. My head still felt so heavy, my neck aching, and I picked my head up with effort, my eyes watering as I tried to take in the room despite the vivid sunlight. I was in a long, white room, lying in the only bed, which was by an enormous open window. Long, flimsy white curtains fluttered softly in the breeze. My nostrils flared, breathing in the scent of the room, and now the chemical smell made sense. Fresh paint. Where the hell was I? All my memories of the night flooded back, and I squeezed my eyes shut again. No, no, no. This had to be another nightmare. My mother hadn't really called men to kidnap me from our front yard. She hadn't really locked me out of the house, so I would be an easy target. And gorgeous, mysterious Riker had to be a figment of my imagination. I kept my eyes shut, willing this world away. When I finally cracked an eyelid, it was still all there. White ceiling, white room, white curtains partially blocking my view of a clear, bright blue sky. I struggled to sit up, but without my arms, all I managed was to roll across the bed until I planted my bare feet on the ground. I still wore the same hot pink sleep shorts I'd worn to bed the night before. Dirt and blood were caked across my knees. Who leaves someone like this in a room with the window open? I stumbled towards the window. My heart was hammering in my chest. I had to get out of here. My mother wouldn't have sent me on purpose to a place where people would hurt me. But she had made a mistake, and now it was on me to fight, survive, get loose, get free. My arms bumped against the hard wooden trim around the window, and I leaned forward into the open window. Cool air caressed my hot face. I was several stories up. My view was only treetops, and I looked down a dizzying distance to yellow, unkempt lawn below. I took a startled step back, afraid I'd accidentally fall out the window. There was a hammering on the wall next to me, the sound of someone's fist thumping against the thin wall between our rooms.
Ellis, you up yet?
The voice was muffled, low, gravelly, panty-dropping under other circumstances. Riker. "What's happening?" I demanded. I felt like I was on the verge of tears. My voice came out stronger than I would have expected. I was thankful for that, and I blinked hard, looking up at the ceiling, willing the tears away.
You've been kidnapped by the same people who took me and my brother,
he said.
You're going to be okay. Don't panic.
Don't panic? I hissed. I'm wearing a straitjacket. There's no way around panicking.
Stay strong, Ellis.
My new friend spoke as if he knew me so well. You told me you'd answer all my questions.
Not now,
he interrupted.
Tonight.
Not now? I exploded. You told me to wait until I was kidnapped by those assholes.
It's not like you listened to me anyway.
It was hard to tell through the wall, but I could have sworn he sounded amused. Amused was not an appropriate reaction to everything that had happened to me in the last 24 hours. Were you watching? I asked. Were you in the van?
No,
he said, his voice faux innocent.
I wasn't in the van. I wasn't there at all, Ellis.
I frowned. I wondered if someone was listening in on us, and he didn't want them to know he'd been there. But then, I couldn't trust him either. What is this place?
It's a reformatory for specials like us, or at least, that's what your mama thinks. It's also a haunted insane asylum, so that ups the fun factor a lot.
I shook my head. I'm not crazy, and I'm not special. I don't know why I'm here.
You are most likely both those things,
he said, I rested my elbows on the windowsill, looking out at the green trees. We were surrounded by a lush forest. I wished I was walking through it right now on my way back to civilization. Civilization didn't have much sanity to offer, but at least it was better than this. "Let's start over," I said. "What's your full name? Why are you here?" I wouldn't trust him, but I was curious about him.
Riker Alexander, and I'm here for the same reason you are.
He paused, for dramatic effect. If there hadn't been a wall between us, I would have wanted to punch him.
They want us to unlock the secrets of the supernatural.
I almost laughed. What secrets of the supernatural?
You really have to ask me that, Firestarter?
That wasn't me.
It wasn't the smokes either, was it?
I don't smoke, I snapped back.
Yeah, exactly.
But I didn't start that fire. It must have been from somewhere in the house, a bad electrical connection or something.
Sounds good, he said agreeably. Too bad nobody believes that.
I rested my forehead against the cool white casing of the window. I'm supposed to start college in a few months.
Maybe you're not college material.
Maybe you're not a very nice person. I squeezed my eyes shut, willing this all away. My mom said it would only be for the summer, that she got to choose where I'd spend my summer. You're absolutely right. It was a woman's voice, soft and lilting. She had a distinct southern accent. I turned in surprise. In the doorway stood a woman in a doctor's white coat, her sleeves pushed up above slender wrists, and a man's chunky gold watch. She wore jeans and brown hiking boots, and her long dark hair was pulled back into a ponytail, emphasizing her sharp but feminine features. "I'm Dr. Parrish," she said, starting to extend her hand to shake mine, and then her eyes widened, her lip parting, as she took in the straitjacket. "I'm so sorry. Let's get you out of that now." I turned my back on her, and she quickly closed the distance between us. I felt a series of tugs as she worked at the fastenings. I inhaled and exhaled slowly, trying to calm my racing heart. Think, Ellis, think. My head felt foggy, like I needed a cup of coffee and a hot shower. I might say the wrong things I couldn't take back later. I pressed my lips together tightly. I didn't want to make a mistake and find myself locked away forever.
"Don't fall for it, Ellis,"
Riker said. "Oh, be quiet, Riker," she said. "You'll get your chance to tell her your little stories tonight." The warm canvas weight slipped off my shoulders. I pushed the sleeves down hastily, shaking the jacket off me like I would find myself trapped again if I didn't get away from it now. "I'm sorry," she said. "Sometimes they get a little carried away. If you put up a fight, you must have been frightened." "Yeah," still was. Her face was sympathetic. "Your mother didn't think you would come here willingly." "Not so much, no." I kneaded my shoulders, which tingled with pins and needles. My fingers felt numb, and I shook my hands back and forth. "You kidnapped me. Why? Why am I here?" She shook her head. "I know it must feel that way, but we didn't kidnap you. Your mother is so worried about you, Ellis. She's been in touch with us a few times, but last night, the fire you started, she asked us to come right away to help you." Her face was smooth, unlined, even though she looked older. She didn't wear any makeup, and her eyes were wide with sincerity. "How are you going to help me?" I couldn't help my lips quirking up slightly in a smirk at the strange question. I wasn't sure these people were here to help me one bit. "I'm going to help you find Ashley," she said. My lips fell open. Ash, 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 running away in my dreams, satin slipping through my fingers. How did she know? "When you find her," she said, "in the other world, then you'll be able to take control of your powers. But for now, you're too lost in your grief and bitterness to own your power." "What powers?" "You're very special," she said fondly. "We don't know exactly what powers you'll have in the end. Not yet. For now, it's clear that you can manipulate matter because of the fires, which makes us think that with effort, focus, and training, you could manipulate other forms of matter." "Other forms of matter?" "Water, air, earth. I think I've read this comic book before," Dr. Parrish said. "I know it's a lot to take in, but you know something's been different since your sister's accident." "It wasn't just her accident." I leaned against the window frame, crossing my arms over my chest. "It was my accident, too. But you walked away the first time your gifts manifested." She suddenly leaned forward, animated, to take my wrist and tug me away from the window. "Please come away from there. You're making me nervous. I don't want to watch you fall to your death." "You sound like such a mom," I said, because she reminded me of my own mother, in the good old days when my mother loved me enough to scold me. "I am a mom," she said. She seemed to hesitate, and then said, "Come on, Ellis. Do you want me to show you around?" "I'd love a tour," I deadpanned. "And then can I leave?" She hesitated, as if she might answer, but instead she turned and swept towards the door. She held it open, and I followed her. We walked through the hall. It was just one short hallway, with a nurse's station at the end before heavy blue wooden doors. I eyed the door, but didn't make a break for it. Not quite yet. I wanted to know more about how I could find my dead sister. There was a day room, with a TV in one corner, a leather sectional, a small bookcase with yard sale paperbacks and DVDs, and a kitchen table with 4 chairs. I poked around the room, looking at the peeling covers of the paperbacks, and then turned around. "There aren't many of us here, are there?" "Not yet," she said. "Is that what you want? You're trying to collect a bunch of people you think have—" I couldn't bring myself to say powers. She nodded. "It's so exciting. I never thought we'd see proof, tangible proof, of parallel dimensions in our lifetime." "Dimensions? I'll explain it all in your classes," she said. "We'll start tomorrow. We want you to understand the physics behind your powers, to take control of them." My mom seemed to think this was some kind of camp for wayward girls. "It is," she said, "in a manner of speaking. You're a danger right now, Ellis, to yourself and others. But you won't be when we're done here. You'll go back out into the world. You'll go to college. You'll be happy again." Her voice was soft and soothing, almost hypnotic. I brushed my hand over my face. I couldn't believe her, but I was fascinated by what she had to say. I had that nightmare every night, ash running through the flames. I didn't think my sister had gone to heaven. What if I could find her? "Okay," I said. She stepped back out into the hallway, her hiking shoes squeaking slightly against the linoleum. I followed her down the hall, where she pointed out the women's bathroom. "Actually, I need to," I said. She nodded, and I pushed open the door. I was in a big, green-tiled, windowless room. There were several stalls, the doors swinging open slightly. There were no locks on any of the stalls, just holes where the locks had been unscrewed. At the end of the room was an open bay shower with multiple spigots. No curtains, no privacy. Well, that was a strike against this place. My sense of creepy was back full force. I quickly did my business, holding the stall door shut with one finger hooked through the hole where the lock should have been. As I washed my hands at the bank of sinks, I looked into a mirror that seemed grimy with age. The girl who looked back at me had long brown hair that was a disheveled mess around my thin face. My cheekbones stood out starkly, and my dark blue eyes seemed lost. I used to be a pretty girl. Now, I looked like I'd been rolled around in soot and grass, and kidnapped, and generally had an epically bad Tuesday. I frowned at my reflection. Was it still Tuesday? The frown made me look even worse, with my forehead crinkling with lines, and I tried to make myself smile into the mirror instead. I wet my fingers and combed quickly through my hair, and then splashed water on my face, clearing away the traces of dust. I looked back up expecting things to be better, but I still looked wan and sad. And there was a ghost reflected next to me in the mirror. Chapter 3. I screamed. The ghost face regarding me in the mirror was a pale circle of a face, the eyes and mouth and nose translucent outlines. I turned in a hurry, but there was no one behind me. I whirled again to face the ghost in the mirror, and before I could make out what I saw, ice-cold fingers brushed against my shoulder. I ran for the door, my feet slipping over the tile. The door burst open. Dr. Parrish ran in. Her eyes were wide, and she stopped between me and the door. "What's going on?" I shoulder-checked her. I didn't mean to, but nothing could get me to break my stride and stay in that room. I pushed her out of the way and skidded out into the fluorescent-lit hallway. From the side of my eye, I saw her stumble and catch herself. Then she ran after me, so close I could feel her shoe catch my bare heel. I stumbled, my hands hitting hard against the opposite wall. I felt the shock travel up my arms and jar my shoulders, but at least I was out of that windowless trap. "Alice, what is it?" she demanded. I faced her, my heart still pounding wildly in my chest. "I thought I saw a ghost." Instead of doubting me, her lips quirked up in the faintest smile. Then she went serious, her eyes narrowing and lips tightening. That micro-expression was the real one, though. I was sure of it. She was happy I'd seen something. "Maybe it was nothing," I said. "I don't know." "I don't think that's the case." I shoved my hands into the pockets of my sleep shorts. "Why don't we just finish the tour?"
"What's all that screaming like a little girl?" Riker asked from the end of the hall. He leaned against a white cement wall, his arms crossed over his chest. "Usually, that's Tom's department." "Nurse Tom," Dr. Parrish corrected. "You say that," Riker said, "as if it's going to sound any more respectful coming from my lips." Speaking of Riker's lips, even with my heart hammering, I couldn't help but notice the way his lush pink lips formed into a smirk, the corners of his mouth turning up. His lips were soft, not like the rest of his hard-angled, masculine face. I wanted to see him smile nicely. That mean smirk was the only expression I'd seen from him since we met. But I was willing to bet Riker had a nice smile when he was genuine. "Come on," Dr. Parrish said. "Come meet the boys." Okay, the creepy ghosts were just a thing that happened around here. We could all just move on. "Does he haunt all the bathrooms or just the ladies?" I said. "Can I go to a bathroom in another hall?" My heart was still hammering, beating so fast that the bottom of my throat ached. But suddenly, I could imagine a way to trick Dr. Parrish into letting me out of this hall. I desperately wanted to know the layout and security for the rest of the building. I would listen to what she had to say about my sister, but I was not going to wait to be released for good behavior. She shook her head. "You can't leave this hall. Not during the day." "Not during the day." That was cryptic, but she was already walking away from me, towards Riker. She turned to say, over her shoulder, "Now you'll have a face to put with the voice." For a second, I was confused, and then Riker winked at me behind her back. Did she really not know that Riker had been there in my driveway? I'd have to chalk another point up for the idea that maybe he hadn't been there with her little kidnapping team. Which left... what? For now, knowing that he didn't want me to give away our meeting, I held out my hand. "I guess we should meet for real now. I'm Alice, the one who screams like a little girl, apparently." He took my hand in his. He had a firm handshake, his palm dry and warm. "Riker, what happened?"
"I saw a ghost in the mirror." I said the words flatly. I was curious how he'd react.
"Oh yeah, we call him Roger," he said. "Roger is kind of a prick. Sorry about that."
"Ghosts are real." There was wonder in my voice. I'd never believed in anything I couldn't see and touch. I had only begun recently to wonder if ghosts could be real.
"Ghosts are real,"
he repeated. "Where's your brother?" Dr. Parrish asked, her tone impatient.
"Well, you can bet he's within 500 feet, since we aren't allowed to leave the hall."
Riker's tone was innocent. "Mm-hmm." Dr. Parrish brushed past him. She pushed open the door to the room he stood in front of. I glanced in and saw a long, white room like mine, and it had the same scent of fresh paint.
6 rooms like this,
Riker said.
"I don't know if she mentioned that on the tour. I wonder when she'll fill them."
She turned on her heel, exasperation written across her face. "I am trying to help you." I'm sorry that you can't trust me."
That's funny coming from someone who keeps us locked up in a haunted mental hospital.
"Because you and your brother and your delusions are a hazard to the rest of the world."
The world,
Riker repeated. His eyes were on mine, light and mocking. It wasn't funny to me. I was here because my mother thought I was dangerous. I had never meant to start any fires. Weeks ago, I'd found my mother unpacking groceries like Frosted Flakes and strawberry yogurt, and also 4 fire extinguishers onto our large white granite kitchen island. Before that, there had been the fire at my high school the night before graduation. The graduation I hadn't wanted to attend anyway. I couldn't bear the thought of walking across the stage without Ash. A neighbor had called my mother with the news, and the color had drained out of her face, her eyes on me as she hung up, even though she didn't accuse me. And of course, there was the fire that engulfed our car after the accident. The first responders had dragged my sister's body out of the car and started CPR in the headlights of an ambulance. But one of them had found me, sitting under a canopy of brush just 100 feet away from the accident, unharmed. At least, my mother thought of me as unharmed. I didn't remember any of that. Not the accident, not the hospital, not even the prom, which we were coming home from before the wreck. "Alice?" Dr. Parrish asked, her voice full of concern. I tried to smile like I was okay. There was a creak of a door behind me, and Dr. Parrish's lips tightened as she looked at something over my shoulder. I turned to see what it was. A tall, broad-shouldered guy with long blonde hair pulled back into a wet ponytail came towards us down the hall. He was naked from the waist up, a towel wrapped around his hips. I quickly raised my eyes to the ceiling before I could stare. But, good Lord, his body was a vision that stayed with me. A broad chest that gave way to a narrow waist, 6-pack abs, and muscular shoulders still beaded with drops of water. "And this is Levi, the socially inappropriate," Dr. Parrish said. To him, she said, "You know this is a co-ed floor now."
I know.
Levi flashed a devilish smile at us. He had faint dimples in his cheeks.
Why do you think I'm wearing the towel?
He held his hand out to me to shake, and this close, I breathed in the fresh scent of his soap and aftershave. And as sexy as he was, the delicious way he smelled reminded me I was streaked with dirt and disheveled. Not remotely in the same league. He started to introduce himself, but I accidentally cut him off. "You took a shower? Was there a ghost in there?"
No,
he said. His eyes met mine, a tiny smirk playing at the edges of his lips.
Roger wouldn't be nearly as interested in seeing me shower.
I groaned. "I really want—"
We'll clear Roger out for you,
Levi promised.
Levi,
Riker said. He cut his eyes towards Dr. Parrish meaningfully.
Not giving away any trade secrets here,
Levi said. "I have so many questions," I said. Dr. Parrish rested her hand on my shoulder. "And you'll get all the answers you need, Alice. I promise. Even if it takes time." I could practically hear Riker's eyes roll. At the end of the hall, there was the rattle, like the sound of locks tumbling open, and a heavy door swung into the hall.
Dinner time.
It was a new voice, a man's voice, and he pushed in a gray plastic wheeled cart. The doors behind him closed, as if there were a guard out there. He pushed the cart to the door of the lounge, and then crossed his arms over his chest. He was a slender guy, dark-eyed and quick, wearing scrubs. "This is Nurse Tom," Dr. Parrish said. "He helps out around here. Nurse Tom? Ellis." He nodded at me in greeting.
"Pleased to meet you."
"Why don't you all have dinner?" Dr. Parrish gestured towards the lounge. "It's almost time for lights out." Levi leaned against the wall, looking pretty damn comfortable with himself for a guy with a towel that could fall off at any moment. "Maybe Levi could put some clothes on first?" I suggested. "Great idea," Dr. Parrish said. "I want you to get some rest, Alice. We'll talk more tomorrow. And start your lessons. It's been a long day."
"Yeah,"
Riker said.
"And what she's not mentioning is that the nights are long here, too."
"Riker," she said, "maybe tonight, You shouldn't try to escape."
Where would be the fun in that?
I looked between them, thinking about how Riker had promised me I would be safe, even if I let those men kidnap me. We'll escape together. But maybe Riker hadn't told me the truth. I couldn't trust any of them. Riker gestured me ahead of him towards the lounge, and when he brushed his palm against the small of my back, as if he were guiding me into a 5-star restaurant, I felt a shiver of heat from his touch. I glanced at him over my shoulder, surprised by the jolt of electricity I felt between us. I wondered if he felt the same way. He just winked at me again.
"It's going to be okay,"
he mouthed. I wasn't overwhelmed by hope. Chapter 4. I sat down at one of the 4 oak chairs around a battered table. It looked like someone's kitchen table, like one small spot of home in this miserable institution. Riker was clattering around on the plastic cart still parked outside the lounge. Then he strode in carrying a plate, which he slid in front of me with a flourish.
"Your steak, madame. This is how you can tell they're trying to ease you into the place."
I crinkled my nose at the seared piece of meat oozing bloody juice across my plate. The oily red pool had even touched the mashed potatoes and run into the pile of peas. I don't usually eat red meat. Riker, who was about to sit down across from me with his own plate, froze, and then started to reach for my steak with his fork.
"More for me, then. We have to keep up our energy."
"Nope," I said, hastily grabbing my fork to bat his fork away. I was starving, even if this wasn't the meal I would have ordered. "It's mine."
"Children, if you fight, you won't get any dessert,"
Levi said from the doorway. He looked away down the hall and then said,
"There goes Dr. Parrish, leaving for the night."
Riker made air quotes with his fingers. I cocked my head at him. Curious. But Riker lowered his head, shoveling mashed potatoes into his handsome maw, and didn't notice me.
"They watch us."
Levi picked up a plate from the cart and hooked 2 bottles of root beers with his other hand. He set one in front of me as he took his seat.
"When Tommy leaves, once they're all in the outbuilding, the doors all open, except the ones that lead out."
"Why?"
"Because they want to figure us out. They want our knowledge and our power for themselves."
"Then why the hell am I here?" I asked. "I don't know anything and I don't have any power."
"You can drop the act. It's us."
Riker shoved a piece of steak into his mouth and then covered his mouth with his hand as he said,
"We know you."
"No, we don't,"
Levi said, smacking his brother's shoulder.
"And for God's sake, swallow before you talk."
The funny thing was that even with his high-boned cheeks stuffed full of food and his shoulders hunched slightly over his plate, Riker was damned good-looking. "So, when you say our knowledge and our power, that doesn't actually tell me anything about what the hell is going on." Levi and Riker glanced at each other.
"Sorry,"
Levi said.
"Okay, here's the deal. Riker and I were arrested a few months ago."
I eased back slightly in my seat, putting the tiniest bit of distance between us. Riker was too busy shoveling mashed potatoes into his face to notice. But Levi's eyes widened just slightly, and I knew he'd noticed my reaction.
"We weren't hurting anyone who wasn't already dead,"
Levi told me.
"We were conducting an exorcism, but undead things sometimes keep each other company. We had to kill a vamp, and we were found with the body. It was bad."
I nodded. A vamp. Well, I would let the man talk even if all sounded ridiculous. I wanted answers, after all. Even crazy ones.
"So we found ourselves transferred from police custody to here. I don't even know who they work for, but it's a company.
I'm dying to know what they sell,"
Riker said.
"Toilet paper, toothpaste, and your eternal soul. Orange juice from concentrate and the secrets of the dead. It's a mystery."
"Since when can companies just hold people hostage?" I demanded.
"Oh, you sweet young thing,"
Riker said.
"Anyway,"
Levi said,
"you are stuck here because your mother placed you in their care. We are stuck here because once we were in, all records of us entering the criminal justice system were erased. But I don't mind."
His voice dropped to a whisper.
"I don't intend on staying long now that you're here."
"I can't believe my mother did this," I said. There were other things to worry about, and yet, I couldn't help stumbling again and again over how I'd ended up here. This thought, my mother doesn't love me anymore, was so agonizing I felt like I'd explode. And I couldn't stop myself from talking about it. She must really hate me.
I'm sure she doesn't,
Riker said, unconvincingly. Levi didn't say anything. I had a feeling that Levi didn't like to lie, and so there was nothing for him to say. It was an awkward moment all around. So I tossed my hair back over my shoulder, as much as I could toss that tangled mop, and said, "How did Riker come to my house if you're trapped here?"
Astral projection,
Levi said.
It's his gift.
What's your gift? I couldn't stop myself from making air quotes.
He's a sex god,
Riker said. Levi cut his eyes at Riker, as if he were irritated. Riker said,
What? It's true, technically.
He glanced across the table.
Me too.
I could believe that, I guess.
My gift is that I'm really fast,
Levi said,
which doesn't sound as fancy as astral projection.
Well, I wouldn't call it that.
For once, though, Riker seemed to sober as his clear green eyes met mine.
I'm sorry I couldn't help you when you were taken, Ellis. I would have stopped them if I could.
Levi drummed his fingers on the table impatiently. It's okay, I said. So they want to figure out what makes us, even though I was unconvinced about the us, special? They want to commercialize superpowers or something?
Don't give them any ideas,
Levi said.
No, they just want to tap into the power of the afterlife, which is really more of a parallel dimension.
Let's not talk about dimensionality right after she's discovered ghosts and vampires and the evils of capitalism,
Riker said.
They believe that you can walk into the land of the dead,
Levi said.
The only one who can.
The Lightwalker.
Why me?
Because you died and came back,
he said. I shook my head. Not so much. I don't remember anything of what happened, but it looked like I was thrown from the car. I didn't die.
You died. I'm not quite sure how it works. If you were born the reincarnated Lilith and you all die and come back, just like she did. Or if once you get to the afterlife, some angel picks you out of the lineup.
Lilith, angels, reincarnation. It was all a big leap for someone who stopped believing in Santa before kindergarten. I shook my head. Can you start at the beginning?
Have you ever heard of Lilith?
Levi asked. Vaguely. Jewish folklore, right? The first woman?
Sometimes folktales get it right,
Levi said.
Or half right, anyway.
He's the bookish brother,
Riker told me.
Don't get him started.
I'm the smart brother,
Levi said.
Bookish and smart are two different things.
That's a matter of debate.
I snapped my fingers at them, pulling their attention back from their sniping at each other. What about Lilith?
Oh,
Riker said.
You're her reincarnation.
Sure, I said. Why not? Maybe I would doubt them on Wednesday, but after the day I'd had, I could entertain anything. In the hallway, the lights went out. The hallway suddenly dark. Emergency lights came up along the baseboards, casting a pale glow that illuminated just the floor itself. There was a clicking sound down the hall, the locks opening. And what do you have to do with this? I asked.
Lilith had a harem of angels. 4 angels,
Levi said.
Reincarnated now in 4 brothers, each with one of an angel's 4 powers.
Harem? That was a funny word.
Her warriors. Her protectors.
Riker filled in. He glanced at Levi quickly. There was something they weren't telling me. I felt weary of trying to piece together the fragments. Dr. Parrish clearly had her own plans for me, although maybe they would happen to align with my own goals. Get the hell out of here, go to college, and find a new normal that didn't include waking up on fire.
There's lots of mythos to catch you up on,
Riker said.
Lots of stories about the reincarnated Liliths throughout the centuries. The Lightwalkers who went into the land of the dead to right wrongs and bring peace.
Levi stood to his feet. His head was cocked to one side, as if he were listening, and he stood with his muscular arms held loosely in a way that made me think of a fighter preparing for a match.
But there's not a lot of time to catch you up,
Levi said.
The doors are warded. During the day, The ghosts are contained.
It took me a second. But now the doors are open.
Now the doors are open,
Levi said.
Now things get interesting.
I knew I should feel dread, but instead I just felt exhausted by this day. Am I ever going to get a shower? Chapter 5. The men's bathroom looked like the mirror image of the haunted ladies' room, except for 2 urinals along the wall I avoided looking at. Levi took a seat by the door, his back against the wall. He held a paperback with his finger marking his place.
I'm not looking. I'm not making any promises,
Riker said.
I saw you ogling Levi earlier. Turnabout's fair play.
I didn't ask Levi to walk around half naked, I said. Levi looked uncomfortable, his eyes still fixed on his book.
I didn't have a choice. I was talking to Jake, our contact outside, and I needed the cover. If you're scared to shower alone after meeting Roger,
Riker said, pulling a towel and a bar of soap out of a green metal cabinet by the showers.
I can hop in there with you.
Pass, I said, even though part of me couldn't help but imagine Riker naked, those broad shoulders and chiseled abs, the way he would slide against me when we were wet and soapy.
Hey,
Levi said.
She's not 18 yet. I'm not doing anything,
Riker said.
Just talking about it.
What happens when I'm 18? I asked. Do I come into my powers or something?
Do you watch a lot of TV?
Riker said.
No, it's just, I'm 20. Levi's 22. When you're 18, you're legal.
You guys were arrested with a body.
It was already a body. The vamp was long dead.
Levi cut in.
It was decapitated,
Riker added, because I needed that extra detail. But you're worried about the law and my birthday? Not that I was going to have sex with either of them, 18 or not.
We're hunters,
Riker said.
We're not assholes.
Hunters?
Hunters take care of the monsters that go bump in the night,
Levi said. His eyes were still on the page as I stepped behind the partial stall that blocked the shower from their view. His voice was comforting when I couldn't see them anymore.
A rather thankless job for which one can end up incarcerated.
I pulled my shirt over my head and slung it on top of the ugly green metal partition between us. Keep talking. It makes me feel less haunted. Once I'd said the words, jokingly, it gave me a jolt. I'd had nightmares every night since Ash died. I was haunted. And not just by Roger, the creeper ghost. Quickly, I shucked off the rest of my clothes and turned the water on, trying to get the weak spray that splattered across the dingy tile hot enough. I kept testing it with my hand as Levi, obligingly, went on talking. He told me the story of Lilith as I showered. His voice was warm and rich. His voice was different than Riker's low, husky sexiness, but I could have listened to Levi all day. Levi told me that Adam and Eve had been God's second try. First, there had been Lilith and her husband, Samael. Unlike the version I'd learned in Sunday school, death had always been a part of God's plan for man. But the gates of heaven were supposed to be open. There was never supposed to be grief and loss like we had on earth. The dead were supposed to walk among us. Lilith bore the power of life, and Samael grew jealous and angry. In a fit of rage, he murdered her. For man's sin and cruelty, the gates of heaven were barred, making death into cruelty too. God sent his angel, Ariel, to bring back to life the woman he had made, the creation he loved dearly. But Samael and Lilith had both been corrupted. Samael became the first demon, the one who inspired Lucifer, and Lilith became something stranger, more human and complicated, a rebel against God, but one who still loved him in her heart. She caused all kinds of trouble on the new earth, where Adam and Eve were populating the Garden of Eden before they, too, sinned. Lilith couldn't bear being banned from heaven, and she killed herself at the gate to Eden, determined to force herself back into God's presence. 4 angels had tried to save her. For her rebellion, God sent her spirit back to be reincarnated in a new body each generation, until Lilith matured and took her rightful place as a woman, life creator, and servant to God at the end of this earth's time. Welp, that was a lot to take in. So you really believe, I shut the water off and reached for the towel, that I'm the reincarnation of Lilith, and there have been hundreds of Liliths through the generations?
Yep.
And the 4 angels?
There were 4 angels who arrived at the gate just as Lilith made her act of desperation. They tried to stop her, tried to save her, and bound themselves to her when they were trying to save her life. There's a shard of each of them in the 4 brothers God chooses to walk with her in this world, just like there's a shard of heaven in you, and a shard that came to life when you went to heaven yourself and returned. God does love symmetry,
Riker said dryly. So what I'm saying is that I'm stuck with you guys? I said it like a joke, but as I wrapped the towel around my cold self, shivering slightly, I was struck with complicated feelings. Something drew me to them both, as bizarre as that was, as much as they didn't fit into my plan for Life 2.0, life after Ash. One of them slung a plaid shirt, boxers, and jeans over the partition. I poked at the grimy, vaguely stinky clothes I'd shed before my shower. My own clothes carried a faint, stale scent. Not really what you should wear for your harem. I stepped into the boxers. It felt weird wearing them, and when I pulled on the plaid shirt, it hung loosely over my much narrower frame. I pushed up the sleeves, stepped into the jeans, and tightened the belt as much as I could to keep them on my hips. I stepped out into the dim light. Riker leaned against the sink, hands in his pockets, and Levi's paperback was tented on his knee.
It's not such a great proposition for us either,
Riker said.
Not when you're dressed like that.
Think Dr. Parrish will take me to the mall?
They're not the most considerate people,
Riker said.
But you might have gotten that impression from the way they kidnapped you.
I wanted to believe Dr. Parrish wasn't evil, that she would help me return to normal. But I knew I couldn't trust her, so I shrugged. Down the hall, there was a shrill scream. Levi was on his feet so fast that I didn't see him move. 1 minute he was sitting cross-legged, his broad shoulders against the wall, and the next he was at the doorway. His tall, lean body was tense. His fists up already, emphasizing the powerful width of his biceps and shoulders. Riker rested his hand on my shoulder, and I felt a flood of warmth that replaced some of the fear that had seized my stomach and made my knees weak.
"You've got us,"
he said, his voice low.
"Don't be afraid."
"I don't even know you," I said. My voice broke slightly, giving me away, even though I'd meant to be quippy and quick.
"Yes, you do," he said. "The 5 of us, the 4 brothers, the girl who walks in the light. We belong together. Deep down, you feel it. Don't you? Hundreds of Liliths through the generations. For each Lilith, her protectors. 4 warriors who would do anything for her. 5 hearts through the generations."
I quirked an eyebrow at him, or tried to, hoping I could keep it together. "Weren't you just making fun of me?" He squeezed my shoulder with his hand gently.
"Just trying to tell you. Buck up, Buttercup. Trust us. Trust yourself."
That would be easier to do if I hadn't maybe murdered my sister. I admitted the terrifying thing out loud, the thing that was worse than unknown spirits and poltergeists. That some sin of mine had somehow led to that crash.
"Well,"
he said,
"when you walk in the light, you can ask her what happened. For now, want to go slay a poltergeist?" "When Riker's feeling emotional," Levi offered, "he finds it's really helpful to kill things."
I laughed shakily. I don't know the first thing about poltergeists, let alone how to kill one.
"But we do,"
Levi said.
"We won't let you get hurt."
Riker squeezed my shoulder again, his touch comforting, and then gently pushed me ahead of him, towards Levi, which was less comforting.
"School's in session, sweetheart."
Chapter 6. I walked between Riker and Levi, feeling sheltered, as well as terrified, as we walked down the dark hallway. Ahead of us, the heavy door that had closed us in on the ward stood ajar. As we walked past the nurse's station at the end of the ward, Levi leaned over the counter and picked up 3 swords in sheaths left between the telephone and the computer monitor. "Swords," I said flatly.
The weapons of the angels,
Levi said.
Ours don't flame, though,
Riker added, taking one from Levi.
Not until you figure out how to make it, anyway.
The mythology is a little unclear on that point,
Levi said. I get a sword too? I asked, reaching out to Levi. My fingers brushed over the leather-wrapped grip. Levi hesitated, then handed it over to me.
This is only for if you need to protect yourself. Otherwise, just stay with us.
What he means,
Riker said,
is that you're already a hazard to yourself, Firestarter. You don't need to swing any swords around. You'll put your eye out.
What I mean is that she should watch and learn, because she'll take her rightful place with us soon enough,
Levi said.
I don't need you to interpret for me, brother.
Do you two always get along so well? I asked.
You should see what it's like with the other one,
Riker said. He nodded towards the door. Something to look forward to. I mean, besides the poltergeist. I'm just so excited about the ghosts. Levi pushed open the door left ajar at the end of the hallway. I glanced back over my shoulder, just for a second, at the dimly lit hall we were leaving behind us. I already felt almost nostalgic for my room, with the straitjacket still on the tile and the haunted bathroom. At least that felt like somewhat familiar ground now. How come you don't escape? I asked. It was a trivial question compared to facing angry dead, but my brain spun around as if it needed to focus on trivialities right now. When you have swords.
We put the swords back into the lockbox at dawn,
Riker said shortly.
Or they gas us until we pass out and come in and do it themselves. Really ruins my day.
That's awful.
Look around, Firestarter. Nothing about this situation's on the up and up.
We stepped out into a long hallway lit, barely, by emergency lights. On one side was an elevator bank. I twisted my head to see the other end of the hall, but the hall stretched away, and its end was lost in the darkness.
Abandoned mental hospital,
Riker said.
That's where they decided to set up camp. Somewhere that was shut down because of the abuse of patients. It's the perfect place to torment a couple of hunters and the Chosen One. See how we do what we do. At least they fixed up our hall for us.
That's fixed up? I asked.
You should see the rest of the place.
Levi nodded at us over his shoulder, beckoning us forward, as he started off down the never-ending hall.
Just wait.
There was a creak in the floor beneath my feet. I jumped to one side, sure something was about to attack me, and as my hands rose in a defensive posture, I accidentally dropped my sword. It clattered to the tile floor. For a few long seconds, that was the only sound, the ringing of the metal sheath on the tile like a bell. Riker opened his mouth to say something. Levi said, "Nope." Levi knelt and picked up my sword, handing it to me without a word. I took it and tucked it under my arm, nodding my thanks to him. He nodded back. My hands were shaking faintly. I hoped no one noticed. We continued on, down the hall. At every door, Riker or Levi would peel off to check inside. "Why do you even come out here?" I asked, my voice soft. "If there are wards you can use, why don't you ward the hall?"
We do put up wards every night so we can get some sleep,
Levi said.
They cover them up in the morning, so we have to start over. But we're planning our path out of here. Doing that brings us into the path of unfriendly ghosts.
"Are there friendly ones?" I quipped.
"Absolutely,"
Levi said, which I hadn't expected.
"Some people change in death, depending on how they died. Some people were always bad. They're the ones who tend to hang around. But good people get lost too."
I thought of Ash's satin skirt slipping through my fingers, the way those dreams felt so real that I woke up still feeling those shiny threads for a second. I didn't know swords worked on ghosts.
They do if they're forged a certain way,
Riker said.
And then cooled in holy water.
Holy water is for real?
Most people don't know the recipe,
Riker said. I didn't know why I kept being shocked all over again. This was a mad new world, and I might have to just go mad along with it. There was a scream ahead of us. I clutched the grip and sheath of the sword tightly, determined not to embarrass myself again. The scream was ahead of us, but the trap came from behind us. It felt like a damp and filthy blanket thrown over Riker and me from behind. I felt him push me hard, trying to get me out of the way, and I stumbled into Levi's arms. He caught me in strong and muscular arms, and then gently shoved me to one side, putting his body between me and the threat. Riker threw the blanket away from his body. The look on his handsome face was disgusted. An arm looped around my waist from behind and pulled me towards the wall. I screamed, but Riker was already there, slashing with his sword at something behind me. His free hand wrapped around my shoulder and pushed me towards the center of the hallway, out of his way, and I spun around to see him slash across gray smoke. His sword left a transparent wake, cutting through the smoke, curling it black at the edges, and then the gray faded away in a second. "Is it gone?" My voice came out in a whisper.
"For now,"
Levi said. He looked at Riker over my shoulder, his face troubled.
"Do you think they want her?" "Why not?"
Riker said.
"Everyone seems to."
"Great," I said out loud. "This is not the way anyone cares to be wanted."
"I don't know."
Even in the dim light, I could catch the mischievous shine in Riker's eyes before he winked at me.
"You might come to like the way we want you."
"Riker,"
Levi said, his voice warning.
"You need to stop."
I nodded along with Levi, but part of me liked Riker's teasing. The way he seemed attracted to me no matter what he'd said about my current flannel shirt and man jeans outfit. He was sexy as hell, and seeing the way he'd wielded that sword, cool and competent and protective, his leanly muscled body all athletic grace, had made me feel a spark of something besides fear. Lust. I was pretty sure I was lusting after the astral projecting boy I'd met just that morning. Levi rested his hand on my shoulder, and I turned to look into his face. His deep blue eyes were warm with concern. The weight and warmth of his hand soothed some of my fear.
"Why don't we go back and ward the hall? Let you sleep. There'll be time for solving Parrish's puzzles another night,"
Levi said. "I thought you guys had a way out of here," I said. "Riker told me to just let them take me."
"I said that so Beefy and Burley wouldn't kill you,"
Riker said.
"You put up a fight anyway, not like you listened to me. You were never going to escape."
I might have escaped if I'd believed him and started running before those two goons attacked me. But, of course, I couldn't have taken any of this seriously then. I wasn't going to be shamed for putting up a fight, though, and I bristled at his bossy tone. "Sometimes you've got to fight," I said, "even if you get your ass kicked. You really think I was going to just climb into their creepy van?"
"We're going to get out of here,"
Levi promised.
"Our brother is on his way to help. It's just complex."
I would like details on how exactly things were complex, but I was also hung up on the fact that they had mentioned 4 angels, and yet there was only one other brother they'd mentioned yet. "Aren't there 2 other brothers? Aren't there supposed to be 4 of you?" Levi hesitated.
"Yes. I'm not prying into your family drama, but that's fine. We'll tell you,"
Riker said.
"Our mom was kind of a trollop when it came to the supernatural."
Levi smacked his chest, not playfully, hard.
"Watch your mouth."
"So, Levi and I grew up together,"
Riker said, rubbing one hand across his broad, flannel-covered pecs without comment on Levi's sudden aggression.
"With our mom, and occasional visits with Dad. The 2 of them split when we were kids. And then eventually, we found out about Jake. Big brother Jakey."
"You didn't know you had a brother?"
"Half-brother,"
Riker said.
Well, you'll see."
"What does that—" I began. The lights lining the hallway flickered and died, leaving a phantom yellow glow before the last of the light died. The hall went black. And then it was deeper than black, deep and empty. I couldn't see Riker or Levi or even, when I looked down, my own body. Suddenly, it felt like the ceiling had lowered too, like it was so low above my head that my hair might brush against it. It felt oppressive, claustrophobic, and I ducked my head involuntarily. "Riker?" I said, my voice a whisper. I felt so alone.
"Yeah."
The voice was low, husky, close to my ear.
"I'm reaching out. Is this you?"
His hand rested solidly on my shoulder. "I think so," I said. "I sure as hell hope that's you." He squeezed gently.
"Promise."
I drew a breath, and it felt like there was enough air in this suddenly dank hall now that I at least knew I wasn't alone. I raised my fingers, seeking for Levi in the darkness, even though I was terrified of what else I might brush up against. "Levi?"
"Present,"
he said, and I felt my palm brush over flannel. I felt the hard muscles of his abs even through his shirt, and I accidentally ran my hand all the way down to the rough denim of his jeans. I felt him start slightly. Then his hand brushed against my arm. His thumb skated down the inside of my wrist, and, for just a second, I felt the slightest thrill at his touch. He folded his fingers around mine, his palm warm and dry, his fingers long and lithe.
"We've got you,"
Levi said, his voice low and protective.
"We're going to make our way back to the hall, get to familiar territory, and get the wards up. I have a flashlight, but I'd rather go without it. The thing you'll find out soon is that the darkest things are drawn to the light,"
Riker explained. My stomach twisted into a knot, but I nodded. Not that anyone could see the quick jerk of my head. I squeezed Levi's hand in mine, his left hand. I realized that his sword hand was still free, and then said, "Yeah, let's go." Riker's hand on my shoulder tightened just slightly. His voice was warm when he said,
"That's my girl. Let's go."
I'd met him 24 hours ago. I shouldn't feel this faint thrill of excitement when he said, "my girl." Levi tugged me gently along, and I felt Riker steer behind me, his hand always firm on my shoulder. Levi picked up the pace, and to my surprise, I found myself breaking from a walk into a run. I was terrified I was going to trip over my own feet, or that we would run into a wall or a trap, but I felt sandwiched between the boys, unable to avoid running. And then we were almost sprinting. The air turned cold, frosty cold. My lungs ached, my breathing raspy in the freezing air. But we were still running. How Levi knew where to go, I couldn't fathom, but I ran with him anyway. It felt like we were a battering ram, unstoppable as long as the three of us were on our feet and together. For a second, I felt a surge of elation that overcame the fear, like something had clicked in my life. And then Levi said,
"Turning."
He slowed to a quick walk. The three of us turned, and I heard the creak of the door left ajar. Suddenly, Levi clicked on the flashlight, illuminating the nurse's station in front of us. It was equally creepy, whether it was manned by Nurse Tom or whether we were being chased by ghosts. Levi ran behind the desk and grabbed a duffel bag, slinging it over his shoulder.
"In here,"
Levi said, and we sprinted down the hall to the boys' room. As soon as we were in, Riker turned and slammed the door closed. The two of them moved quickly. Levi dug in the duffel bag and threw Riker a can of spray paint. Riker caught it and turned to the door, hastily spraying a mysterious rune in red paint across the white door. Their room, too, smelled like fresh paint, and then I was overwhelmed by the powerful chemical scent of spray paint overlaying that scent. Levi grabbed a box of salt from the bag and began to shake it out across the windowsill. When he had finished, he turned and Riker tossed him the can. Levi quickly marked the window. While Levi jumped onto one of the two narrow beds and sprayed the strange symbol on the last wall, Riker crossed to me, resting his big hands on my shoulders. In the dim light, his eyes looked dark, but they were full of concern as they looked me over. His voice was gruff, though, when he asked,
"You all right?"
"Yeah," I said. "I mean, apparently I knew nothing about the world and life and death. And I need to learn in a hurry because the stuff I didn't know is terrifying. And my mom hates me. And I'm trapped in a haunted mental hospital. I don't even watch horror movies because they get in my head too bad. But I think I'm going to be okay." Riker bit down on his lower lip. His lip was the only soft, feminine part of that hard-angled, big-jawed face. And when he did that, it kind of made me want to kiss him. His lips just looked so kissable. He looked at me as if he couldn't tell if I was joking. And if he couldn't tell I was joking, It probably seemed like I was coming completely undone.
"Let's get some sleep," Riker said. "The ghosts won't make it in. Levi and I will take turns keeping watch all night, just in case, so you can rest easy."
I smiled faintly. It wasn't like I should sleep easy, not with these guys I barely knew. Even if Riker claimed that deep down, my reincarnated Lilith self knew them. That was a weird thing to think about. It made my insides feel squirmy. The almost 18 years I'd been alive felt like a lot already. Forget having spent millennia screwing up. "All right," I said.
"You can sleep in my bed,"
Riker said. He gestured across the room to one of the 2 beds in here. It was made up with a military-grade green wool blanket and white sheets, and as I sat at the edge of the bed, I didn't expect it to be very comfortable. I leaned back, resting my head on the pillow, and breathed in the scent of clean laundry and a faint boy scent, but a good one, like yellow soap and aftershave, and maybe a bit of pure Riker, a scent I couldn't place, of musk and fresh-cut grass and wood smoke, and even a faint sweetness, like peaches. I wanted to turn my face into the pillow and breathe it in, to try and tease out all the strands of his scent, to make sense of it. Maybe I was really losing it. I smiled to myself in the darkness, embarrassed, and slid under the blankets. As utilitarian as the bed was, it felt soft and welcoming. In the darkness, I unbuckled the jeans and popped my hips up to slide them off. I sat up, laying them on the foot of the bed where I'd be able to find them again. "Tomorrow, Dr. Parrish had better bring me some clothes," I said. My mom could have packed me a bag. She could have done that much, at least. But instead, she had gone to the front door and quietly turned the locks, making sure I couldn't come into the house. She'd been just a few feet away, on the other side of the door, while I was swinging on the porch. My mother hadn't packed me a bag because she didn't want to be my mother anymore. She hadn't done the smallest thing to show me that she wanted me to come back to her when I left. Riker said something back to me about the clothes, and then Riker and Levi began to talk, but the words washed over me. I could barely breathe with the weight of what I'd just understood. My chest felt tight. I lay down, turning my back to the boys, nestling the pillow under my head. I squeezed my hot, tired eyes shut. I felt nostalgia like an ache deep in my bones, like something that I would carry for the rest of my life. It was like going on vacation to a sunny place you know you'll never come back to, or waving to the moving truck, knowing that you won't really keep in touch. I had left a home behind that I would never come back to. My mother used to read to us at bedtime. She used to get so carried away that she would keep reading long after our bedtime. She made fancy tea for Ash and me on Friday afternoons after school, the one day she was home when the bus arrived. She would cut the crusts off cucumber sandwiches and set soft, airy cupcakes out on a fancy 3-tier tray, and we loved to help her squeeze real lemons for lemonade instead of tea. When we were sick, but not too sick, she brought us into the office with her instead of sending us to school. I loved to sit at her extra desk in the corner and write with the vintage typewriter she'd restored for decor. Homework was always more fun there.
"Ellis?"
Levi broke away from his conversation with Riker. Then, more softly, to Riker, I heard him say,
"You go."
I rested my arm across my face. Had I sobbed out loud? Part of me wanted someone to come comfort me, to lie and promise everything would be all right, to pay attention to me. I bit down hard on my lower lip. How humiliating.
"You mind if I sit?"
Riker asked, his voice low and husky and right next to the bed. In the dim light, I could see his faint outline, tall and muscular. "I don't want to talk," I said softly. There were so many questions I wanted to have answered, but for now, I couldn't take in one more thing. "I just want to sleep."
"Me too."
He sat on the edge of the bed, and I felt the mattress tilt towards him, making me slide slightly. My hip met his, through the blanket.
"I'll go or stay. Whatever you want, Ellis."
I almost told him to go. It was on my lips. But he was also so close. I was breathing in that scent of his, that smoke and sweetness and fresh sweat scent. and I couldn't help thinking I'd feel better if he lay down with me and wrapped me in his arms. Not a lot better. My life would still be terrible, but maybe not so achingly lonely. Maybe better enough to sleep. And I knew he wouldn't say no. Not my angel. Funny that I guessed I was coming to believe that story already. I rested my hand on his shoulder, feeling the warmth and solidity of him, and tugged him down towards the bed. He lay carefully down beside me, and then pulled me into his arms, drawing me against his body. I was enveloped by his warmth. His chin rested against the top of my head like we were made to fit together, and I felt his hard chest and abs and thighs, even through the blanket, as he held me close, held me safe. I should have been embarrassed. I should have said thank you. Instead, I felt myself relax into the bed, into Riker, as sleep curled itself around me. Chapter 7. In my dream, ash wound through the trees ahead of me. The sun was shining brightly overhead, so bright it was almost blinding even through the latticed branches of trees overhead. And I stumbled as I ran, continuously losing her in the glare and then finding her again. I tried to call to her, but I couldn't even hear my own voice. All I could hear was the swish of her satin skirts, the low rustle of the branches in the breeze, the leaves shaking overhead. The trail of her gown seemed far longer than it had been on prom night. She'd worn a full-length dress that just barely hung over her pink sparkly toes and her silver heels. Now her train wound behind the trees after her, gliding with a faint silky whisper over pine needles. I lost her in the glare of the sun through the branches. I turned around a tree, seeking where I thought she would be, and turned into a world on fire. The trees in front of me were charred black. The flames were still feeding on them, a red-orange blaze gobbling up the crackling branches. The scent of smoke was thick and acrid, burning the back of my throat. I froze in horror, feeling the heat on my face, wanting desperately to run. Instead, I tried to call again for my sister. I couldn't see her anywhere in the flames. Ellis. The voice was low and gravelly in my ear, and I turned, but I didn't see anyone. I was still alone. Ellis, walk forward into the flames, the voice commanded. Will them to die out. I still couldn't speak in my dream. I shook my head. I could feel the heat beginning to burn my skin, even from here. It felt like the first flush of sunburn across my cheeks, the slow itch, the sense of something just on the verge of being unbearable. To take a step forward into that heat was impossible. You control the flames. You can call them, and you can douse them. I knew this voice. It was Riker's. I took a step forward. The flames leaped upwards, blazing higher, the way a fire reacts when you throw another log on top. My cheeks blazed, heated by the reflected flames. The fire was spreading along the underbrush in my direction. It wasn't natural. There should be nothing on this desolate ground for the fire to catch, but the sparks were racing across the ground like there was a line of gasoline drawn towards me. Ellis, Riker said, now, be brave. I wanted to tell Riker he was freaking nuts. I turned to look over my shoulder, wondering if he would be there, but the forest I'd walked through was gone. All I saw was a desolate world on fire. Smoke drifted away, and, at the very end, far away, I saw the room I'd fallen asleep in. Flames curled along the ceiling just above the door, blocking the escape route. Levi paced across the floor, his arms folded across his chest. Riker sat on the side of the bed, where I could see a lump in the blankets, strands of dark hair spread across the pillow. Riker was speaking urgently to the blankets. You can do this, Riker promised me. I believe in you. He was the last person in this world who did, apparently. I took another step forward into the blaze. The life I'd had was gone, drifting away in smoke and ash. The girl I'd been was a ghost left behind me. I felt like I was walking forward to climb an impossible cliff without grappling equipment. I felt energized, filled with a rush of adrenaline. There was nothing left to lose. So I would walk forward with my chin held high to meet the struggle, to meet the long fall if I slipped. What the hell did it matter anymore? "I want my dreams back," I said out loud. The words seemed flat and strange, hanging in the air, and I walked forward, raising my hands up to my sides. I brought them down again like I was patting down the flames, and they flickered out of existence. Suddenly, all that was around me was the charred and ruined trees. Everything was eerily still. There was no longer the rustle of leaves. There were no birds or animals left alive in this place. I turned and picked my way back through the ashes. Riker and Levi didn't see me coming, but in the room ahead, I could see Levi and Riker exchange a grin. The flames were gone, but the ceiling was charred, and one corner hung loose in our room, curling down into the side of the room. There was no wall, and I walked into the room, but the minute my bare foot touched the cool tile underfoot, I gasped and sat up in the bed. Riker was sitting with me, and I caught a glimpse of his face, happy, alight, right before he hugged me close. I grinned into his shoulder, echoing back his joy.
"You did it, Firestarter," he told me. "I knew you would. I knew it."
"I could hear you," I said. He nodded.
"Yeah, we're connected. We can always talk to each other, no matter where you go."
I could feel the 5 o'clock shadow on his jaw rough against my cheek. I hoped he couldn't hear what I was thinking, even if we could talk to each other. I felt myself blush, wondering if any other Lilith had felt the way I did about my angels. I hadn't known Riker long, and yet my crush on him felt like a powerful thing. I sure thought Riker and Levi were both gorgeous to look at, but I couldn't ask either of them if it were normal for a Lilith to want her angels. I cleared my throat. Wherever I go? Where did I go? Riker's arms loosened around me, and he sat back. I felt cool without his arms wrapped around me, and I pulled the blanket up instead. Riker leaned forward, his green eyes intent on mine, and for a second, I thought he was going to kiss me. My mind instantly flip-flopped from big worries to trivial ones. How I would turn my head if he kissed me, and what would Levi think, and when had I last brushed my teeth? But he tucked a wayward strand of hair behind my ear instead.
"You're going into someone's afterlife,"
he said hesitantly. "Whose?" I asked, but I already knew. The satin, the flames.
"I'm guessing Ashley's," he said.
He hadn't known my sister. That was a strange thought, when I already felt, bizarrely, like I knew him so well. "Ash," I said. We all just called her Ash. Levi joined us, standing at the edge of the bed, and I reached out to take his hand. He glanced down in surprise, as if he hadn't expected that act of affection, which had almost been unthinking, but his fingers knit around mine. I felt that same rush of safety and comfort, of strength. "We have to rescue her," I said. I was afraid of what the boys would say to that. It sounded crazy. How did you rescue anyone from their afterlife? I didn't even know what came after that. Just heaven? Because Ash was certainly not in heaven, and I knew my sister should be. Or could Ash come back to life? I didn't know what was possible in this brand new world I'd just been ushered into.
"Yeah,"
Levi said.
"You're right. We do. But first," Riker said, "we're going to need all 4 of us."
Levi nodded.
4 angels, because it takes all 4 of us for you to come fully into your powers, to walk through the light and dark, to command life and death.
Right now, I couldn't imagine any of that. The acrid taste of smoke was still in the back of my mouth. I would do anything to help Ash, though. I would learn. So we find the 4th brother, master the light and dark. That was weird to say. Easy peasy, right? We will? Levi squeezed my hand in his.
We will.
Chapter 8. The next morning, I woke up still curled in Riker's arms. Early morning light flooded our room through the curtainless windows. As sleep slowly fell away, I felt embarrassed. My head rested on his solid shoulder, and his arm was draped over my waist. But I felt more comfortable there than embarrassed. With my head against his chest, I could feel the steady, slow rise and fall of his chest. He still smelled delicious, and I took a deep breath in. I was crushing hard on him. What was wrong with me? I took his hand in mine anyway, his fingers resting on my palm. I looked down at his hand, turning it over in my mind. His hand was scarred white across the knuckles, and I ran my thumb across his calluses. He was a fighter. I couldn't imagine hitting anyone, the way the force would jar my arm up through my shoulder, the small bones in my hand possibly fracturing, because hurting someone else never comes free of cost. The door banged open, and I sat up, my heart hammering in my chest. Nurse Tom leaned in the doorway, his arms crossed over his chest.
"I heard y'all were a bunch of sluts, but this is something else."
I hadn't known Levi was awake, but he was on his feet and crossing the floor to Tom before I could make sense of how fast he moved. He was shirtless, and Levi's powerful shoulders, the lean V of his back, the way his jeans slid low on his narrow hips, made me think of a dangerous, beautiful tiger, of an animal that should never have been caged. Levi stopped too close to Tom, threateningly close, but he was also close enough to be in danger. Levi warned him.
"Don't."
Tom smirked back at him.
"Do I have to get the guys back in here again? Do another attitude adjustment?" "I don't think Dr. Parrish would appreciate that, huh?"
Levi crossed his arms over his chest. Riker was tall, but Levi towered over both Riker and Tom.
"Maybe I wouldn't tell her,"
Tom said.
"We won't leave so many bruises this time. Not where it shows."
Tom glanced over his shoulder, and his mocking eyes met mine. His lips curled with whatever he was going to say next. Then he glanced at Levi.
"Be ready for Parrish in half an hour,"
he snapped. He threw a plastic bag into the center of the room. The door slammed shut. Levi pressed his hand against the door, as if he were holding it shut. Even from behind, I could see the deep breath he drew, as if he were trying to calm his rage. I hesitated, but the question on my mind was too pressing. "Levi? Did they hurt you?" Levi looked at me over his shoulder, his hand still braced on the door, and his eyes went soft when they met mine.
"You mean before?"
I nodded.
"Don't worry about us, sweet girl. We're not easily broken."
He turned, resting his back against the door, his muscular arms crossed over his chest.
"Just remember, no matter what Dr. Parrish says, these people are not our friends."
"I shouldn't trust them," I said, "but I should trust you guys. Is that what you're saying? I haven't known you any longer than I have Parrish." Levi glanced away, as if I'd hurt his feelings, and I felt a pang of regret. I was just saying things that I thought should be true. I shouldn't trust Riker and Levi, but I did, and that meant I couldn't trust Parrish and her men. But there was a naivety to my instant loyalty to Riker and Levi that even I could recognize, even if I couldn't fight it. That loyalty made me shake my head at myself. I resolved not to reveal my wild heart to the boys or to Dr. Parrish. I rummaged through the bag. A package of clean socks, a package of underwear, 2 utilitarian bras, 1 white and 1 black, a pair of jeans, and a pair of black leggings, and a couple of t-shirts. I looked at the tag in the new jeans and wondered how Parrish had known my size. "No shoes," I mused out loud.
"That's just stupid,"
Riker said. I looked up at him sitting in bed, rubbing his hand across his face. "Rough night?" I asked him. He grunted.
"I had a fever-hot little fire starter heating the bed all night long. This place is cold, but it's not cold enough for that."
"Sorry," I said. I tucked the bag under my arm, about to return to my room and change. "I would have moved. I don't want to keep you awake."
"We're supposed to walk through hell and heaven together. I think I'm prepared to make bigger sacrifices than a lousy night's sleep.
He yawned.
I'll get used to you. Just gotta get a fan or something.
That's awfully presumptuous, I said, even though Riker assuming we would cuddle every night made my heart skip with excitement. He didn't bother to answer. He just winked, and his wink was, of course, adorable. Riker knew damn well I wanted to spend every night snuggled up in his arms, even if I pretended that it was just for safety reasons. "See you in class?" I asked, my tone light, since Parrish had said she would be teaching me in classes.
"Sure,"
Levi said, but he still seemed tense after his encounter with Tom, and he raked his hand through his hair.
"We're teaching them,"
Riker said.
"They're not teaching us."
I shrugged. I couldn't trust her, but I was curious what Parrish would say. "I don't know much of anything."
"Not true, Ellis. There are an awful lot of secrets in your head. You just don't know them yet. An awful lot of people want them."
Levi's voice was soft but urgent. Well, now that I felt like I was bound to do something wrong this morning, to misstep with those secrets that I didn't even know, I guessed I was ready to face yet another day. I nodded and left the boys behind, going to my room to dress. It was nice to slip on clothes that didn't hang off my body, but when I balled up the flannel shirt I'd worn the night before for the laundry, I pressed it to my face for just a second. It still smelled like Riker's aftershave. There was a knock on the door, and I hurled the shirt towards the laundry basket like it was on fire. Then the knob turned, and Dr. Parrish stuck her head in, her dark curls swinging loose today. "Are the clothes all right, Ellis?" "They're great," I said, looking down at the white t-shirt and black leggings I was wearing. "Not exactly teen vogue, but I appreciate having something clean." "We'll get you things more to your taste," she promised. "What about my own things? My mom didn't pack me anything?" I trailed off as I saw the discomfort on Parrish's face. Borderline panic. She bit down on her lower lip. "I'm sorry, Ellis." "It's fine," I said. "They're just clothes. No big deal. Are you ready to get to work?" "I haven't even had breakfast yet," I said. She sighed, almost under her breath. "You all slept in. It's late." "Because we spent the night with angry ghosts. Quite the location you have here for a reform school." Parrish crossed her arms over her chest, but her voice was still calm and cool when she said, "Shall we go to the lounge?" I didn't have anywhere else to be, so I followed her as she turned and led me down the hall to the lounge. Tom was pushing the gray cart back down the hallway. Parrish called, "Nurse Tom, please bring that back. No one has had time for breakfast yet." Tom pushed the cart another few feet, as if he hadn't heard, and then executed the world's slowest K-turn across the hallway. He pushed it back, his face thunderous, and left it alongside the door to the lounge. "Thank you," Dr. Parrish said, as if she hadn't noticed. I looked over the contents of the cart, little single-serve cardboard cereal boxes, a bowl of bananas and apples, shelf-stable boxes of milk and juice, industrial food. I didn't look his way, but I could feel Tom right there, his hands on the handle of the cart. His glower might have been meant to be intimidating, like when he looked at Levi and Riker with that spark of dominance, but his gaze on my body felt dirty. I ignored him, forcing myself to slow down and take my time picking out my breakfast, even though my hands were beginning to shake. I took a box of Wheaties. God, I needed Wheaties these days. And a banana, and turned on my heel to go into the lounge. "Thank you, Tom," Dr. Parrish said loudly. She stood in the doorway to the lounge. "Make sure the boys get something if they're not coming."
"Oh, we're coming,"
Riker said from the doorway.
"We wouldn't leave her alone with you."
Dr. Parrish rolled her eyes. "You're more melodramatic than the afternoon soaps, Riker."
"I wouldn't know,"
Riker said.
"We don't have cable."
"Oh, is that why you hate me?" Dr. Parrish asked, grinning. She glanced at me, inviting me to share the joke. I stared back at her. I didn't want to be rude, but I felt like my loyalty was to the boys who had talked me through my nightmares and protected me from the ghosts, not the woman who had left me locked in here.
"Do you want the list?"
Levi joined us in the lounge. His blonde hair hung loosely around his face, brushing over his broad shoulders. And, for the first time, I felt my heart skip a beat when I looked at him. "Let's move along," Dr. Parrish said hastily. "Ellis, I want to work today on training you to follow after Ashley." "Fascinating," I said. "How do we do that?" "Take a seat," Dr. Parrish said, indicating the couch. I sat down gingerly on the center cushion, not sure how clean the couch was, given the dusty state of the hall. Levi sat beside me. His tall, powerful body took up a lot of space, even with his arms folded over his chest, and I felt my hips slide slightly towards him. Then Riker sat on the other side, and he didn't make an attempt to leave me my space like Levi did. Riker leaned back, his long legs sprawled out in front of him, his arm on the back of the couch. I breathed in that scent of his soap and his body with his movement. "Could I have a sliver of your attention?" Dr. Parrish asked, slightly caustically. There was a smugness on Riker's face as he looked back at her, as if there was a battle for my favor, and it was glaringly obvious that these boys were winning, that I was distracted by them. But how could I not be? She queued up a DVD. "This is the footage we have from the last Lilith that we know of. I thought it might help you to see what it looks like from our plane when you go into the next."
Parrish,
Riker warned. "I'm not going to hold back any secrets from Ellis," Parrish said. The insinuation that Riker and Levi were keeping secrets from me was strong. I could see Riker set his jaw, irritated. He crossed one leg over the other at the knee. I had felt safe between them, but now I could feel the tension in both their bodies. The screen came to life. It was a white, industrial-looking room. It could have been one of the rooms in this hall. A woman with short, dark hair in a pixie cut lay with two men, their heads close together, and their bodies forming a triangle. They all held hands.
"They don't have their 5, Riker said. "They aren't strong enough separate to go into the far."
"They didn't have a choice," Parrish said. The camera closed in on their faces. The woman was older than me, beautiful, with long, noble features and a strong, full-lipped mouth. The camera continued to close in on her face and upper body. Her eyes were closed, but her eyelids fluttered rapidly with the movement of her eyes beneath, as if she were having vivid dreams. Her lips moved the same way, soundlessly. Her mouth twisted in a scream. A slash opened up her chest, laying open red flesh.
"No,"
Levi said, sitting forward. He twisted towards me.
"This isn't right, Parrish. It's not decent to use their deaths like this."
But even though I could feel his pull, that he wanted me to look away, I couldn't stop watching the screen. I had to know what happened next. The camera pulled out, showing all three of them. The man on the left's throat was cut now. A steady gurgle of blood, rendered almost black by the dulled colors on screen, pooled onto the floor steadily, until it ran into the woman's hair. The man on the right sat up, drawing a desperate, panicked breath. He scrambled to check the other man and the woman. He pulled off his t-shirt and tried to stem the bleeding in her chest. After several desperate, bloody minutes of work, he sat back and buried his face in his hands. His shoulders shook. The man looked up towards the camera. His face was tear-streaked. He looked into the camera like he hated us all, and then he walked off camera. The camera began to pan out, and then moved towards him, trying to refocus. It caught just his shoes for a second, and the trail of bloody prints he had left behind him on the white tile.
"Don't,"
Riker said, putting up a hand to shield my eyes, but he was twisting his own body too to avoid looking at the screen.
"It dishonors their memory."
I would have pushed his arm away, furious that he was trying to boss me, but I saw Levi from the corner of my eye. Levi ducked his head, averting his eyes. I glanced up over Riker's calloused palm that hovered in front of my eyes, so I saw as the camera found the man's face. He looked right into the camera. Before he fell forward, the bright blade of a sword held against his chest. I gasped out loud at the silent fall, the sudden death. Then I pressed my hand to my lips. Now that there was nothing left to see, just the still screen, the bodies frozen in their intermingled blood. I knew Levi was right. She shouldn't have shown us this. There was no educational value to watching lives snuffed out in front of us.
The near immortal,
Riker filled in for me, taking his hand away.
He has to will himself not to live. But none of them want to live without their Lilith. You shouldn't have looked, Alice.
I know. I felt small, awful, for having watched him die. I knew his face would be in my dreams now, too. Because you want to protect her from the reality of what you face, Dr. Parrish said. But it's better if she knows, if she prepares herself.
Because it dishonors them,
Levi said.
They died bravely, but they died in your trap, because of you, and for you to sit here.
I was not in charge of Project Lightwalker then, Levi, despite what you think about how old I am. Her voice was amused.
Don't call it that.
Levi's voice was harsh.
That's our word. You don't get to murder the Lightwalker and then decide it'll make a nifty nickname for your secret project.
Dr. Parrish held her hands up as if to calm the situation. Listen, I just want you to know what you're facing, to be willing to train so that we will never lose another Lightwalker. That's all. I stumbled to my feet. Riker was on his feet in a second, but I shrugged off his hands that reached to steady me. I ran from the room, feeling the bile rise in my throat. In the bright, fluorescent light of the hall, surrounded by white industrial space like the one where the other Lilith and her men had died, I bent over and vomited. As my stomach heaved, losing the little bit of banana I'd eaten for breakfast before the video began, I could feel that I was not alone. I straightened, wiping my mouth with the back of my hand. Nurse Tom was watching me from down the hall.
Ain't a chance in hell you're going to live long in the far.
His words instantly conjured an image. Riker, Levi, and I, hands joined, eyes staring up blankly at the ceiling. But I held my head high and breezed towards my room, not looking at him. "Do me a favor, Tom," I said, "and clean that up." Chapter 9. I opened the window in my room and leaned out, breathing in the fresh, green air of the world outside. Little by little, my stomach settled, although my mind was still a blur. I could hear shouting in the hall outside as Dr. Parrish and the guys argued. Then, it went silent in the hall. I expected Riker or Levi to come in after me, but when I heard the door creak open behind me, it was Dr. Parrish. She closed the door behind her, seeming to hesitate as if she didn't know how to say what she needed to say next. "You're triggering my fear of heights again," she said. I glanced straight down, at the dizzying distance between me and the grass. The red brick of the building beneath was crumbling away, pockmarked and chiseled. I've never liked heights much either, but these days, I'm just afraid of a grisly death in my dreams. "I'm sorry I scared you," she said, "but you deserve to know what can happen. You should have the chance to work and learn and be strong when you do go into the far." "Not really easing into day one," I said tartly. "The boys want to protect you," she said, "but you're stronger than they know, aren't you? You don't need them to protect you from the truth." "No," I said, "but I don't need to be scared and manipulated either." "Is that really what you think I'm trying to do?" Dr. Parrish crossed to me. I took a step to the side, bumping my back up against the hard windowsill behind me. Her face was genuinely hurt. She reached into her pocket, and I looked at the photo she held out to me. The Lilith I'd just seen grinned back at me. She hugged a young version of Dr. Parrish, their heads leaning towards each other so that their dark curls brushed together. "My sister," she said. "I've watched her die so many times. Hundreds. Thousands. That's why I took control of this program. To make sure that never happens to the Lilith again." "You weren't involved when she died?" She shook her head. "I wish to hell I had been. I wouldn't have let that happen." There was a guttedness, a rawness in her voice that made me believe her. "She might as well have died for something," Parrish said. "I want to make sure that you're safe." "What happened to her?" Parrish visibly relaxed. She preferred talking facts than feelings, that much was clear. She sat on the edge of my bed. "What happens in the far happens to you," she said. "Your mind travels there. Your body stays behind. And we're stronger together? The Lilith and the four?" She nodded. "So why weren't they together?" "They'd already lost two," she said. "They went after them." "To bring them back to life?" Parrish nodded. "Are you ready to start training?" "How do you even train for that?" "I'll show you," she said, standing from the bed. She held her hand out to me. When I hesitated, she said, "My sister's name is Roxy. I think someday you could find her again. Her and Ashley." She was trying to find common ground between us, but it was impossible. There was no way that this woman in front of me, who had locked me away with Riker and Levi to serve her own purposes, still loved her sister the way I loved Ash. I wondered if Parrish would walk into the far herself. But whether she would or not, I wanted to go. I wanted to find Ash. I slapped my hand into hers. She pulled me over to the bed. "Lay down." "Last I watched," I said, "that's not a good way to start things out." "I'm just trying to get you into a wakened dream state," she said. "You won't go into the far. You don't have the power yet, especially not without the four." Reluctantly, I sat on the bed and swung my legs up. My heart was pounding as I stared up at the white ceiling above. "Relax," she chided, pushing gently on my knees. "Literally nothing can happen to you. This is simply a hypnotic state. You aren't traveling to another plane. Your mind won't even leave this room." "Well, that's a shame," I said. As curious as I was to learn whatever she could teach me, I wasn't exactly a fan of being trapped in here with her. "You Liliths are all so quippy," she said, sadness in her voice. "Close your eyes." I let my eyes drift shut, mostly, leaving the thinnest crack of bright light viewed through the haze of my eyelashes. "Relax. Begin by feeling the beat of your heart. It's slowing now. Each beat pulses blood through your body. Each beat is life, slow and controlled. Feel your heart as a core of warmth. Feel that warmth pulse through your body, spreading now through your shoulders and down your arms, all the way down, into your fingertips." She went on and on. Her voice was low, toneless, and despite myself, my heart rate did begin to slow. My breathing grew calm and steady. Slowly, a sense of warmth and life curled through my languid arms and legs. "Now, I want you to leave your eyes closed, but open up your understanding. Take in the room around you with your other senses. Imagine your internal eyes, your spirit eyes, opening." The phrase spirit eyes made me want to giggle, which was not helpful when you're trying to sink into hypnosis. But I tried to listen hard, hearing the faint rustle of the curtain at the window. Everything around here was so silent. I couldn't hear crickets outside, far below, or a faint sound of traffic. We could have been alone in the world, just Dr. Parrish and me. My eyes snapped open. "Where's Riker and Levi?" She pushed her hair back behind her ears, the movement quick with frustration. "Those boys are such a distraction." "I thought those boys were the ones who would keep me alive in the far," I snapped back. It wasn't as if I had asked to be locked away with them. "They need you to keep them alive," she said, "as you saw in the video. So if you don't want to let them down, if you don't want to watch them die, I suggest you listen to me." "If it's so dangerous, what if I just don't go?" I asked. "What if I just stay in this plane?" "Sure," she said. "Go to community college and leave your sister in her hell. That's your option." Her voice was caustic. "Why would my sister be in hell? She lived a good life." "You don't want to know," she said. "Yeah, I do." Dr. Parrish met my eyes steadily. "Because of you. Because you're supposed to be there, but you came back to life, and she's your twin. Did you ever switch clothes to confuse people when you were kids? Well,
You played a trick on heaven and hell." "I'm supposed to be in hell? What did I ever do?" There were plenty of other questions, but that was the simplest. "Surely you know," Dr. Parrish said, "that you don't deserve heaven. You're more complicated than that, Lightwalker."
Chapter 10. I felt my jaw work. I was confused, and I longed to have Riker and Levi close ranks around me. "Where are the boys?" "Later," she promised me. "They have their own work, and I have a way to help you reach your dream state. That busy brain of yours is hard to turn off, huh?" "It's been a weird week," I said. "Come on." She jerked her head towards the door. She reached out to help me up off the bed, but I slipped past her outstretched hand. My head swam for a second, sitting up. My heart was racing again. But I followed her down the hall. The boys' door was closed, and the hall felt eerily quiet. I ran to open their door and see how they were, but Parrish threw a warning glance at me over her shoulder. "You don't want to walk in there without knocking." I rolled my eyes, but she was right. I didn't want to violate their privacy, not after what we'd all just seen on the video, and not with Parrish there. I didn't think they'd ever shy away from letting me in, but I didn't want to embarrass them in front of Parrish. Parrish's sneakers squeaked resolutely down the hall, so I followed her. She keyed open the lock pad at the end of the hall. The heavy door clicked open with a buzz. She left the door open behind her as she stepped out. I crossed my arms over my chest. "We're going out into the Hall of Nightmares?" "Daytime," she said. "The ghosts don't seem as wary of sunlight as horror movies may have suggested." "And we're going to a warded room," Parrish promised. "Did they explain the wards to you?" "A little." I followed her anyway. The hallway was long, the linoleum on the floor chipped and ripped, the wall dingy and stained. Even with the steady hum of fluorescent lights overhead, it was creepy. I eyed the elevator bank to the left, wondering where the stairs were. I feel like the fire department would not feel good about the evacuation plan in this place. "The plan is that you aren't going to set everything on fire." I felt restless, thinking about my dream the night before and how Riker had talked me through dousing the flames. I didn't like the idea of going into any kind of dream state without him there, now that I knew he could help me save myself. He could help me save us all. If my wild dreams swept me away against my will and I lit this place on fire. But I wasn't going to tell Parrish that. She led me down the hall and unlocked a room on the left with an old-fashioned key in a brass lock. I crossed my arms over my chest. I had a bad feeling about all of this, and yet I felt trapped. Not just by Parrish. The dreams felt realer than life. I would feel the breeze slipping over my skin, hear the crunch of a leaf underfoot, inhale the scent of fresh pine and rotting leaves and soft earth. When Ash turned her face over her shoulder to look back at me, I always strained to hear what she had to say to me, but her lips always moved urgently, without a single sound. And then the flames came. As long as she was trapped, so was I. We were in a long room, almost empty except for a folding table and a few chairs. It took my eyes a second to even make sense of the enormous metal cylinder at the very end of the room. It reminded me of a beer keg, but much larger. It was taller than me and probably 10 feet wide. Or maybe it reminded me of an incinerator, actually, because there was a door in the front. A metal door with a hatch. "What is that?" I asked, and my voice sounded dull, far away, to my ears. I cleared my throat and tried again, with inflection. "What is that?" "It's a sensory deprivation tank," Parrish said frankly. "It takes practice to tune out the real world while your inner mind travels in the far. Roxy knew how to do that. You don't yet." I pointed at the tank. "I am not going into a giant metal coffin in a haunted house. I can guess the spoilers." "The tank is brand new," Parrish said. "It was never part of what happened here before you came." I eyed her skeptically. She wanted me in that tank, desperately, and that meant I had the upper hand here. As much as you can when you're locked away in a hall for juvenile mutants, anyway. "Why here?" I asked. "Why do you keep Riker and Levi and I here?" "Because it's haunted," she said, "and we want to learn how the three of you fight ghosts here, as well as how you fight in the far. And we want to see you work together." "This is all a big team-building exercise," I said flatly. "Something like that." "Why?" I said. "I get it, you want to see your sister. I certainly get that. But the building, the staff. Why? Who's behind all this?" She hesitated. "Loneliness drives the world, Alice. Loneliness and regret." I stared at her, waiting for the rest of that thought, but she stared back at me as if that were supposed to mean something. "That's a hell of a one-liner," I said, "but I was thinking of a name." She smiled slightly, her lips curving up, and for a second I saw a flash of Roxy's face in hers. It unnerved me, but the moment passed, and she went on. "Mr. Joseph, he's the son of the CEO. He lost his pregnant wife years ago." "And that leads to all this?" I gestured at the tank, the hospital, the whole mess. "How?" "He lost her to a demon," she said. "Or so he believes." I nodded. "Maybe you should lock him up here, not us." But my heart wasn't in it. Maybe demons did kidnap pregnant women. Nothing would surprise me. "I'm sure he intends for this entire enterprise to end up making him a billionaire instead of a lowly multimillionaire," she said. "But his real motivation? Well, Ellis, I think it's as full of love and fear, as debased and beautiful as ours. I think it's quite familiar." There she went again, trying to make us the same. I turned and looked at the tank, my arms knitted across my chest. "How long will it take, do you think, until I can talk to Ash?" "It depends on you," she said. "If you go into the tank, if you start to learn to manage yourself, it could be a matter of weeks." "Weeks. That's a long time," I said flatly. "If you want to do this the comfortable way," she said, "we're talking about months, years even. You said I'd get to go back to normal life, like this fall, college, all that. But I didn't believe it, not when so much money was being spent to keep Riker and Levi and I here. I didn't think the company behind this all was going to let us go if they could help it." My chest was growing tight with panic. My legs ached with a restless sense that I should run. Except there was nowhere to run. "Eventually," Parrish said. Her tone was kind. "Alice, I want you to have a normal life, like I want for my own kids. Or maybe not normal. You're probably never going to have normal. But happy." She seemed sincere, and that's what made me chew on my bottom lip. I understood why Riker and Levi didn't trust her, but I did want to learn whatever she could teach me. "Fine," I said. "You didn't buy me a swimsuit or anything, did you?" She plucked a red and white plastic bag up from behind the phone on the desk. "You seem like a bikini kind of girl," especially with Riker and Levi around. But I wasn't going to voice my inappropriate attraction to the only other people around. I felt weird about crushing on not just the only two guys in sight, and two guys who were essential to my survival, but also on brothers. I was sure Riker noticed the way it was hard for me to look away from the curve of his cheekbones, the golden flecks in his green eyes, the lushness of his lips in contrast to his hard-angled face, which was embarrassing enough. But how much worse would it be if he and Levi knew that I also felt a tingle of attraction every time Levi wrapped his strong hand around mine? He was being comforting. He probably thought he was being brotherly and nice, and in response, I felt a shiver of longing, an impulse to lean into him. I was such a, well, trollop, as Riker had put it the other day. Thinking about my crap social skills was a distraction from Dr. Parrish turning her back so I could hastily undress. I yanked the tags off the black two-piece and slipped it on, moving as quickly as I could. The cracked linoleum floor was cold under my feet, and I shivered as I folded my clothes quickly, tucking my underwear inside my jeans. I crossed my arms over my chest, feeling exposed and vulnerable and frozen. You can turn around now." Parrish turned. "All right, Ellis, and I'm sorry for the chill in here, but the tank should be comfortable. Do you have any cuts?" I stared back at her. You sent men to tackle me and put me in a straitjacket, and then left me in a house full of murderous ghosts. Now you're worried?" "The tank is salt water," she said patiently, "to buoy you up so you can float without effort. But it does sting if you have open wounds, unless we cover them." She held up a jar of Vaseline. "No one likes seeing Vaseline in the creepy mental hospital," I told her. I looked down at my bruised knees. There were wide black and blue bruises on the sides of my thighs, like Beefy or Burley had grabbed me there to sling me into the back of their van. The thought of my hot pink shorts riding up as their big paw knit around my thighs when I was unconscious, my hair trailing across the grass, made my jaw set. But there were no open scrapes. "I'm good." "That's up for debate," she muttered, but without rancor. She swung open the door to the pod. "You'll be able to hear my voice in there as I guide you into hypnosis. Besides that, it should be silent." I stepped up to the door of the tank. A shiver ran up my spine. The water inside looked cool and tranquil. A blue light illuminated the pod from the top. I glanced at her. "The light? It'll be turned off once you're floating," she said. "Don't worry, Ellis. I will be right here. I won't let anything happen to you. I wouldn't leave you to be drowned by the gray arms of the undead." "The doors are warded," she promised me, gesturing to the door she'd closed behind us. I glanced back. It was closed with a deadlock, I realized now, and that didn't make me feel better. "The tank is warded too. Look." She pointed at faint, shimmering symbols. "We wanted to make sure there was no chance anything could harm you." Except for the afterlife itself? Given that I'd just seen 3 people die there in the video she'd chosen for this morning's class. She pulled a face. Apparently, that was hard to argue with. I blew out a deep breath. "All right, here we go." There were 2 steps leading up to the door to the tank. I sat in the doorway to the tank, carefully lowering my legs into the water. It was indeed warm, and I was surprised to feel how my legs were buoyed up, floating in front of me. I let myself go, pushing my whole lower body out into the water. The water held me up, and I floated in the bright blue light. "Can you hear me?" Parrish asked. Her voice came from a speaker above. "Ready for me to turn off the light?" "I guess," I said. Darkness fell over me except for the light from the hatch. It made me feel claustrophobic, and I reached out to rest my hands on the hatch, needing to feel like I had an escape. But even as I reached for the doorway, I heard the soft clink of the hatch closing. "Just close your eyes," Parrish said through the speakers. "Relax, Ellis. Enjoy the ultimate bathtub." "I like candles when I take a bath," I muttered. "Mood music. Maybe an audiobook? Maybe next time," she said. "Close your eyes. Relax into the water." She began to coach me into a hypnotic state again. I closed my eyes, feeling the panic ebb away, at least for now. The sound of her voice faded away. I felt weightless, free. For the first time in a long time, I felt my shoulders unkink as my arms floated by my side. All the stress I carried in my limbs drifted away. I opened my eyes, and I could have believed that the deep black above me was space, and that I could push off and soar through it. Was this what it was like for Riker when he projected himself? Fingers brushed against mine, but I wasn't afraid. I knew who it was. "Ash," I said softly. "Elle," she whispered. "I've missed you." I turned my head to one side, but of course I couldn't see her. "How do I help you?" I could feel her amusement, the way I used to sense Ash's laugh building before she ducked her head, grinning. "How do I help you, crazy?" she asked, her voice teasing. "The living have bigger problems than the dead." "But the fires," I said softly. "I'm just trying to escape the monsters," she said. "Don't you worry about me. We've got 2 different adventures, and both of us are going to be okay." You know there's no way I'm not worrying about you." "I know." Her fingers wrapped around mine and squeezed gently. I could feel the many chunky silver rings she always wore press into my skin. "Same here. Thanks for looking for me. I have so many questions." "Me too," she said. And then, suddenly, I wasn't weightless anymore. My legs kicked out, feeling panicked, and I tried to draw a breath, but my lungs were filling with water. I splashed desperately out in the tank. Dr. Parrish's voice split the darkness. "Ellis? You're fine. Just float." But there was no air for me to draw in. I flailed in the water, trying to find breath. My feet kicked into the hard bottom of the tank. I pushed off, trying to break the surface. But despite how shallow I knew the water was, I couldn't find a breath's worth of air. And then, just for a second, I saw Beefy's face in front of me. He was grinning. And then he was gone. The lights came up on the pod. The door was wrenched open. Parrish leaned in, wrapping her arms around me, and pulled me out. A wave of salt water came out with me, pooling across the floor. I choked, and she sat heavily, still holding me in her arms. "Ellis," she said, her voice low and urgent. "Just breathe. This is all in your head. You're dry drowning yourself. There is no water in your lungs." I tried to breathe, and finally drew a desperate gulp of air. I coughed, choked, gagged, and finally drew a real breath, one that filled my lungs. You shouldn't feel grateful for the barest scraps of human decency. You certainly shouldn't be moved that someone doesn't abandon you to drown in a haunted water tank. But I'd been so uncertain about Parrish. Now she cradled me in her arms like I was her own child. Her face above mine was taut with concern, and I could see the wrinkle lines at the corners of amber-brown eyes. My chest was tight with a gratitude that I could never express without sounding foolish. She brushed strands of wet hair back from my face and murmured soothing nonsense. It took an immense effort to push myself out of her arms, to flop onto my knees on the cold tile floor. I wasn't dying, but someone was. I was still gasping for breath as I stumbled to my feet. My lungs burned, and when I tried to ask her where Riker and Levi were, all that came out was a croak. So I lurched for the door. I fumbled with the bolt. Parrish was by my side, and I thought she was going to fight me, but she reached over my clumsy fingers and pushed the bolt open. She pulled open the door for me. I stumbled out into the hall, and she followed me. "Ellis? What is it? How do I help?" "Riker," I said, stumbling down the hall to where the warded door still stood open, instead of locked like it should have been if Riker and Levi were there. "Levi." "Come on," she urged. "You can lie down in your room and catch your breath. I'm going to make sure they're okay." I wanted to say that if Riker and Levi were hurt, it was because of her guys. But my lungs ached so desperately that I still couldn't draw a full breath. I couldn't run. I was no help to them right now. She helped me through the warded door, squeezed my arm, and then she ran down the hall, frantically checking each room. I could see her shoulders slump slightly when she looked into the door of their room, and she turned back to me. "Just stay here," she told me. "I know where they would have been taken." I shook my head, unwilling to be left behind. She met my eyes evenly, resting her hands on my shoulders. "Listen, I can help them. Those guys, they don't really work for me. They work for Mr. Joseph. But I can stop them. Okay?" I nodded. I bent over, my hands braced on my knees. "You already helped them," she promised me. "Let me take it from here." Then she turned and ran. I could hear the rapid beat of her sneakers as she turned the corner and ran down the unwarded hall. I was still leaning over, trying to breathe through the pain in my chest, like my lungs had been raked over with sandpaper. When I heard the sound of the warded door swinging shut, my head jerked up frantically. Nurse Tom leaned against the door. He pressed the button on the keypad to engage the lock. "Just us," he said. Chapter 11. I turned and ran down the hall. My legs felt like lead. My muscles, deprived of oxygen while I was drowning, barely obeyed my commands. I turned hard right into the boys' room. I couldn't smell fresh paint anymore. Hopefully no one had cleaned up from the evening's warding yet. I remembered how the duffel and the swords had been stored in the nurse's station, but I only had one chance now. I stumbled for the bed.
"Where are you going?"
Nurse Tom asked. He closed the door behind us with a click. I hit my knees hard next to the bed, as if I were about to say my prayers before bed. Instead, I dragged the bag out. My hands were still clumsy as I fumbled through the bottles of holy water and boxes of salt, looking for the can of spray paint. My fingers closed around cool metal.
"Funny,"
Tom said.
"but you can't ward off the living. You and those boys, you think you're such badasses, but you should have heard how Levi screamed when we put that towel over his brother's face."
He was closing the distance between us. Slowly and steadily. Every footfall was ponderous, deliberate. He was trying to terrify me.
"You'll learn to do as you're told,"
he said.
"All of you. Why, God above would give any gift to the likes of you."
His body loomed above me. He was close enough to grab me. I lurched to my feet, no matter how unsteady my legs were beneath me, and pressed the trigger for the spray paint. His eyes widened a second before I blasted red paint into his mouth and eyes. He ducked his head, trying to cover his eyes, and I leaned in, aiming the spray of paint down his throat. He stumbled forward, blinded now, choking himself, and I ducked under his arm. He turned, raging, his arms windmilling as he tried to catch me to pummel me. Wiping his eyes frantically with one sleeve, he tried to block me from the door. "Let me go," I said, "or I swear to you, I'll burn this place down and you in it." He looked towards my voice, squinting, but I was already moving quickly away, my bare feet soundless on the linoleum. He tried to say something and choked instead, his body racked with uncontrollable coughs. My fingers were still curled tightly around the can. I took a few silent steps towards him and to one side. My hands were shaking. If he caught me, he was going to kill me. I didn't doubt that, no matter how much I was worth to the company. That wouldn't matter right now. I hurled the can towards the window. It thudded against the glass and fell to the linoleum. He stumbled towards the sound, his arms wide, taking up as much space as he could, and I ducked low. I could feel the air disrupted by his arms move against my hair, but he missed me. When he was near the window, I bolted up and opened the door. His head twisted around, his squinting red-soaked eyes finding me for the first time, before I slammed the door behind me. I ran down the hall, frantic to find a hiding space, since I couldn't escape the locked ward itself. This was the worst fucking game of hide-and-seek I'd ever played in my life. I was turning around, desperate to find a place to hide, and so I almost missed it. At the end of the hallway, at the door, a flicker of blue satin. I ran towards it as Tom barreled out of the room, knowing that if I had chosen poorly, this was my last chance at escape. I was trusting a ghost to save me. But not just any ghost. My ghost. My sister. My heart pounded in my chest as I ran on those leaden legs that couldn't last much longer. I ran as hard and frantic as I could for the door. Tom's footsteps thundered behind me. The door ahead of me flew open. Chapter 12. I stumbled into Levi's arms. His arms closed around me, and for a second, I felt enveloped by the warmth of his powerful body. A sense of well-being flooded me, quicker than sense. But I could feel his intense focus on Tom, who was barreling towards us. Levi shoved me roughly behind him. He stepped forward, his fists coming up, taking on a fighter's posture. Dr. Parrish was there in the hall with me, her eyes wide with alarm. "Are you all right?" "You have to stop him," I gestured towards Tom. "He attacked me." She looked past me, quickly taking in the situation, and cursed. "What the hell is going on today? I thought this was my team." "You want us to believe you didn't have anything to do with your team trying to torture us all?" She shook her head. "It must have been Mr. Joseph. You have to believe me, Ellis." "Well, No, I really didn't. But she was already on the move, slipping between Levi and Tom.
Tom, stop. You can't hurt them.
Tom shoved her out of the way. She stumbled against the nurse's station, catching herself with her hands. Just as Tom slammed into Levi, Levi leaned into him, locking his arms tightly. The two of them slammed into the ground. Tom punched wildly, and I saw one punch connect with the side of Levi's face. His head jerked back, slamming against the linoleum. I pressed my hand to my mouth, frantic to help him, but not knowing how. Then, suddenly, Levi was on top of Tom, pinning him down. He punched him hard, his hand on Tom's collar, and I heard a crunch as Tom's head rocked into the linoleum, too. "Stop," Parrish said, trying to grab at Levi's shirt, leaning into the fight carefully. "You have to get out of here, Levi. You have to help your brother." Levi paused for a second, his arms still cocked back, his chest rising and falling hard. Then he punched Tom again. There was a spurt of blood. "Stop," Parrish said again. "You're not a monster, Levi. You don't want to be responsible for his death?"
"And he's not going to come after us again?"
Levi asked.
"You're right. I'm not a monster. But you tried to make us into monsters, didn't you?"
"Levi," I said urgently, "where is Riker?" Because all that mattered was that my boys were safe. I didn't care if Tom lived or died, but I cared about Riker and Levi. Levi dug his knee into Tom's lower abs as he pushed himself back and stood. He took a quick step away from the groaning, gagging man who curled onto his side. "You have to run," Parrish said. "They're going to come for you. And now, I don't know if I can protect you." Levi nodded curtly. He rested his hand on my shoulder, looking into my face as if he was checking to see if I was okay. His eyes were fond, protective, even with someone else's blood sprayed across his shirt. I nodded, hoping my eyes told him that I was fine. I'd always be fine as long as I had him and Riker.
"Doctor,"
he said.
"Where's my brother?"
"They took him to the 10th floor, Parrish said. She went quickly to the lockbox at the nurse's station, the one where the weapons were stowed. "We had talked about stress testing you all, but I didn't agree." Levi tucked a strand of hair back behind my ear, the gesture quick and fond.
"You ready for a fight, pretty girl?"
"Yeah," I said. My voice came out broken, rough, my throat still raw from the near drowning, but my voice was still fierce. "I'm ready." He nodded curtly to Dr. Parrish, passing close by her. He pulled 2 swords out of the lockbox. Then, hand in hand, we ran for the stairs. The concrete stairwell was windowless, lit by intermittent bulbs that gave off a faint buzzing. The light barely brightened the murk of this space. The steps seemed to be crumbling beneath our feet as we climbed to the next floor, and I wrapped my hand tightly around the metal railing, trying to keep my feet underneath me when I was still sick with adrenaline and fear. I stumbled and landed heavily on one knee, and I gasped at the pain that ran through my kneecap up my thigh.
"Ellis."
Levi stopped on the landing and turned back to me. His voice sounded harsh to me, stern. I stumbled to my feet and up onto the landing with him. I looked up into his handsome face, those deep blue eyes of his regarding me coolly, and said, "I'm trying."
"I know,"
he said, and then his hands were on my waist. He drew me against his body. I felt his warmth, the hardness of his body, the sense of comfort that always washed over me when I was near him. My lips parted to tell him that I was fine, that he could count on me. But he pressed his lips against mine. His mouth was soft and tender, not like his hard-planed body under my palms. I breathed in his scent, which was so different from Riker's. He smelled like sawdust and leather and bitter chocolate to me. Then thought left me. Instead, I pressed myself against him, frantic for more of him. I could feel his leanly muscled thigh and the rough denim of his jeans between my legs. His hands were hot against my hips, and I could feel each individual finger like a brand on the wet spandex covering my ass. Gently, he disentangled himself from me, pushing my hips away from his. He leaned his head back against the concrete wall as if he could barely separate from me, could barely draw a breath. Embarrassed, my cheeks flaming. I took a step back. He had kissed me first, sure, and I had responded like I was in heat.
"Sorry," he said. "I know you weren't ready, but we have to help Riker."
"Yeah," I said. "I'm not sure how stopping to make out helps Riker." And then I realized that my voice had come out normally. My lungs no longer burned. I bounced up onto my toes, surprised to discover that my muscles were responsive again, my body energized.
"You're the fire," he said, "and we feed the flames."
That sounds like another one of those mysterious one-liners you guys all like to toss around. Somewhere in the distance, a klaxon alarm began to blare, a steady, dangerous beat. They were coming for us. He shook his head.
"Not just a one-liner."
"I'm going to have complicated feelings about this later," I said. "If we aren't dead."
"Promise we won't be," he said. "And promise there's nothing complicated."
I thought about how I'd slept all tangled up in Riker's arms the night before, and I thought he had to be crazy. Guilt washed through me as I thought of Riker's warmth and kindness. I didn't even know if he was okay. How could it have felt so right to kiss Levi? I had been so hungry for Levi's lips, his hands, his body against mine, even though I liked Riker so much. But Levi was bounding up the steps ahead of me, and we had Riker to rescue. I sprinted after him. I could feel guilty later. At the top of the landing, there was a door and a last set of stairs with a sign that said roof. Levi waited with his hand on the doorknob for me to join him.
"Let me go first,"
he mouthed. I nodded. He swung the door open and went around the corner, fast and dangerous. In his tall, powerful body, there was such lean confidence, such pure fighter, and I couldn't help the way I felt attracted to him. I followed after him into a long, dimly lit room. It was empty. I thought about how Parrish had said floor 10, and how it had seemed like Levi had known what she meant. Our floor had one long hall running down its length, but now Levi went quickly on quiet feet towards the other door. Just as it opened, 2 men came through it. As soon as the first one was inside, Levi jumped up, grabbing the exposed metal ceiling beam, and swung his legs into the man. He dropped, and Levi dropped with him. He landed on his feet, already stepping over the man's body. He spun towards the second man, who suddenly backpedaled, trying to get back through the door. For the first time, I saw his face again, the guy they called Beefy, the one who had choked me out on my mother's lawn. When he turned his back, Levi caught him around the shoulders. I could see the tension in Levi's body, all through his broad shoulders, as he grabbed Beefy's head in his hands and snapped his neck cleanly. Beefy crumpled to his feet. Levi reached back, holding his hand out to me, and I took the hand that had just killed 2 men and stepped over their bodies, following him into the next room. Riker lay on his side, his knees drawn up towards his chest. He was pale and still, his eyes closed. Levi ran to him.
"Riker!"
His voice was low and guttural, full of brotherly love and fear, and I ran after him. The 2 of us knelt as he pressed his fingers into Riker's throat. My palm slid under Riker's wet flannel shirt, feeling for the intake of his breath, and I felt the slightest rise of his chest, just as Levi said,
"He's alive."
I breathed a sigh I hadn't realized I'd been holding. "What happened to you guys?"
"Knowing Riker,"
he said.
"When he couldn't take the torture anymore, he projected. We have to hope he wakes up soon, though, 'cause I kind of need him to help us fight out of here."
"Can you bring him back to us somehow?" Levi raked his hand through his blonde hair.
"I don't know."
"Can I?" Despite our desperate plight, there was a flash of humor across Levi's face.
"You think you can Sleeping Beauty my brother? We can try. We can heal you, and you can heal us. That's supposed to be the way it works. But I don't know if it works when he's made the decision to check out."
"Supposed to be?" He shrugged.
"I've read that in Mythos. But actually doing this, it's a new one on me."
"So that kiss was—"
"Based on theory,"
he said. The tiniest smile curved his lips up.
"And pretty damn great."
I felt myself give, a release of tension, and I smiled back at him. Then I leaned over Riker's inert body. His face was so handsome, even asleep, with those cheekbones so sharply defined and the solidness of his defined jaw. Feeling more than a little weird, I took his slack face in my hands. I pressed my lips to his lips tentatively. They were cool and firm and lush. I sat back on my heels, waiting for magic to happen. Riker's lips were still faintly parted, his eyes closed.
Okay, I guess we do this the hard way,
Levi said. He grabbed Riker's wrist in one hand and pulled him up to his feet, leaning over and putting his shoulder into Riker's abs. Then he boosted his brother over his shoulder, one arm wrapped around Riker's thigh, the other wrapping around Riker's bicep.
He's not heavy. He's my brother,
Levi groaned.
Take the sword.
I bent and wrapped my fingers around the leather-wrapped hilt of the sword. It felt heavy and awkward in my hands, but I stepped in front of Levi as we headed for the door we'd come from. How are we going to get out of here? I asked. I didn't know how many people worked here, keeping those like us imprisoned. But I imagined every one of them was on their way to make sure we never escaped.
Hell if I know,
Levi said.
Something will come to us.
Maybe I was never going to have to deal with those complicated feelings after all. We made our way down the stairs again, moving fast. Our feet clattered over the cement steps. I glanced back over my shoulder, but Levi was close on my heels, despite carrying his brother in a fireman's carry, Riker draped over his broad shoulder. I turned the corner, and the door flew open behind us. Levi turned, already easing his brother to the ground, and I held the sheath of the sword out to him. As Riker sprawled across the cement floor, Levi grabbed the hilt and turned with it, drawing the sword out in a blur of silver. He whirled on the man who had tumbled out of the doorway. There was a gun in his hand, but Levi brought the sword in a smooth arc across his chest. The man fell forward. The gun went off with a roar, a powerful sound that echoed through the tiny space, making my ears pop painfully. The air was filled with the scent of gunpowder and sulfur.
You okay?
Levi asked, pushing the man away, down the stairs. The body tumbled down the cement steps, leaving a trail of blood behind. Yep. I was already bending to check on Riker. He was still and quiet as ever, in the awkward pose where Levi had dumped him. Levi had the man's gun in his hand. He pulled open the door he'd just come from and glanced in, swore, and then I heard the pop, pop, pop as he fired the gun rapidly down the hall. As the noise faded, I heard the sound of footsteps on the stairs below us. We're trapped, I said. We've got to go back up. Levi nodded, already bending to grab his brother.
Lead the way. Hopefully they're scared of floor 10 too anyway. Might be a good place to take a defensive position.
I took the sword he handed to me and ran up the stairs. Below us, I could hear the thunder of feet on the stairs. The men coming after us were coming fast. I opened the door to the 10th floor, and the three of us limped fast through the antechamber and into the room where we'd found Riker. Levi nodded at the door behind us, and I stopped to close and bolt it. My fingers were shaking. Why are you scared of floor 10? I asked in a soft voice, turning around. The door at the other side of the room stood open. It had been painted with wards.
This has always been a place for torture,
he said.
First the patients who were tormented here, then the hunters, the Liliths, and their angels who were tortured here for our secrets. I've never been further than that next room, but there are supposed to be dark things.
He trailed off.
There's no easy way out. If we can find a narrow place to take a defensive posture, if we can take out everyone who comes after us, like at the gate of Thermopylae, if we can get them rattled by the ghosts, maybe we can get enough space to eventually make an escape.
And here you said you didn't have a plan.
It's not a great one.
He headed for the open door.
Close it behind us, would you? Let's lock ourselves in with the evil dead.
Chapter 13. Why are they doing this to us? I asked Levi as he eased Riker down to the grimy floor. He joined me, nodding at a table in the corner, and together we pushed it across to block the door. The table legs screeched across the floor, the noise making my teeth hurt. The single exposed bulb in the ceiling did little to illuminate the room, and less to calm my fears.
They got impatient and decided to stress test us. See if your powers would come out under stress.
I bit down on my lip. They expect me to get control of the fire thing when I'm terrified? I was doing better when I had Riker to talk me through the nightmares. That was my best chance at getting control of my powers.
Don't be terrified.
Levi pushed his back against the table, his big hands resting on the table edges, and shoved it the last of the way on his own. For the first time, in the dim light, I realized that the table had shackles. We're trapped in a building where men with guns are trying to kill us.
Buck up. They're probably trying to take us alive.
And where our best option is to lock ourselves in with evil poltergeists. And I'm not supposed to be terrified.
We have each other,
Levi said. He left Riker there on the floor for a second and sprinted across the room to the other door. That might count for more if my powers actually did kick in. My hands were shaking like a coward.
I've got faith in you with or without your powers, Ellis.
Levi knelt to gather his brother up.
Next room.
Together we ran into the next room. There was a long hall here, lined with cells. As we entered, I heard a distant scream of anguish. "Ghost?" I whispered. Levi didn't bother to answer. I took the handle of the door in my hand. It was a heavy steel-reinforced door, warped so that the bottom scraped painfully across the linoleum, and I could barely shut it behind us. My fingers fumbled as I engaged the locks.
Let's take one of these cells at the end,
Levi said.
It'll give us a place to keep Riker safe. I can take them one at a time as they come in the door.
And we'll be trapped.
What's a little more trapped at this point?
Levi asked. I had the strange sense that part of him enjoyed the fight. This place felt like no place to fight mortal men. I felt like the hands of wraiths would curl out of the walls and pull me into the ether. We headed into a cell where a steel bunk was still cemented to the wall. Levi settled Riker on the narrow mattress. The room was dark. And when Levi tried to flick the light switch outside the cell door, it didn't work. He left me for a second, and I heard him running down the hall, slamming all the cell doors closed. They would have to hunt for us, room by room. Then he came back and closed us in. As the door swung shut, the thin light from the hall disappeared, and the room went as black as the sensory tank. I rested my hand on Riker's chest, sitting beside him on the edge of the bunk. "Come back to us, please." My voice was so quiet I couldn't even hear it. Lower than the whisper I'd intended, and the sound made me feel even more panicked. But I thought I heard the faintest shift in Riker's breathing. "Riker?" I asked, leaning over his body. In the dark, my other senses felt heightened. I felt the beat of his heart through the soft flannel of his shirt, a low but steady beat, and I breathed in the scent of wood smoke and peaches. Overcome by a strange desire to be close to him, I rested my head on his chest, my ear finding the place where his heart beat. I had nothing to do but wait anyway, to watch over Riker as Levi prepared to cut down anyone who dared enter the cell. We had one wild boy with a sword against however many men with guns. I'd still lay money on Levi. There was a sudden hitch in Riker's breathing. I only knew it because I felt his chest swell harder. Breaking the slow cadence of his breathing, I froze, feeling his body against mine, wondering if it was just my imagination. "Levi," I whispered, "I think Riker is coming back." Down the hall, a bang, a long metallic rattle. They were breaking down the door.
"Kiss him,"
Levi said, his voice urgent. "If I must." "For the team," I muttered. He had the faintest beard stubble growing across his jaw, and it was rough against my palm. I grazed his jaw with my lips, trying to find my way to his mouth without being able to see. My nose brushed against his, and then my lips met his, tentatively. His lips were still parted. I kissed him softly. Riker's arm suddenly rose from the bed, tightening against my lower back. He held me close to him as his head rose from the bed, kissing me back hard. I felt my hand tighten on his jaw, holding him possessively in place, as our lips met over and over again, kissing frantically. It was as if our bodies called to each other. My body blushed hot all over, and I threw my leg over his, feeling the hardness of his lean body between my thighs. I kissed him hungrily. Then I felt the moment that the heat changed. It began to flow from me to him. Riker's tongue swept against my teeth and slipped into my mouth, and my tongue danced with his. I could feel my power, my energy slipping away, a steady arc to him, and yet I couldn't stop kissing him. I couldn't have broken my body away from his for anything.
"Ellis,"
Levi said.
"Ellis."
I heard him distantly, and then I registered impatience in his voice.
"Riker, stop,"
he said.
"You're taking too much from her."
Suddenly, Levi was there, wrenching me away from Riker. I grabbed at Riker's flannel shirt, desperate to catch his body to mine again. As soon as cool air separated my body from his, I came back to my senses. I felt woozy on my feet as Levi held me up, my knees almost buckling, and I leaned into his broad chest and powerful arms. I was so dizzy that I thought I might be sick. And then I felt humiliated by the way I'd just tongue-kissed his brother within the same hour I'd kissed Levi for the first time. "I'm sorry," I said. I don't know what's happening." It sounded ridiculous, but Levi's fingers were on my jaw, and he tilted my face up to his, and in the dark, I felt his lips press against mine. His kiss was sweet, not hungry like Riker's, and with his arm wrapped around me, the world stopped spinning. He paused, then kissed the corner of my mouth.
"Better, pretty girl?"
he murmured, his lips a breath away from mine. "I'm sorry," I said again.
"Don't be,"
he said.
"Not with us."
Riker groaned, and even in the dark, I could hear him stumbling to his feet.
"What the hell happened?"
"After they waterboarded you, they split us up. I don't know what they did to you after that,"
Levi said.
"Parrish rescued me."
"Rescued? That bitch probably put us in here in the first place."
Riker's hand settled on my shoulder. I would have known the flush of heat I felt from his touch anywhere.
"Are you okay, Ellis?"
I thought of how he'd called his mother a trollop, and I shook my head. I couldn't imagine what Riker would think of me. But in the dark, he couldn't see what Levi and I had just done. So I said, my voice low and rough, "I'll be a lot better once we've burned this building down."
"That's my girl,"
Riker said, his sexy voice proud and satisfied.
"Thanks for the save."
Levi hushed us. Down the hall, I could hear the rumble of men's voices, the sound of doors being kicked open. They were still far down the hall.
"We need to get to the roof,"
Riker said.
"I was just talking to Jake. He's on his way."
"Keep Ellis safe,"
Levi said, and I could feel him shift in the dark, putting himself between us and the door. Even in the near-complete darkness, I caught a glint of silver off the sword. Riker slipped his arm around me, drawing me into his body, drawing me back against the wall. I felt the sharp metal edge of the bunk as he hid me behind it, shielding me with his own body. Despite myself, despite where we were, I felt a raw thrill of longing with my body against his hard-angled, muscular frame, and his arm wrapped around my waist. He inclined his head, his mouth close to my ear, and whispered,
"I've got you."
The voices were loud now through the door, near us. The door flew open. The room was filled with light. Levi was a blur, swinging the sword as the men piled in towards us. He cut down 2 of them faster than my brain could process what was happening. The men fell at his feet. Behind the crowd, there was a pop as someone threw a can in. It rattled across the floor, beginning to spew a green gas, but Riker was already scooping down and grabbing it, throwing it smoothly back through the door before they could swing it closed on us. The door hung up on a body anyway. Levi barreled through the door, swinging out into the hall. Riker grabbed my hand and pulled me behind him. As Levi ran towards our enemies in the hallway, 2 shadowy figures, Riker pulled me the other way, down the last of the cell hallway towards the next doorway. I heard a grunt behind us, just as we reached the end. Riker threw the door open and shoved me through it. I turned and saw Levi fall back against the wall. But he threw the sword, and it ran deep into the belly of the last man who was coming after us. The man fell at Levi's feet in a crumpled ball. Riker ran forward, grabbing Levi under his arms. I could see now the dark stain of blood spreading across Levi's shirt. And together, the 2 of them limped quickly towards me. I held the door for them. The door at the far end of the hall, behind them, swung wide open. Levi's face was a mask of set teeth and pain as the 2 of them rushed past me.
"Close the door,"
Riker said urgently. but I stepped forward into the gap as men with guns piled into the hall. I held my hand out towards them, remembering Riker's voice in my ear, telling me that I could douse the flames. But instead, I held my hand low, imagining a ball of flame in my palm, and then I threw it up towards the ceiling, like when I used to pitch in t-ball as a kid. The men looked up as a wall of flames hit the ceiling and spread in wild orange crackles across the grimy white ceiling towards them. Then they turned and ran back through the door, shoving each other in their haste to escape the flames. I jerked back, surprised myself, and slammed the door between us. I turned, breathing hard, and found Riker and Levi staring at me. Then I registered the room that we were in. Twin tables for electric shocks stood along the wall. Shackles and chains were strewn across the floor, and an enormous, new-looking metal frame in the center of the room. The frame was a hexagon, where a screaming gray flicker of a ghost was caught in the center. It writhed, screaming constantly, an unnatural, eerie sound.
"Burn this place down,"
Riker said to me. His eyes were troubled as they turned back to the ghost trap.
"Even they don't deserve this."
"Doing my best," I said. I slid my arm around Levi's free side, hearing his quick intake of breath.
"Can I help you?" "We have to get to the roof," Riker said.
Hang in there, Levi.
Hanging in.
His voice was low, tight with pain. Together, the three of us hobbled our way across the room to the last door. And then we were in a concrete stairwell. Together, we limped up the stairs. Riker nodded at the chipped metal door at the top of the stairs.
"I've got him. Can you see if that opens?"
God, I hope so. We were trapped between the roof and the building, on fire and full of enemies. If it didn't, I slid out from under Levi's arm and ran up the last few steps. For a second, I thought the hot metal knob wouldn't turn under my hand. And then it did, and we were out. On the rooftop. Fresh, cool green air brushed over my face. I held the door open for Riker and Levi as they limped out too. Riker helped Levi to the ground as Levi's legs finally went out from underneath him. Levi lay back, exposing the bloody wound on his abdomen. Riker yanked his shirt off, the buttons popping off in his hurry. He stuffed the shirt against the wound, staunching the flow of blood.
"You're going to be all right,"
he said, his voice low and husky.
"It's not any worse than that time in Peru."
"Peru was pretty fucking bad,"
Levi said.
"You're alive, aren't you?"
Riker asked.
"What more do you want?"
Then he looked across his brother's broad chest at me. Riker's bright green eyes met mine.
"Are you going to help him or not?"
Riker asked, his voice rough. Then he looked back down at the wound, at Levi's blood smeared across his hands, at the flannel.
"I know we're all depleted, but if you can just keep him going a little longer."
"I knew it,"
Levi said weakly.
"It's worse than Peru."
So I leaned over and kissed Levi. I pressed my lips uncertainly to his cheek at first, and then I felt the magnetic pull between us. I braced myself over him, careful not to brush against his injured body, and pressed my lips to his. His lips were narrower than Riker's, but soft and tender above the hardness of that big jaw. His eyes drifted shut as we kissed, his eyelashes resting on high-boned cheeks that were, I realized for the first time under the bright light of the sun, touched with light, faded freckles. He was gorgeous. I felt his broad shoulders under my hands as I kissed him. The warmth of his body, even without touching him, radiated through my clothes. As always, I felt a deep sense of peace come over me when I was so close to him. I kissed the corner of his mouth again. "Not today, I don't think. You didn't have me in Peru." Levi sat up slightly, onto his elbows, still wincing.
"The blood's not pumping out fast anymore,"
Riker said.
"It's still going to take some healing. I'll do it the old-fashioned way,"
Levi said firmly. For the first time, I heard a low, strange, chuck-chuck-chuck sound. I turned, trying to make sense of it, and saw a small black helicopter on the horizon, headed right towards us. My heart stopped. But Riker and Levi didn't seem worried. Levi just shook his head faintly before letting it slump back to the cement, still exhausted. Riker said,
I see we're keeping a low profile today.
Chapter 14. The helicopter blades turned in a deadly blur, the steady wind blowing my hair back. It felt like a storm had arrived as the helicopter touched down on the rooftop. Riker grabbed my hand. He shouted over the roar of the helicopter.
Come on, stay low. I'll come back for Levi.
I pulled my hand out of his, hesitantly. Just get Levi, I shouted back. I was afraid to duck under the helicopter's blades, afraid I'd cut my head off, but we needed to get aboard and out of here as fast as we could. Levi leaned on Riker, the two of them ducking low, and we made our way quickly to the helicopter. Once we were under the blades, I no longer felt the terrible wind. It was like entering the calm at the center of a storm. The door to the helicopter was thrown open. The man who looked out at me from behind the controls of the helicopter was the storm. That was the thought that washed over me as I met angry, golden eyes. He was gorgeous. His face so high-cheekboned and angular and perfectly symmetrical that it hurt to look at him. Wild, dark brown curls waved around that beautiful face. But I couldn't make sense of the way he looked at me, like I had done something to get Levi hurt. Riker helped Levi up into the cab of the helicopter, and then hopped in himself, wrapping his arms just under Levi's armpits to drag him in. Over the drone of the engine, I heard Levi say something, saw his eyes steady behind us, and I turned to see the door flying open to the rooftop. Two men raised guns at the helicopter. The man at the controls was suddenly right there, at the door of the helicopter, and he raised a pistol over my head, firing off a few shots rapidly. Then he grabbed my hands impatiently, yanking me into the cab. I stumbled, landing awkwardly on one knee inside the helicopter.
Come on, princess. You feel like dying here today?
His voice, no matter how angry, carried a distinct posh British accent. I stared up at him for a second, perplexed, but I also began scrambling into the cab. He slammed the door shut behind me just as gunshots pinged against the metal door.
And I think you outstayed your welcome, he said. Once again, you have the worst manners, Riker.
He was already back behind the controls. Riker leaned over Levi, protecting him from the gunfire with his body. Riker looked up at me, gesturing me close to him, and I also pressed myself to the floor of the helicopter. Just in time, because the helicopter lurched up from the ground and took to the air at a steep angle. I felt my stomach shift, and then we were away, into the deep, wild blue sky. I glimpsed the mental hospital behind us for a second, and then all I could see was the blue of the sky and the occasional stringy white cloud outside. Once we were well aloft, a few minutes into the ride, Riker whispered to Levi, making sure he was okay. Then he got up and stepped carefully over Levi, settling into the leather co-pilot seat next to the other man. The third man was Jacob, probably? We still hadn't been introduced. Not that I could have heard anything over the racket of the engine and my own rapid beating heart, anyway. I hoped it wasn't Jake. Cold dread settled into my stomach, thinking about the way he had looked at me. He didn't even know me. I was really tired of people despising me, from my own mother to the staff at the mutant reform school. I lay down on the floor next to Levi, my head alongside his. Together we looked up at the white plastic ceiling of the helicopter. My fingers brushed against his, tentatively, and then he took my hand in his. I felt his fingers knit around mine, holding our hands between our hips. "What did you mean?" I said. "You'd heal the old-fashioned way."
"There's no rush, Ellis,"
he said. He turned his head, and his voice seemed intimate.
"You know we can heal each other, but we also can heal the old-fashioned way, cell by cell. And that's what I plan on doing this time around."
"But if you needed me to, I could—" His breath softly moved the hair around my ear.
"You could, but you don't need to."
Even though the thought of healing Levi sent a tingle of desire and curiosity through my body, I also felt a keen sense of relief. I squeezed his hand in mine. "It's been a weird few days," he squeezed back.
Life is certainly more interesting with you in it.
Riker made his way back to us. I froze, not sure if I should pull my hand away from Levi's, not wanting to hurt his feelings. Riker's eyes fell on our hands, and then he looked up at us, nonplussed. He knelt next to us, bracing his hand on Jacob's seat back, as I quickly sat up.
We're landing,
Riker said.
Hold on. We need to ditch the helicopter and get a car.
And then what?
We're taking you to our hunter's lodge.
A hunting lodge? I quirked an eyebrow. Visions of taxidermied animals and mounted deer heads and exposed log beams popped into my mind.
No, a hunter's lodge. Someplace our families come back to for hundreds of years of dealing with the shadows,
Riker said.
If that makes what we do sound impressive at all, Levi said. Just bear in mind that the next thing we're going to do is steal a car.
Suddenly, my stomach rose, as if we were going down fast on an elevator. Riker grabbed my arm to steady me. When his fingers curled around my bicep, I felt the usual spark of lust and heat that I felt whenever his body was near mine. I met his gaze, feeling my eyes widen with the intensity of those strange feelings.
Setting down,
Jacob called curtly over his shoulder.
Yeah, no kidding,
Riker muttered. When the helicopter bumped to the ground, Riker swayed towards me. Suddenly, I was against his hard pecs, his arm folded around my shoulders. He pulled away from me quickly.
You okay?
I nodded. God, this whole thing couldn't get more awkward. The noise of the engine abruptly cut out. Jacob turned in the pilot's seat, casting a critical eye over the three of us.
This is it?
He asked.
This is the girl we've been waiting for.
Okay, things could always get more awkward.
Watch it,
Riker said.
I know you pride yourself on finding new and creative ways to be an asshole, but it's been a long day.
I stuck my hand out. I'm Alice Landon. Nice to meet you. He eyed my hand and then got up from the seat, crossing to open the hatch.
We'd better move. Chat later.
I cast a confused look at Riker and Levi. But Levi had his eyes closed again, biting his lip as if he were steeling himself to move. He was always the one who seemed to notice when I was upset. But the wound in his side was taking up his attention now. Riker met my gaze evenly, but didn't say a word. Okay, I said, following Jacob out of the helicopter. I slid out onto the cement of a parking lot. We had landed in an industrial warehouse lot, surrounded by plain, tall, white buildings with ramps for 18-wheelers. I turned back, ready to help with Levi, but Jacob beat me there. He almost pushed me out of the way, his shoulder against mine for a second, and then he reached into the helicopter to take Levi's legs. I took a few steps away, out from under the still, dangling helicopter blades, trying to get my bearings. I didn't even know what state I was in. That was unsettling. And just when I began to feel safe around Riker and Levi, everything changed. I stared at Jacob. Beautiful, angry Jacob. Jacob said,
I've got a car in mind just around the corner.
His voice was rich and warm, that accent attractive, no matter how flat his words are. Together, the four of us made our way down an empty street to where a car was parked against a chain-link fence. Jacob set Levi's feet down, and Riker helped him lean against the hood of the car. Jacob quickly went around to the driver's side. He cast a quick glance around. His posture was perfectly erect, his dark brown curls ruffled in the wind, his face angelic. And it was hard to believe he was a criminal. Riker helped Levi into the back seat. Then he quickly went to work himself. Running down the street to another car, unscrewing the license plates and switching the plates between our car and the second. Jacob slid into the driver's side, and through the rear window, I could see him quickly pop off the compartment cover under the steering wheel. There was a quick glint of silver in his hand as he cut a few wires and expertly twisted them together. The car's engine roared to life, startling me. Jacob twisted in his seat, glancing at me, the slightest curl to his lip. I expected him to say something withering, but instead, he jumped out of the car and came around the back to me, with a men's gray jacket in one hand. He held it out to me brusquely.
This was in the front seat.
I stared back at him, not sure why his tone had been so abrupt, and he shook it at me impatiently. Riker took it out of his hand, shaking his head.
Oh, Jacob.
I'm trying to help, Jacob said. Riker held the jacket out for me, as if we were on a date, and I slipped my arms in and shrugged it on. It was too big for me, but I was grateful to have something to wear besides a bikini. I had been shivering, my bare feet cold on the pavement, and Riker kicked his shoes off before I realized what he was doing. I shook my head, but Riker was already kneeling, and he wrapped one hand around my bare calf. His touch sent electric sparks up my leg.
It's our job to take care of you. One of us should have done this earlier.
We were kind of running for our lives. Reluctantly, I raised my leg slightly and let him slip the shoe on, knowing that resistance was going to be futile.
That's no excuse.
Riker helped me on with the other shoe and then stood. I wobbled slightly, still standing on one leg, and his hands wrapped around my shoulders. He gazed into my eyes briefly, those warm green eyes full of concern. Then, full of bossy gestures, he zipped my jacket up for me. Jacob made an impatient get-on-with-it gesture towards the car.
You ride with him.
Riker held the rear door open for me. Despite his attitude, there was real worry in Jacob's voice when he said,
Make sure he doesn't die.
I slid in next to Levi without comment, although I could barely fit. Levi was sprawled across the seat. Levi's deep blue eyes flickered up to me. His elbow pressed hard into the makeshift bandage Riker had shoved into his wound. He shivered, even though it was a warm spring day. May I asked, running my fingers gently over his broad shoulders, and when Levi nodded, I eased his head up and scooted closer, resting his head in my lap. He let his head fall back into my lap, his eyes closed, and up this close, I could see how long, black lashes rested against his young but weathered face. When'd your brother get so bossy? I asked softly.
He's always bossy, Levi said without opening his eyes. Worse when he's worried, but pretty much always unbearable.
I traced my fingers over Levi's unusually pale face slowly, without even thinking about what I was doing, really. The big-framed man who had killed to protect me just hours before seemed like a hurt little boy now. And I wanted to make him feel better. Worse when he's worried. Levi's wounds were no joke. Are we going to a hospital?
Are you dense? Jacob asked from the front seat. No, we aren't going to a hospital.
But Levi's not...
We'll patch him up back at the house,
Riker said, glancing over his shoulder at me. His eyes met mine steadily.
Not much that we can't manage ourselves.
I'm not dense, I said. Once again, I'm Ellis. And you are?
I know who you are,
Jacob said.
And this is our long-lost brother Jake,
Riker said.
We shouldn't have tried so hard to find him.
Jacob snorted.
Well, maybe we should call off the search for number 4.
Jacob's big hands were confident on the steering wheel as we raced out of the parking lot and turned onto the highway. I felt self-conscious about touching Levi, in the leather back seat right behind Riker and Jacob, but I leaned over Levi to nestle my face against his. My hair fell like a veil between me and the boys, giving me a faint impression of privacy, even though I knew it wasn't real. Levi breathed a soft breath, like relief, like release, when I pressed my forehead to his. It hurt to bend like this, but when I felt the way the stress left his body as I touched him, I knew I didn't care. I just wanted to ease his pain. I nuzzled my nose gently against his. Levi smelled like cinnamon and dark chocolate and sawdust. These boys smelled so good to me, all the time, even though they smelled so different. After everything we'd been through, I knew that it wasn't their cologne. It must be their pheromones themselves. Everything about their bodies called to me, pulled me in. But there was a faint, rich scent of iron, too, in the air in the car, and that unsettled me. How do I help, Levi? I asked quietly. He shook his head faintly. His eyes opened and fixed on mine. His blue eyes were dark in the car, a deep blueberry blue, and without the usual spark of humor.
Like I said, I'll heal the old-fashioned way.
My birthday's just days away, I said. Jacob shifted slightly in his seat, glancing towards Riker. I could feel his disapproval from here.
It's how it works,
Riker said, His tone was almost defensive.
"No one said. I'm not doing it,"
Jacob said.
"Not with her. Nope."
"Excuse me," I said, "but I don't think anyone invited you."
"You will,"
Jake promised me. He moved one hand to the gear shift, and I saw how wide his hands were, his knuckles scarred, and caught the glimpse of a tattoo and a leather bracelet where his shirt sleeves were rolled back from his forearm.
"Guaranteed you will, princess."
His accent was sexy, no matter how obnoxious his words were. "I'm just trying to make sure Levi's okay," I said. A faint, insolent grin touched the corners of Jake's handsome mouth, and I just caught that grin in profile for a second before he turned completely back to the road.
"Sure."
I couldn't help but think about Riker calling his mother a trollop, and suddenly I was desperate to know if she had been a Lilith too. I ran my fingertips over Levi's sweat-beaded hairline, and some of the tension still held in his powerful frame slipped away. "I don't care about my birthday," I said. "I just care about you."
"I know,"
Levi said.
"but I care. You deserve to have men in your life who put you first, who act with honor."
"Your honor doesn't do me any good if you die in my lap," I told him, even though his words struck me through with warmth.
"I'm tougher than that,"
Levi promised me. His hand brushed against mine, and our fingers tangled together. I felt the faint throb of warmth that always stretched between us, a deep sense of comfort. Levi felt like an old friend I'd found again, even though I hadn't known him before. An old friend who a long shared history and secrets and a constant thread of attraction interwoven in that friendship. He felt, improbably, like the guy friend you fall in love with but try not to, because that friendship is too precious to ruin. If I felt that way, like I was falling back into a familiar relationship with him, maybe it was because I was the Lilith, and he was my reincarnated angel. Maybe we had known each other for millennia, and I was waking up, my heart and soul responding long before my brain caught up. "I'm not really 18, though," I said, running my fingers through the long blonde hair that fell across my lap and onto the leather seat. "We've known each other a long time." His eyes opened again, widening in surprise.
"Do you remember anything?"
I shook my head no, reluctantly, already knowing he would be disappointed. "Wait, do you guys remember anything?"
"No,"
Riker said.
"Sometimes, according to the mythos, you'll get flashes of the past, like a sense of déjà vu, but in our case, it's true. But it's not like you'll suddenly unlock the memories of all the other Liliths and the other Fours." "That would make things too easy,"
Jacob muttered. Riker shot him a look. "What is it?" I asked, glancing back and forth between them. But there was silence from the front seat. The two of them stared out at the busy highway, the cars flickering past as we sped between them. Well, maybe Jacob should concentrate. He drove like we were in a Fast and Furious movie. "Levi?" Levi never tried to keep secrets from me, it seemed, and he groaned.
"We always have enemies, not just the company."
"Who?" I asked.
"The Darksiders. They don't care much for you,"
Levi said.
"But don't worry about them, Ellis. We would never let them get to you."
Jacob's hands tightened on the steering wheel.
"Yeah, I don't even like you, but killing them, it's my favorite thing. You'll be safe with us."
I cast a glance down at Levi, looking for a reason why behind that flash of homicidal instinct. But Levi's eyes were closed again. Jacob would have to remain a mystery a little longer. "Oh, first impressions, Jacob," I said lightly. "Yours are just terrible."
"Wouldn't want you to get the wrong idea, love," he said. "I'm not going to be an easy mark like these two." "Watch what you say to her,"
Riker warned.
"See?"
Jacob asked.
"You're lucky we're driving at high speeds,"
Riker muttered.
"I can't punch you in the face without flipping the car." "You can't punch me in the face anyway, brother. I'm too quick for you." "We can see about that back at the house."
"Are all Hunter families this dysfunctional?" I asked.
"Yep,"
Levi said. There were dark shadows under his eyes, but his cheeks were white and hollow. He was still sweating faintly, and he shivered in my arms. I swayed against the cool glass of the window as Jacob took the exit off the highway fast. We were on a long country road now. "How much longer?" I demanded.
30 miles,
Riker said. Levi, I said softly. My voice was a plea. He smiled faintly, rubbing his thumb across the back of my hand. I raised his hand to my lips, kissing the inside of his wrist, his palm. His hands were rough, calloused, but he had the long, lithe fingers of a musician. Like the warrior's life wasn't the one he had been meant for. I turned his hand over and pressed my lips against his knuckles, which were scarred and calloused white. I realized the hem of my borrowed jacket was wet. It took me a few dumb moments to realize that it was from his blood, seeping through the shirt that Riker had turned into a bandage, beginning to soak into my lap. You can't do this to me, Levi, I said. Riker twisted in his seat, his green eyes deeply worried.
Hang in there.
To me, he said.
We have quick clot, sutures, everything we need at the house to patch him up.
I held Levi's hand tightly in mine, leaning forward again. My lips moved against his cheek, my words barely audible. Please, Levi. I need you. I could see him smile faintly, but he didn't seem to have the energy to speak anymore. I unzipped my jacket and yanked it off, then pressed it over the wound. Red blood seeped quickly through the gray fabric. He groaned slightly at the pressure pushing into the wound. I leaned over him again. He bit down hard on his lower lip, clearly fighting back the pain. I pressed my lips to his. His lips parted against mine, despite himself. But as soon as his mouth had relaxed, opening to me, he pressed his lips tightly closed again. I kissed the corner of his mouth, his lips, and I felt him turn his head, trying to escape me. Am I really that bad a kisser? I murmured into his ear. Bright blue eyes met mine, clearer and sharper than they'd been before.
That's definitely not the problem, Ellis.
Then kiss me back, I begged. Let me help you. He groaned, a deep, guttural groan of longing and pain intermingled. And our bodies were so close that I felt it vibrate into my own body.
I don't want to hurt you,
he murmured. You can't hurt me any worse, I said. Watching you suffer is hurting me.
I'm so close to the edge of losing it, Ellis. I don't want to take more energy than you have.
Trust me, I said. I'm no damsel in distress. You got hurt protecting me. I want to take care of you.
Bloody hell,
Jacob exploded in the front seat.
Would you just kiss the woman back, Levi? I don't want to drag your corpse out of the back seat, and I'm going to hurl myself out of the car to my own death if I have to hear any more of this goddamn conversation.
I rolled my eyes. See? You'd be doing Jacob a favor, too.
Well, that might just make this untenable,
Levi said, his lips arching up slightly. I leaned forward, kissing him again. His broad shoulders still felt sturdy under my hands as I kissed him hard. This time, his lips parted against mine. At first, it was just sweet, tender little kisses. And then I felt him sit up slightly, his hand going up to hold my jaw possessively. He kissed me back harder. His tongue slipped inside my mouth, a gentle, curious thrust at first. I felt my whole body respond. The throb of longing I felt for him surprised me. I ran my hand down the rough denim of his jeans, feeling his rock-hard thigh beneath my palm, and I felt him exhale his cinnamon-scented breath into my mouth. He pulled his lips away from mine just long enough to murmur, "Be a good girl, Ellis." But I'm not a good girl. I kissed him again. I'm the Lilith, so kiss me harder. His good arm tightened around my waist. He pulled me on top of him, kissing me hard. His tongue sweeping inside my mouth, and every time his tongue thrusted into my mouth or our tongues slipped together, I felt that throb of longing grow even more intense. I didn't just want his tongue inside me. I wanted all of Levi. His arms locked me to his body. I felt the warmth between us, the hardness of those pecs and abs against mine. I had been holding my body so carefully away from his, not wanting to hurt him, but Levi held me against him like I could save him. As our mouths intermingled with desperate, sweet, fiery kisses, I felt the rest of the world drop away. My muscles trembled with my desire for him, and then my muscles were turning languid. I felt my energy sweeping from my body to his, healing him, and I fell against his hard-muscled chest as he scrambled up, holding me tight.
"Ellis,"
he murmured.
"Oh, Ellis."
I ran my thumb over his face, which was a handsome, worried blur to me. "Trust me." I was so exhausted, so tired and worn, and although I could hear the worried voices of the boys in the car, I let my head fall against Levi's shoulder. I let sleep take me. Chapter 15. I drifted back awake as Riker was carrying me up the stairs onto a front porch. I tried to look around, but the world was still a blur of color and light. I breathed in that familiar Riker scent of wood smoke and soap and peaches, and let my head fall back onto his warm shoulder. "Where's Levi?" I murmured.
"What, you don't care about me now?"
He pressed his lips against my forehead, just under my hairline, as if he was teasing me. I felt us turn slightly as he maneuvered his way through the front door, shifting me in his arms to keep my head from hitting the doorway.
"You restored the blood he lost, but the wound's still open. Jake's taking care of it, and he'll be fine."
"What about you? Are you okay? And Jacob?"
"We're fine. Now it's time to get you some rest," he said. "You'll see Levi in the morning. He's afraid he'll hurt you if you're too close to him. He took too much of your energy."
I shook my head, trying to raise myself in his arms to look for Levi, but I was still exhausted, and Riker pushed my head back onto his shoulder again.
"Rest,"
he said firmly.
"I've got you."
"You're bossy," I muttered. His lips were close to my ear, his voice low and sexy.
"And you need bossing."
I would have protested, but I was tired, and so I let him carry me away up a long flight of stairs. I could see that we were in a long hallway, lined with closed wooden doors. I squinted at the plain white walls. No deer heads.
"Told you."
His lips were so close that it felt like a kiss when he spoke into my hair.
"I'll give you the tour in the morning, when your strength's back."
My palm was on his hard shoulder, which was, I realized suddenly, naked. He'd taken his shirt off for a makeshift bandage. Suddenly, I was all the more keenly aware of how I was cradled against his broad, muscled chest. I rubbed my palm over his shoulder. "What are we going to do to get my strength back?"
"You're incorrigible,"
he said. I felt him brace his leg against the doorframe, holding me against his body as he used his free hand to open a door.
"My room."
"This seems like a big place. I don't get my own room?"
"You really want one?"
I shook my head faintly. Riker carried me over to the bed, laying me down on soft blankets, and I shivered when the warmth of his body pulled away from mine. He turned to the nightstand and clicked on the light. Riker's bedroom was clean and bright. I was on a king-sized bed, made up with a thick, soft navy throw and a blue and yellow patchwork quilt. Riker leaned over me, drawing the quilt over my legs, tucking me in. Then I watched him turn away. He headed for the dresser, where he rifled through his top drawer. His lean, narrow waist was dramatic in contrast to the broadness of those shoulders and his powerful arms. He pulled a t-shirt out of the drawer and pulled it over his head. It was tight over his shoulders, and then draped loosely over that defined waist. He turned around, his face amused as if he knew I'd been staring, and I jerked my gaze away, taking in the rest of his room. Twin swords hung below a shield on his wall. It was the only decoration in the room. The swords looked shiny, sharp, and I realized after a second that this was not decor. It was an armory kept close at hand. On the nightstand next to me were a couple of framed photos, alongside a pile of old leather-bound books and a desk lamp. I picked up the photos, curious to know more about Riker. One photo showed two boys, one green-eyed and one blue-eyed. Levi was taller now that they were adults, too, but it was even more dramatic in the photos. Levi and Riker had their arms around each other, and they grinned innocent freckle-faced smiles out at the camera. I glanced from the photo to Riker. He stood at the foot of the bed, crossing his arms over his chest.
You're awfully snoopy for a girl who was just passing out in the car.
Snooping restores me, I said, slipping the photo back and picking up the second frame. You can't deny me.
Watch me,
he said, but he didn't try. He sat beside me on the bed, one leg folded under. His hand found my blanket-covered leg, patting it comfortingly. This photo showed a teenage Riker, tall and lanky but athletic. His arm was around a woman's shoulders. They both wore black tank tops that exposed the elaborate tattoos that ran up their biceps. And neither smiled at the camera. They looked dangerous. The woman was beautiful, too. Her dark blonde hair pulled back from her face, her eyes as wide and blue as Levi's. Those innocent eyes stood in stark contrast to the bleak way she looked back at the camera. Your mom?
Yeah,
he said. So she was a hunter too? Is that a different thing than... I gestured back and forth between us.
Yeah,
he said.
She wasn't a Lilith, just a hunter, which meant she knew what we were from early days.
How'd she know? His lips quirked up slightly as he leaned forward. He tilted my jaw up, looking into my eyes, and my heart stopped. I expected him to kiss me, but he paused, just looking into my face.
Can we talk about this in the morning? It's been a long few months. Kidnapped, tortured, waiting it out so at least the company might bring you to me, so we could rescue you.
You stayed for me? I felt my lips parted with surprise, and I closed them, running my tongue quickly over to wet them. It wasn't fair that Riker's kissable, lush lips were so near mine, and I felt so hungry for him, and he seemed unmoved.
I was afraid that if we escaped, we might never know they'd found you.
The thought of being trapped in that haunted, horrible place alone made me shiver. The worst part was Nurse Tom, and beefy and burly, and I thought again of the way Tom had barreled after me with murder in his eyes. I'm glad you were there, I said honestly, even though I hate that they hurt you.
Don't feel too badly. We're hunters. We can take a beating.
Those green eyes were dark and dangerous, but his mouth still called me to kiss him. I bit down on my lip, trying to hold myself back if he was going to hold back, but I couldn't bear it. Riker, I said softly. His eyes widened slightly, his lips quirking up into even more of a smirk, as if he knew damn well what I wanted. Do you think I could have just a little of your energy?
I think a good night's sleep would serve you better, Firestarter.
But he closed the small gap between us anyway, pressing his lips to mine. One chaste little kiss. Heat sparked between us. I rested my hand on his jaw, turning his face back into mine before he could pull away, kissing him harder. I felt his lips smirking against mine, and then our lips met again and again, and I felt the smirk fall away. His lips parted against mine.
God, what you do to me, Ellie.
I hadn't heard that nickname in years. It had been what Ash had called me when we were little. I sat back from him abruptly. I had that sense of freefall just for a second one has when you realize you've forgotten something important. Ash was still lost in the land after life, caught up in waves of fire over and over. And I was here snuggling up with a handsome man when my only thought should have been of doing what I had to do to help her. What the hell would Ash think if she saw me now? Riker met my eyes, confused.
Are you okay?
I nodded, but no matter how badly that had broken my train of thought, I felt better now. Brighter, clearer, but still exhausted. I let myself fall back down into the deep pillows. Riker hesitated. I held my arms out to him, and without needing me to say another word, he slid into the bed beside me. I felt his powerful body settle in beside me, drawing me into his warmth. I nestled my head onto his shoulder. It felt like his shoulder had been made for me. We fit together like puzzle pieces. I thought again of how he'd evaded when I asked how his mother had known he and Levi were part of the Four. But I was so tired and comfortable against his body that I was afraid to ask. I ran my hand over the soft material of his t-shirt, feeling my fingers skate over each hard edge of defined ab. "In the morning, you'll tell me all your secrets?" I asked lightly. He nodded, his jaw brushing my hair.
"In the morning, Firestarter."
He pulled a pillow over my face teasingly.
"For now, less talk, more sleep."
I pushed the pillow away, yawning, already turning my face into his chest. I breathed in his peaches and smoke scent and let go of all my questions, all my worries, lost in his warmth and in rest for now. Chapter 16. When I woke up the next morning, I was still nestled in Riker's arms. I stretched, warm and sleepy, and turned my face up to find his eyes amused. "You're not asleep," I accused. My voice sounded rusty, and I cleared my throat. He shook his head.
"I thought you might not want to wake up alone."
"That's surprisingly thoughtful," I said, sitting up in bed. The blankets fell away from my body, and I looked down at the plain black curves of the utilitarian bikini Parrish had given me. I shivered in the cool air, away from the blankets and the heat that Riker and I generated whenever we were close, no matter how innocent our touch was.
"Surprisingly thoughtful."
I thought Levi was the thoughtful brother. Riker suddenly grabbed me around the waist, pulling me back over onto the bed, and I giggled as I felt his hard bicep around my waist and the tickle scratch of his beard scruff across his jaw. He tickled me, unexpectedly playful, and I heard myself laugh out loud as I tried to scramble away from him. I hadn't laughed like that in a long time. The realization struck me hard. Riker sat up slightly, still pinning me down, and I saw his eyes change as he took in my face. I grinned back at him, wanting him to know that I was okay. What we were doing was better than okay.
"I might not be the nice brother,"
Riker growled into my ear, and I felt myself squirm with desire.
"But I promise, I have my selling points."
"I don't doubt it." I yawned. "Can I take a shower? Are there ghosts here too?" Riker started to shake his head, and then said,
"But, you can't be too careful. I can come in with you. Make sure you're safe."
"And you said I'm incorrigible." I shoved his shoulder. But even though I was being playful, I couldn't help feeling that arch of lust that ran between the two of us no matter how trifling our touch was. "What day is it anyway?" He grinned, turning away from me. For the first time, I realized he'd slipped his jeans off sometime during the night, and now he pulled his jeans from the foot of the bed to pull on over his boxers.
"Why?"
"Just trying to get my bearings. Just trying to figure out when my 18th birthday was going to be."
"It's Thursday,"
he said. Tomorrow was my birthday. I bit down on my lip, biting back the temptation to tell Riker just that. I knew my lust for him would shine through if I did. Luckily, he went on.
"Almost the weekend. Too bad there's no rest for the wicked."
"For the wicked?" I slipped out of bed, feeling suddenly awkward in front of him in my jeans and bra, and padded across the warm honey hardwood floor to the door I hoped led to a bathroom. "Isn't it the company that's wicked? I'm pretty sure I'm a good guy. I feel like a good guy." I was joking, but when I glanced back to take in Riker's face, he looked troubled. "Riker?" I asked, my voice coming out sharp. "We are the good guys, right?" For a second, I was back in the hospital bed, drifting in and out as the doctors probed me, as a police officer asked what I remembered before the accident. My mother had stood at the foot of the bed. Her eyes on me had been steady, full of fury and hope. Riker jumped to his feet and crossed to me, tucking a strand of hair behind my ear. His gaze when he looked down into my face was fond, and his broad-shouldered presence made me feel better. He sure looked at me like I was one of the good guys.
"We're the good guys,"
he promised. With one finger, he tilted my jaw up to meet his eyes. This close, I took in the dark blonde beard stubble across his jaw, the faintest faded freckles on his high cheekbones, the ruddiness in his cheeks, like he spent a lot of time outside. There was a cut in the corner of his plush pink lips, as if he'd been hurt in one of the fights. He was so handsome. But more than that, He was magnetic to me. Good, I said. I pulled open the door and stared into his closet. It was neat, rows of shirts and a few boxes stored on the shelf above the bar. There was a leather trunk beneath the hanging edges of the clothes. The leather trunk stood open. It was full of weaponry. For a minute, my eyes were drawn to the sharp things, the knives and swords and rifles. I wasn't sure I was ready to be part of such a violent world. I wasn't sure I had a choice. Then I raised my eyes back to his shirts. "You sure have a lot of flannel."
"It's comfortable," he said.
He rested his hands on my shoulders, his body intimately close to mine as he turned me towards another door.
"That's the entrance to the bathroom. Levi's room is on the other side, if you want to check on him before you get in the shower. I'll go get you some clothes."
I remembered the long country road the night before. "Is there a mall handy?" He shook his head.
"I'm going to go raid my mom's closet. Can we not talk about this? Let's not make it weird. Weirder than it already is."
"I'll pretend if you do," I told him. "I hope she was a size 6. He hesitated at the door to his room and then ducked out into the hall. The door closed firmly behind him. I walked into a narrow bathroom. It was dated, black and white tile and oak cabinets, but impeccably clean. The sink was bright white, and the room carried a faint scent of soap and lavender. I wouldn't have expected a bunch of guys living together to keep their house so clean. I hesitated with my fingers on the doorknob on the other side of the bathroom, and then tapped tentatively on the white paneled door. No answer. Not even a sound like stirring from within the room. So I gave up and just pulled it open. I leaned against the door. "Levi?" His room was dark. I could just barely make out the second big bed and a long, blocky figure wrapped in the quilt. A few candles flickered on the dresser across from the doorway. I breathed in that Levi scent, stronger than ever. That scent of cinnamon and bitter chocolate and fresh sawdust. And I stepped through the doorway. "Levi?" He sat up in bed, startled, and I took a step back myself. My foot on the tile almost slid out from underneath me. Then he stopped, raking his hand through his long blonde hair. The movement made his broad shoulders shift, his abs rippling. He was still shirtless. A thick white bandage covered half of those abs. "How are you doing?" I asked, my curiosity stronger than my sense of being awkward and impolite as I invited myself into his room. I went to the window, drawing open the curtains. Levi groaned, squinting at me as I turned back to him. The light fell across his handsome face, and the fingers still tangled in his hair as he leaned over. His elbows braced on his raised knees, still covered by the blankets.
"Good,"
he said. He didn't meet my gaze.
"Alice, I'm sorry that I hurt you."
"I'm not," I said. I sat next to him on the bed, close enough to him that my hip was against his, my shoulder against his, even though I didn't try to make eye contact. "You don't have to be embarrassed. I wanted to help."
"Of course you do," he said. "I shouldn't have let you put yourself in a position to get hurt, though. That's not how this works."
I rested my head against his warm, broad shoulder. "Have you done this before?"
"No."
"Then how do you know how this works?" I asked. "I meant it when I said I was no damsel in distress. I want to be your equal, fighter, healer. I want to do whatever it is I can do with these—" I trailed off. I still couldn't say powers with a straight face. In the cool light of day coming through the windows, it all seemed a little ridiculous, no matter what I'd seen and done.
"You're not our equal, though. You're our queen."
"Our?" I felt myself smile. Jacob certainly doesn't seem ready to crown me anytime soon.
"Jake's a tough case,"
Levi said. "What's his problem?" My tone came out rougher than I meant it to. I'd been trying to ask it lightly, but I was still hurt by the way Jacob seemed to hate me from first glance. It reminded me of how hated I'd been for the past few months. Levi slid his arm around my waist, as if he understood that I needed him without me putting it into words. He hugged me into his side. I leaned into him carefully, afraid that I would hurt his wound.
"You should talk to him about that," Levi said. "It's not my secret to tell, Ellis. And if you talk to him, Maybe you'll start to knock down those walls of his. He didn't care much for me or Riker either when we first met. Or maybe still.
He doesn't want to talk to me.
So don't give him a choice.
He turned his head, pressing a chaste kiss to the top of my hair.
Be a good girl, Ellis. Let me get out of bed without an audience.
I glanced at him quickly, wondering if he was implying what I thought he was, and he looked back at me frankly, his lips quirked to one side.
You can't wake a guy up,
he said, shrugging.
Not like that.
I glanced down at my bikini top, feeling embarrassed. I should have thought to steal one of Riker's t-shirts. It's an ugly bikini.
Not to me,
he said fervently. He picked up a pillow from behind his bed and threw it at me.
Come on, go. I'll get started on breakfast once I get out of bed and cleaned up.
My stomach rumbled. Okay, I said. I'm going to take a shower. I headed for the door, and when I stopped to turn around, hesitating, I was promptly pegged with another pillow. I grinned and ran for the bathroom. Okay. I closed the door between us, still smiling. I felt a lightness that I hadn't for months, from the boy's moments of playfulness, and when I turned into the mirror, I almost didn't recognize the smiling girl reflected back at me. My hair fell in snarls around my naked shoulders, but even so, for once I saw myself as pretty, as bright. I knew the differences between Ash's face and mine well. Even though we were fraternal twins, her nose was just a little narrower than mine, and she had a faint scar on her temple from an accident when we were toddlers, and she fell off her trike. But for a second, I saw her, happy and well, before I saw my own face. I stared into the mirror, not sure what that meant. Vision? Wishful thinking? Whatever it was, I was still filthy. I yanked the shower curtain open dramatically, checking for ghosts, axe murderers, whatever, but the clean white shower stood blissfully empty. Within seconds, I had turned the water on hot, shucked off my bikini, and ducked underneath the hot spray of water, which pounded relaxingly over my tense shoulders. It ran through my hair, and I rifled through the boy's stuff for shampoo and soap. I worked a lather into my tangled hair and found myself idly thinking about how much I would rather it was Riker or Levi's fingers in my hair. I could imagine them tracing the path of suds down the curve of my back. I bit down on my lip. What was wrong with me? I'd always been a normal, red-blooded American girl, noticing when boys were cute, and Riker and Levi and even surly Jacob were more than cute. But the way I acted around them was something else. I wanted both Riker and Levi so badly, and I would have expected them to react poorly to that. But Riker had told me to ride in the back seat with Levi like he wanted me to kiss him. Well, of course that made sense. He would want his brother to be okay, even if it meant me kissing him. But still, neither of them seemed jealous. And Jacob, he was such a mystery, and such an ass. But I couldn't help thinking about how he'd promised me that I would end up wanting him. It made me think that he couldn't stand that I didn't want him now. Did he feel the same pull towards me that Riker and Levi did, and he was trying to hide it? Princess. It was funny that he called me Princess when he was so damn mean. But being called Princess sent a strange thrill through me anyway, with its possessiveness, even though it was mocking on Jake's lips. When I was a kid, my best friend Penny's dad called her Princess. I'd always been jealous. Once, when he'd been changing the oil in the family cars in the driveway and we'd been riding our bikes, I had grabbed the filter he'd asked Penny to bring him. "Thanks, Princess," he'd said without looking, his fingers brushing mine as he took the filter. And tears had come to my eyes. He'd turned his head and seen me crying, and said, "Oh, sorry, Ellis." He hadn't acknowledged my tears. What was he going to do? I didn't have a father of my own to call me Princess. My mother told Ash and I that she had wanted us enough for 2 people. I'd never had a father, not even in pictures from when we were newborns, not even on the birth certificate. I'd found my birth certificate as a teenager in my mother's filing cabinet, and I'd pounced on it like it would tell me secrets. But it was nothing but a piece of paper that told my birth date and hospital, the stuff I'd always known. Funny how showers always made me contemplative. I cut off the water and wrapped myself in a towel, sitting on the edge of the sink to jerk Riker's comb through my snarls until my scalp was aching and my hair was clean and smooth again. There was a quick knock on the bathroom door. Riker sighed.
"I've got clothes,"
he said, his voice low and sexy. I swung open the door, making sure my towel was knotted firmly in front, and saw him toss an armful of clothes on the bed.
"Something in here will fit you,"
he promised me. He pointed towards the shower.
"I'm going to take my turn in there if you don't mind, while you get dressed."
I cleared my throat, trying not to think about the fantasies I'd had of him joining me in the shower. I still needed to know for sure that he could communicate with me when he projected, but that he couldn't just randomly read my brain. Good Lord, the thought was terrifying. "Yes, absolutely." His shoulder brushed against mine as we crossed paths in the doorway. I grabbed the towel, making sure it didn't drop, and I could practically feel his amusement before he closed the door between us. I was eager to talk with the boys about what we would do next, and to eat breakfast. But while I felt safe in this house for now, surrounded by these rough men who both adored me and would kill to protect me, I worried about the company out there somewhere. They were still waiting for us. Still dangerous. They would bring us back into captivity if they could. I felt a cold knot of dread every time I thought about how they had tortured Riker and Levi, determined to get answers from them, and how they had been willing to hurt me as badly as it took to make my powers grow stronger. I picked through the clothes and pulled on a gray t-shirt and a pair of black skinny jeans. Apparently Riker's mom had been a jeans and t-shirt girl, and around my size. The clothes were comfortable, and I sat down on the bed, gratefully pulling on a pair of thick wool socks and motorcycle boots that Riker had left at the foot of the bed. They were a little tight in the heel, but still, shoes. After being trapped in the hospital barefoot, they were a sign of freedom. The shower was still running in the bathroom, so I let myself out of Riker's room and made my way back down the hall. Now, without the haze I'd been in the day before, I could see the long Turkish rug that covered the hall and the occasional painting that hung on the walls. These were original paintings, I realized, as I stared at the brush strokes that made up the pictures, which were all of men with swords locked in battle with wolves and gray things that streaked at them from the ceiling of dark cottages. I stared at them, thinking that was a hell of a way to decorate a warm and cozy home. But then I smelled bacon from downstairs and heard the low murmur of voices. So I turned and jogged down the stairs. I was in an expansive living room with a big leather sectional and shelves full of leather-bound books. The room was warmed by a massive fireplace, and there were soft, nubby blankets thrown over the back of the couch. Behind the living room was the kitchen, and I walked in to find Levi flipping bacon at the stove and Jacob sitting at the oak table in the corner. His big legs sprawled in front of him. Jacob was sipping a cup of coffee, but he set it down when he saw me. Golden eyes, more true gold than amber, met mine for just a second, and then he quickly glanced away from me. I looked down at my jeans and t-shirt. It wasn't like I was still wandering around half naked like we'd all been last night. "Good morning," I said. My voice came out subdued.
"Morning,"
Levi said.
"Take a seat. Bacon and eggs and coffee, as promised."
His voice didn't give away that he had seen anything strange in the interaction between Jacob and me. Maybe Jacob was always this weird. Levi crossed the kitchen to hand me a white mug of coffee, our fingers briefly overlapping.
"Do you like milk? Sugar?"
His voice was low and warm, and I felt some of the tension I felt around Jake ebb away. "Black is fine," I said. I'd come to like the bitter taste of coffee over the past few months. Ash and I had a standing date at Starbucks before we drove to high school. I'd been a caramel latte girl back then, maybe the occasional white chocolate mocha. But after I lost her, I'd just started drinking it black, gulping down enough coffee to keep me awake in front of the coffee maker in our kitchen, trying to chase away the constant fog I'd been in thanks to sleep deprivation, thanks to my nightmares.
"You're going to fit in around here,"
Levi said. Jacob snorted. The legs of his chair scraped across the hardwood floor.
"Well, I'm going to get in touch with Olivia, see if she's willing to make a house call." "Great,"
Levi said. He carried 2 plates to the table, hooking a chair out with one heel under the leg and taking a seat. He pushed a plate across to me.
I don't much feel like leaving when we just got home again.
Who's Olivia? I asked.
She's an old friend of ours,
Levi said.
Hacker. She's been trying to help us dig up more on the company.
I felt a distinct, unpleasant thrill of jealousy when Levi said, old friend. Jacob left the kitchen, slamming the door behind him. I looked at Levi, my lips parting in question. He shrugged.
He's just like this,
he said.
Half angel,
Riker said from the doorway behind us.
Half asshole. What's your excuse then?
Levi said.
You're full human. If Jake had his way, he wouldn't have had anything to do with the supernatural,
Riker said. He took a seat next to me, and I couldn't help but feel the air dance with tension between us. Even though he was doing nothing but grabbing Levi's plate of eggs out from under his fork. He winked at Levi.
Since I'm such an asshole,
Levi set his fork down.
I was going to get you a plate anyway, jackass. It's more fun this way.
But he's really half angel? Why doesn't he want anything to do with the supernatural? Riker started to answer, but Levi cut in.
Like I said, sweet girl, I think you need to talk about that with him. Start to win him over.
I don't know how I made him hate me in the first place.
He doesn't hate you,
Riker said, his shoulders hunched slightly over his food, digging in like he'd been starving for days.
He hates anything to do with the supernatural. Big difference.
It doesn't feel different, I said softly. Levi returned to the table with a full plate. He thumped a glass bottle of ketchup down in front of Riker.
It is. Promise. No one could hate you.
I grinned at that in disbelief. I can give you a list of names off the top of my head. There are people who still want to kill us, right? The company?
The good thing about the company situation,
Riker said,
is that they think we're valuable. They don't want us dead, and we don't care if they end up dead. Gives us a tactical advantage.
That's not chilling at all. I took a bite of my eggs. They were buttery, tender, melted on my tongue. I realized I'd been starving too, and I dug in with as much of a vicious appetite as Riker.
Sorry,
Riker said, not sounding apologetic at all.
I don't care about anything but you and my brothers. And sometimes he's not so sure about us,
Levi said. Riker poured ketchup out onto his eggs, smacking the bottom of the bottle with the heel of his hand.
So we're going to attack back at the company. Convince them it's not worth it to come after us again.
I nodded. I hated the idea of hurting anyone, and I hated the idea of coming anywhere near Tom and Burley and the rest of them again. But I didn't want to live in fear either. There had to be a way to get free from them. What about our other enemies? I asked. The, what? Dark something?
Darksiders,
Levi said. He and Riker shared a quick glance that I didn't much care for. They were gauging how much to tell me. I wish I could convince them that I wasn't going to break just because the news was unpleasant. He saw my face, and I could see he recognized how I felt.
They're demons, Ellis. There's nothing they hate more than angels. Except maybe the Four and their Lilith.
Why's that?
Dirty humans. They despise humans. Carrying a bit of the angels' glory they've lost.
Riker shook his head.
They're a jealous bunch of bitches. Riker,
Levi glanced at me, looking scandalized.
Oh, come on. I'm not worried about her virgin ears,
Riker said. I rolled my eyes. Virgin made me think about my birthday. It was just tomorrow. So close. And here I had been thinking I could use a giant countdown calendar. Not that I planned to do anything about the powerful lust I felt for Riker and Levi. I just couldn't stand them pushing me away because I wasn't 18 yet. Jacob came back in.
Olivia's driving up now. I'll meet you guys in the office.
Riker glanced across the table at his cup, still steaming slightly.
You aren't going to join us? Finish your coffee.
Levi leaned back in his seat, clearly watching the two of them with amusement, as Riker instigated. Jake glared at him and came into the kitchen just to grab his cup of coffee. He whirled and headed back out of the kitchen. Riker shook his head.
All right, We'll let Mr. Sensitive over there meet up with Olivia. After we've talked with her, we can do some training."
"I don't love the sound of that," I said. "Not after what happened before."
"Don't worry, Firestarter," Riker promised me. "We're going to start with the practical stuff. How to swing a sword without putting your eye out."
Chapter 17. When we'd finished up breakfast, I was surprised that Riker stood and grabbed my plate and Levi's, dumping it on top of his own plate, and then he carried them over to the sink.
"What?"
he asked, as if he'd caught me looking.
"My mother may have been a demon-hunting trollop with questionable morals and a whiff of dark magic, but she didn't raise me to be a slob either."
"I'd love to hear all about your mom," I said. "She seems fascinating."
"Why?"
Riker nodded at my shirt.
"You like her choice of band tees?"
I pulled the t-shirt away from my body to look down at the graphic on the front. "I didn't even notice. I never heard of it."
"There's some underground punk thing. I don't know. She loved music," Riker said. "Taught Levi how to play the guitar."
"That's cool," I said. "I'd love to hear you play sometime."
"Careful what you wish for."
Riker turned the water on in the sink and began to scrub the dishes. "I meant," I said, "that your mom raised you in the hunter life, right? Why did she choose that?"
"Born to it,"
Riker said shortly.
"None of us had much choice."
"So how did she know what you guys were? That you were part of the Four?" Riker sighed. There was tension visible in his shoulders, but he had promised me answers, and I saw him decide to soldier on even if he didn't care for the subject much.
"The Four. It's a funny thing. They want one woman, and they want her completely. No one else."
"All of you want one?" I asked, trying to leave aside that the one happened to be me. "Doesn't that make things a little tense?"
"No,"
Riker said.
"We don't get jealous of each other. We just—"
He shrugged, as if it were hard to go on. He looked up at me across the kitchen, as if he were appealing for pity.
Riker hates to talk about his feelings.
Levi had his arms crossed over his chest, and he leaned back in his chair, balancing it on the two rear legs, clearly relishing Riker's discomfort.
"You're torturing him. He'd probably rather be back on the waterboard."
"Maybe not that far."
Riker hung up the dish towel and, as he passed behind his brother towards me, casually knocked into the spindled back of the chair. Levi sat up in a hurry as the chair went out from under him, catching the edge of the table with one hand and bolting to his feet. Levi turned on his heel and said without rancor,
"I swear I said I'd kick your ass once we didn't have to worry about Beefy and Burley doing it for me."
"Let's see it,"
Riker said, grinning back at him. He pushed Levi's shoulder playfully.
"Nah, I don't think so, brother. You've got to rest up."
"Nice excuse,"
Levi said.
"I don't want to beat up an invalid,"
Riker said.
"No glory there."
"Can we go talk to the hacker?" I asked lightly, taking one of their hands in each of mine. I swung their hands between mine playfully, blocking them from each other and their fight. Riker shook his head slightly, as if he didn't care for what I was doing, but he didn't tell me no.
"Sure, Firestarter. Let's go."
We walked back through a formal dining room, which had been turned into an armory, with all kinds of equipment for hunting ghosts and more books everywhere. The long dining room table clearly used for study and not for dinner parties. "Is that a bloodstain on the carpet?" I asked.
"It's not ours,"
Levi said.
"Wraith got into the house once."
"Okay," I said. "That's comforting. Thanks for that, Levi." He opened the basement door for me, and the three of us walked down a steep set of stairs to a long, cool room where there were several laptops at long tables and a row of big-screen monitors mounted on the wall. One of them ran CNN, but the rest were blank.
"This is where we do our planning."
Levi answered my question before I could ask it. There was a low rumble of a police scanner in the corner, and then I realized it was rapidly cycling through different scanners. He nodded at it.
"We have a program that looks for keywords, things that are hard to explain. Our job as hunters has always been to kill the baddies before law enforcement can try and get themselves hurt."
There were voices on the stairs, and I saw Jacob's legs descending the stairs in jeans, And a girl's slender legs, too. I could hear the murmur of their voices. Jacob's English accent sounded warm and roguish when he wasn't near me, and he laughed at something she said, a pleasant rumble of a sound. Then he came into view, and when he saw me, his handsome face clouded over. I was getting about done with this. "Hi," the hacker said. She was young and cute and redheaded, and she held her hand out to me, her face brightening when she saw me. Well, that was a nice change. "I'm Olivia." "Ellis," I said, shaking her hand back. "It's so neat to finally meet you," she said, pushing some springy red curls back behind her ears. "I know these guys have been looking for you for ages." I nodded. She had known them for ages. She knew they'd been looking for me. She knew what they were, what I was. She might know more about that than I did. I was still figuring out what it meant to be the Lilith and to be with the Four. And she was so darned cute. "Okay," she said, moving over to one of the laptops and pulling up a swiveling chair. "So I finally had some breakthroughs. I can't wait to tell you about them. Take a seat, you guys." She seemed bubbly and excited and completely unaware of the tension every time Jake and I were in the same room. "So this nameless company?" she said. "Oh, Jake, go turn on that monitor for me, okay?" She pointed with perfect pink-painted oval-shaped nails. And Jake did what she said, heading over to turn on the monitor. Then he came back and stood next to me, with his hands jammed in his pockets. It felt like he was shooting rays of intimidation without even looking at me. I crossed my arms over my chest and straightened my spine, refusing to give in to the impulse to lean away. She began to prattle on about how she had been able to connect the company with who they really were by following some kind of financial record. I did my best to listen and to ignore Jacob. He was standing too damn close to me, and I was distracted by his faint scent of bitter coffee and shaving cream, by the heat coming off his body when he was so near to me. These boys ran hot. I bit down on my lower lip and willed myself to pretend he wasn't there, playing whatever little game he was playing. Or maybe he was just happening to stand there. Maybe he was focused on Olivia the way that I was trying to be. "Mr. Joseph," I said suddenly. "That's the name Parrish used." "Yes." She practically bounced in her seat. She brought up a company website, clicking through to show us a man who was in his late 30s, dark-haired, and altogether nice-looking. I never would have thought twice if I bumped into him in the produce aisle at the grocery store. He didn't seem like the kind of guy to cage a bunch of kids up to see if their supernatural monkeys would dance for him. "Andrew Joseph," she said. "He's the son of the CEO of Actionware. Don't ask me how they plan to monetize the supernatural. No, I'm kidding. Do ask me. I hacked into his email, but I'll get to that later. He's supposed to take over his father's business at some point. Actually, he was supposed to take it over years ago."
"So what was the holdup on Junior?"
Riker shoved his hands in his pockets, his broad shoulders hunching slightly with the motion. His gold-specked green eyes were intent on the screen. "That's such a good question, Riker." She was a girl who spoke in exclamation points. "It's totally relevant. You see, his pregnant wife was killed at a gas station 2 years ago. It was totally random. He disappeared from the public view for a while, and he's been erratic ever since." Riker made a get-on-with-it motion. I had a feeling Olivia enjoyed her dramatic flourishes and pauses. "I don't believe his daddy knows what's going on behind the scenes. Junior has been embezzling from his own company to set up a secret branch. Actionware bought the haunted hospital you guys turned into your vacation hideaway, and it's funding the salaries of Dr. Parrish, who seems to report directly to Junior, as well as the 14 people on her staff." I bit down on my thumbnail, trying to square the Dr. Parrish I'd gotten to know with this new information. I replayed the way she'd told me that she'd lost control, that we had to run and escape. "So you think he's been micromanaging the whole operation?" Olivia seemed surprised I'd spoken, but delighted. "Yes. Let me bring up some particularly fascinating email exchanges. But there must be some even juicier stuff, because there are multiple times they say they need to finish these conversations offline. Apparently they met up at a secret office on the hospital grounds on the regular." Riker nodded.
"Must be where they monitored us while we were in the hospital at night."
Olivia walked us through a series of emails she'd found. They'd been trying to find Jacob, who had gone to ground when Levi and Riker were taken. even going as far as making contacts with some hunter who had been willing to betray the brothers. Riker's jaw tightened with fury. They'd also been looking for the fourth brother, but they hadn't been able to figure out who it might be. One of the last emails from Mr. Joseph said,
"If we can't find the fourth brother, this whole project might be for nothing."
Dr. Parrish had promised him, "Don't worry. This girl has the power, I'm sure of it, with or without the fourth. She's unusually strong." And then the last email from Mr. Joseph, just before our trials had begun.
"Then let's see just what she's made of."
"I don't like these people much," I mused out loud.
"I say we burn it down,"
Jacob said, suddenly animated.
"Make sure there's no research left, nothing for them to work with." "Can we see what the place looks like now?"
Levi asked.
Ellis tried.
"Oh, yes." Olivia's fingers tapped quickly over the keys, and she brought up an image of the hospital. It looked like nothing but a burned-out shell to me. "There," I said, feeling satisfied, and I glanced towards Jacob to see his reaction. After all, he'd wanted so badly to see it destroyed. A gift for you, Jacob, you ungrateful jerk.
"Have you been able to figure out where their office is?"
Jacob asked.
"That's what we really need to obliterate. That's where the records will be. Whatever they found out about us, whatever videos they took."
"No," Olivia said, "but I know it's there. I just can't get any good satellite footage in terms of what might be under the trees. And the other thing is, I believe there might be levels underneath the hospital which might not have burned. I couldn't find the schematics for the hospital anywhere, and that makes me think they were possibly purposefully destroyed."
"So we need to go back there,"
Riker said. I hadn't thought anything ever rattled cool Riker, but he crossed his arms over his chest impatiently, like he hated the idea. I certainly hated the idea. Levi cursed softly.
"It'll take me a few days to get back to full strength. We have a long way to go until we're ready to go to war,"
Riker said.
"Forget a few days. We haven't even begun to."
Riker broke off. The awkwardness in the room was almost claustrophobic.
"Listen," Jacob said. "Before we were the four, well, 3/4 of the four, we were already damn good hunters. So let's go ahead and do the killing and destruction we're already quite well versed in. This whole Lilith thing, it can wait."
Something about that felt wrong to me. I couldn't tell if it bothered me because I knew deep down it was bad strategy, or because I could see Jacob trying deliberately to carve me out of their lives, to make me as unimportant as possible. My lips parted, about to argue, but when I didn't know the answers to those questions myself, I knew I'd sound emotional, not like the woman I wanted to be. "You'd better teach me how to swing that sword," I said. Lilith and the four or not, I was going to fight any war that came our way, side by side with these guys. Chapter 18. Next door to the office was a large room outfitted as a dojo. There was a mirror along one wall, blue mats covering the floors, and an assortment of intimidating training equipment mounted along one wall, like wooden swords, metal foils, and even throwing stars, knives, and axes. Heavy and light boxing bags hung in one corner of the room, and there was a blue torso-shaped target in one corner. Riker pulled a wooden sword off the wall and, taking the blade in one hand, offered it to me. I wrapped my hand around the hilt, surprised by its weight and the way it pulled at my shoulder.
"It's heavier than what you'll use in a fight,"
Riker said.
"It'll help strengthen your muscles. We'll have to move over to the real thing fast to make sure you don't learn to overcompensate. But that's just because we're short on time. These are how Levi and I got started."
Levi took a seat cross-legged with his back against the mirror, a bottle of Gatorade dangling from one hand, and Riker said,
"We don't need an audience."
"Just making sure you stay on task,"
Levi said.
"And don't teach her any bad habits."
Riker shook his head.
"No talking."
Levi raised his hands in supplication.
"I'll be quiet."
"Believe it when I see it,"
Riker grumbled. He grabbed a sheath with leather straps that formed an X in front.
"Let's start with drawing the sword without cutting yourself."
I had to grin at that. Did he think I was an idiot? Riker swept my hair away from my neck, His touch, even when it was brusque, sending sparks down my spine, and then helped me slip on the sheath, which I would wear on my back. He slipped his own on quickly, turning to show me. The sheathed sword dangled between his powerful shoulder blades, hanging down the small of his back where his waist narrowed. He showed me how to draw, and while he was still prattling on about just how to pull a sword out, I yanked the sword quickly from its sheath and clipped my own ear with the edge of the wooden blade.
"I'm not going to say I told you so,"
Riker teased as I doubled over, grabbing my ear. Clocking myself with a wooden sword had sent sharp pain racing through my ear into my jaw. Then, before I could fix my death glare on him, he caught me by the shoulders, tugging me up slightly. His smirking mouth brushed against my smarting ear, kissing away the pain. I grabbed his biceps through the soft material of his t-shirt. I drew him towards me. His mouth on my ear was definitely a distraction. It sent a powerful thrum of desire through my body and made the sharp pain fade away. Then I stepped behind his heel, planting my calf behind his, and used those hands I had gripping his biceps to push him back hard. He wasn't expecting it, and with my leg braced to throw him off balance, I tossed him to the mat. Riker landed on his back, his fists slapping the mat to help break his fall, and Levi's bark of laughter filled the room. I bit my lip for just a second, anxious that I had misjudged Riker, and he might not find it as funny as I did, but he was grinning when he jumped to his feet.
"Look at you, Firestarter. You dangerous little thing."
The nickname Firestarter, being called dangerous, all of that would have hurt my feelings just a week before. It would have reminded me of why I had become an outcast, but it all sounded so affectionate on Riker's lips. The words echoed with their negative connotations from before, but they didn't burn in my ears like they might have. Then Jacob wandered into the room. He had a cup of coffee in one hand, the smell strong in the cool, recycled air down here, and he took a seat next to Levi. I could have sworn the temperature dropped 10 degrees when he came into a room.
"We're busy,"
Riker said. He scooped to pick up the practice sword I'd dropped to clutch my ear, and then grabbed the belt for my sheath, pulling me bodily towards him to slide the sword back home. The casual way he touched me made me feel like I should be as cool as he was when we touched, but there was something about that familiarity that felt like home, that felt like things were safe and easy with him, and that made me feel anything but cool.
"I'm just watching,"
Jacob said.
"You're a distraction,"
Riker said bluntly. Jacob took a sip of his coffee without answering. Riker turned to me.
"He's been such a jerk. Is being such a jerk. Do you want me to kick his ass?" "What's your malfunction?"
Jacob asked.
"Says the malfunctioning angel,"
Riker said. Levi sighed audibly. Jacob was on his feet in a flash.
"What's your problem? You came back from that place different."
He glanced at me as if he knew just what Riker's problem was.
Maybe,"
Riker said.
"I'm not impervious to things like torture and killing and, human emotion." "It's not emotion you're feeling,"
Jacob said.
"It's like a curse." "I know you've never done it before,"
Riker said.
"but I promise you, it is definitely not a curse."
Levi raised his hands in a conciliatory gesture.
"Even so, it's not just sex. It's all right to have human emotions. To fall in love."
Jacob shook his head.
"You're both morons."
"Probably," Riker said.
"But that's not really relevant to today's discussion. Anyway, we'd like to go back to training. Can you go sulk about your humanity elsewhere?" "You're not going to try to kick my ass?"
Jacob asked innocently.
"I mean, if you want to."
Riker took another sword and sheath from the wall and tossed it to his half-brother. Jacob plucked it nimbly out of the air.
"I'm always up for a little practice. Show Ellis how we train." "A little beating." "However it turns out,"
Riker said.
"I think you might be surprised, half super though you might be."
Levi buried his face in his hands as if he were exasperated, and sure enough, that seemed to be some kind of trigger for Jacob, who pulled the wooden sword from the sheath and tossed the sheath on the mats.
"Didn't Mom teach you better?"
Riker asked, glancing at the abandoned sheath.
"Take care of your weapons. You want them to take care of you."
"Riker," Levi broke off, but he shook his head. Riker half shrugged one shoulder. There was tension held in his lean, powerful body, and I realized that he was angry at Jacob because of how Jacob had acted towards me. Levi was trying to keep the peace, but from what they'd already said, Jacob hadn't grown up with their mom. I wondered if he'd been raised by their dad or by someone else entirely.
"You know damn well she didn't,"
Jacob said, and then suddenly he launched himself across the room at Riker. Riker sidestepped him agilely. Jacob turned quickly, taking a step back onto his heel as he whirled past Riker so that his back was never to him. Wooden sword met sword with a shock. They were both tall and muscled, and their bodies were quick and agile as they parried and counterattacked. Their fight brought them back and forth across the room, and although I could tell there was no real rancor between them, they still fought aggressively. When their swords were locked together and they closed in with each other, they threw punches in each other's ribs like they intended to hurt each other, and then suddenly broke away, each of them whirling, taking up a new position a few feet away. They were both breathing hard now. Riker made a little come-hither motion at Jacob. Jacob, sure enough, went. He ran hard to Riker, who ducked impossibly low and threw his own sword up. He knocked Jacob's sword away, and Jacob desperately lunged after it, fingers straining through the air a second too late. The sword flew through the air towards where Levi and I sat against the mirror. Levi lunged for the flying sword, intent on making sure it didn't hit me, and his fingers closed around the hilt. Right before he doubled over, wincing, his elbow pressed into his side. "What's going on?" I demanded, throwing a look at Jacob and Riker. Riker dropped his sword over his shoulder, fixing a cocky grin on Jacob. The gesture would have been sexy as hell if I hadn't been exasperated with him. The two of them closed up close to each other, hand to hand now, grappling. "Guys!" I barked. Riker turned, glancing at me, and when he saw that Levi was hurt, he immediately put his hands up. Jacob, after a glowering second, put his hands up too.
"I think I popped a stitch,"
Levi said. He bit down on his lower lip.
"No big deal." "No big deal," Jacob said. "It is a big deal. Took me 2 hours to sew you up yesterday." "Sorry," Levi drawled. "Your turn," Jacob said to Riker, crossing his arms over his chest. "I already slipped around in his blood last night while you were cuddling the girl. I'm done." Riker clapped Levi's shoulder. "Hey, I'm going to go get this guy fixed up. Again. Be right back."
"Okay," I said. Riker and Levi headed out of the room, and that left Jacob. He turned his back on me, collecting the wooden swords from across the mats. I hesitated because I was desperately eager to get away from him and the chill that he cast over me whenever he was around. I crossed my arms over my chest, trying to steel myself. Jacob hung the training swords back on the wall. He was a picture, tall and leaner than Riker, almost thin, but there was such an elegance in the way he moved and in his perfect regal posture.
"That's fine, princess,"
Jacob said without turning around to look at me.
"I'll clean up. Just take a rest from those arduous few minutes of watching other people work."
"I'm not cleaning up," I said crisply, "because I'm not done." "Will you?" He turned around abruptly, crossing his arms over his chest, too, his posture mimicking mine.
"Will I what?"
Not making this easy. I guess I should have expected that. But I was going to go into the fight with these boys. Doing my part to make sure we all came through it alive was more important than my ego. Still, my voice came out rushed and flat when I said, "Will you teach me, please?" Surprise was written across his face, just for a second, before his expression resolved back to its usual condescending expression. He pulled 2 wooden swords from the wall and tossed one to me. I caught it awkwardly. Even with a blunt wooden edge, the blade stung my hand. I flipped the sword around so I held the leather-bound hilt. God damn it. Now I'd gotten what I wanted, but what I wanted was going to bring me into close contact with this insufferable jerk for the next hour.
"Let's work on parries," he said. "Kid stuff."
Whatever. I wasn't feeling like I had much ego after the ear incident. "Sure."
"Face me," he said. "Left leg forward, right leg back. Hips towards me."
I nodded and faced him, holding the sword in front of me. He stepped forward and pushed the blade of the sword up.
"Just hold this at the ready for now."
Impatiently, he reached out and pushed my elbow up slightly.
"Blade up, not resting on your shoulder, child. Remember, it's got pointy edges."
"Pointy edges. Got it," I said dryly.
Jacob snorted. "We'll see. We'll start off with what I learned in 3rd grade, as an Oberhau, a basic overhand attack."
He must have gone to a harsh elementary school. For a second, there was a flash of humor in his golden hazel eyes, but he quickly glanced away from me to the blue mats underfoot.
"The harshest. Now step forward and to your right. Think about the reach of my blade. Try to step out of the way of my counterattack as much as possible while still being in reach yourself. Just try to make it awkward for me to gut you, if you can."
Methodically, he taught me a series of simple attacks and parries with a longsword. Although Jacob was clearly unhappy to be there with me, he was also a good teacher. Everything he told me was clear and logical. My stomach was a pit of nervousness in close quarters with him, but I couldn't deny that I was learning. He stepped in close to me, his eyes critical, and then pushed up on my elbow. The movement was quick and brusque, but it made me suddenly awkward. I bit down on my lip as I took a step back, still holding the sword, ready for the next practice thrust and parry.
"Elbow up,"
he said impatiently, reaching for me again.
"You have to get this. I don't want to see you killed out there."
"That's a surprise," I shot back. I raised my arm the way I thought he wanted me to. His handsome face remained sullen, dispassionate. He hesitated, the look on his face troubled, and for a second, I thought he was going to give something away to me. For once. But instead, he stepped back, raising his sword.
"And come."
I stepped in, thrusting the sword towards him. He easily knocked my sword out of my hand. It flew across the room and landed on the blue mats. I felt the shock all the way up my arm, my hand aching. Jacob held the sword's tip an inch away from my chest.
"Now what?"
"You want to know what I'd try to do next?" I asked. He nodded.
"Besides probably die."
"You really need to develop a positive mental attitude."
"Those don't last long in our world,"
he promised me. I ducked low under the sword of the blade, dropping my weight, and the blade dipped to follow me a second too late. I threw myself across the room, going desperately after the sword, and just as my fingers closed on it, I felt the sting of Jacob's wooden sword landing across my ass. I whirled, raising the sword.
"You're dead,"
he said, tucking the sword under his muscular arm. "And you're a jerk." I wanted to rub my suddenly stinging cheek, but I didn't want him to see me react. God, that hurt.
"I know," he promised. "If it doesn't hurt, it's not good training."
I glowered at him.
"Relax and have fun with it,"
he said, the boy who didn't seem to have fun with anything.
"The stakes are high, but you have got to shake off some of that tension. Listen. Learn."
I'm trying, even though being around him made me anxious, made me feel clumsy and useless.
"And I'm trying to teach you."
He ran a hand through his loose brown curls.
"You're not useless, Alice. You're scattered, and you'll be scattered in a fight, too, trying to track where the rest of us are, trying to make sure no one needs help. You have to learn to focus through the scatter."
I stared back at him. That makes sense, but I don't know how to do that.
"That's where practicing with someone you hate is helpful," he said.
He didn't smile, but I could feel some of his tension give. "I don't hate you," I said. My emphasis was heavy, but he didn't deny it. He grinned at me, finally.
"Maybe not yet," he said. "Give me an hour."
Chapter 19. I took a long, hot shower again to soothe my sore muscles, and to make up for the days I'd spent at the hospital, and by the time I came down, the French doors in the living room stood open. The breeze rustled the curtains, and for a second, the sound of rustling and the flicker of the curtains across the floor brought me back to the hospital room where I'd woken a few days previously. My heart beat too fast as I made my way down the stairs, no matter how much I told myself to be logical. But when I reached the doors, I looked out over a redwood deck nestled between the tall pines that surrounded the yard. The 3 boys stood out on the deck. Riker was minding a smoking grill. poking at meat with tongs for a late lunch, and Jacob and Levi leaned against the railing, each drinking a glass bottle of beer. Levi said something, and Jacob actually smiled, the smallest arc of those normally sullen lips. I hesitated for a second, feeling unwelcome. After all, I had changed everything. The three of them had been living together in this house, and then, when Riker and Levi came back, they came back with me. Riker rubbed a hand over his eyes, as if smoke had gotten into them, and thumped the lid of the grill closed. When he saw me, he didn't smile, but his face brightened.
"Ellis, it's almost lunchtime."
I smiled back at him. "Good, I'm starved."
"Sorry we left you alone with that guy."
Riker glanced at Jacob.
"He's a barbarian."
"It's all right," I said. I could feel Jacob's eyes on me, as if he were curious what I would say. I wondered what he had said when they talked about me and the rest of the training session. The thought made me nervous. "I learned a lot." Jacob snorted and then took a long swig from his beer bottle. Apparently it was going to take more for me to win him over. Levi said I should just talk to him, but I couldn't imagine he and I having a big, meaningful heart-to-heart anytime soon.
"I think Jacob and I are going to head back to the hospital tonight,"
Riker said.
"It gives me an itchy feeling, knowing they have all those videos of us, that they're looking for us. We're just going to do some recon."
"Not without me,"
Levi said.
"You can't even bend over,"
Riker said.
"You're no use to us."
"In that fight you swear you're not going to get into anyway?"
Levi asked.
"You can wait a few days for me to recover." "I'm ready to get out of here,"
Jacob said. He hoisted himself up to sit on top of the railing and crossed his arms over his chest. He was looking out at the pines, and the wind rifled his curls.
"Go kill something."
"It's cheaper than therapy, I guess,"
Riker said, shaking his head at the grill. I bumped my hip gently into Levi's, taking the bottle from his hand. His fingers overlapped mine, pulling it away.
"I'm not contributing to your delinquency."
"Riker's not 21, I said.
"He's already a delinquent,"
Levi said.
"Thanks to our kidnappers,"
Riker said, lifting his bottle in a toast.
"I no longer have a record. So there's that."
"Give it a year,"
Levi deadpanned. Jacob slid off the railing and brushed past us, on his way inside. I exchanged a glance with Levi, wondering what Jacob's problem was now. Levi jerked his chin towards the picnic table on the corner of the deck.
"Come on, let's eat before we argue."
"There's no argument,"
Riker said.
"You'll stay here. Protect Ellis."
"I thought he was too broken to fight," I asked innocently. I hurried to sit down first at the picnic bench, reluctant to choose a boy to sit next to.
"And you'll protect him,"
Riker went on, as if that had been what he was going to say all along.
"It just makes sense."
"It never makes sense for the Lilith and the Four to be split up,"
Levi said. I nodded. Riker shot me a dark look.
"You don't even know the mythos. I think you need to spend the rest of the day doing homework, Firestarter."
Despite myself, Riker's bossiness made me feel warm and cared for. "I want to read," I promised him, "but I'm also not about to separate from you guys. Aren't we stronger together?"
"We'll be a lot stronger once you're trained up,"
he said.
"Eventually, we'll start working on going into the Far. But we need to become a team first."
"We'll be stronger once we find the fourth, too," I said. "But that's not going to slow us down now, is it?"
"God, you are opinionated,"
Riker said. Jacob returned with a tray full of food, just as Riker began to transfer slightly bloody, slightly charred steaks to a plate. Jacob thumped the tray down on the table. He even managed to seem irritated by a picnic, and then set a bottle of water down in front of me.
"Hydrate,"
he said. "Thanks," I said, taking the bottle, ignoring the command. Jacob unpacked the tray. Baby carrots, hummus, a glass bowl of cold green beans.
"Got any chips?"
Riker asked. He leaned over my shoulder, slinging an oozing steak onto my plate.
"That's not warrior food,"
Jacob said.
"I think we burn enough calories to eat some chips."
But Riker grabbed the bag of baby carrots. I tucked into my steak, starving. Riker sat down next to me, his shoulder bumping against mine, and I felt myself lean back into him, bumping back. The boys' chatter and their laughter washed over me, and no matter how dark the world outside the hunter's house was, for now I felt safe, surrounded by the three of them.
"All right," Jacob shoved back from the table abruptly. "Time for us to load up and get going. It's a drive. You two have dishes." "The real reason Levi wants to come," Riker said. He passed his plate over to Levi, who gave him a look. Riker set it in on top of Levi's plate anyway. Levi said, "It's 2-2. "She doesn't get a vote," Jacob said.
"She does," I told him, shaking my head. "She can hear you."
"The thing is, Princess, I don't care." I shook my head, but I didn't want to feed into the senseless tension between Jacob and me.
I looked out over the wide backyard to where the swaying pines stood against the bright blue sky. "It's so beautiful here. Is that a hot tub I saw on the deck?" Riker nodded.
"We'll have to go for a dip later."
Just the thought of being in the same tub as Riker made my heart speed. I felt my cheeks flush just slightly, and I hoped no one noticed. Quickly, I said, "The whole house is great. The dojo, the library. Is there anything else to see?"
"The graves for stupid hunters," Jacob said, without looking up from his plate.
Levi glanced across the table at me and said,
"There are running trails, too. There's a pond where we swim at the back of the property." "It must have been nice for you guys to grow up here," Jacob said. There was a tartness to his voice that drew my eye, and for just a second, those golden eyes caught mine. They were hypnotic, beautiful, and not quite human, and it was hard to look away. He broke eye contact first, taking a long sip of his water, his Adam's apple working in his throat. But I wasn't going to let him off that easy. "Where did you grow up?" I asked, trying to make my tone light. "Where'd you get the British accent?" "Britain,"
he deadpanned. "Why not here?"
"Ellis,"
Levi warned. He was trying to play the peacemaker again, but I wasn't having it. I shook my head. "We're stuck with each other, right? Me and the four? So I want to know what's going on with Mr. Surly over here." Jacob's jaw set.
"I'm surly because I don't trust you. I don't trust anything supernatural, though. It's nothing personal."
"It feels personal." I straightened my spine instead of ducking away from his gaze. I had been raised to be nice and polite and make other people comfortable. But then I had been kidnapped and stuffed in a sensory deprivation tank and chased by men with guns, only to end up here with this strange half-angel. And I didn't feel like being polite anymore.
"Then take it personally,"
Jacob said, picking up his plate as he stood from the table. "And aren't you a supernatural thing?" I hurled at his back as he headed for the French doors to the house. Without even thinking about it, I had jumped to my feet myself. "I guess I shouldn't trust you then." He turned at the door.
"You can trust me to make sure you don't die. That's all I've got to offer you."
Then he slammed the French door behind him as he entered the house. "What is wrong with him?" I asked, glancing between Riker and Levi. "Don't give me that line again how I should talk to him. I'm not talking to him until he talks to me with some respect." Riker said,
"My offer to kick his ass still stands."
I waved him off. "I can deal with Jacob myself."
"Yes, you certainly can."
Levi smiled slightly.
"Tough girl."
I quirked an eyebrow at him. I was still waiting for my answers.
"Jacob's been hunted all his life,"
Levi said.
"I said the only thing the demons hate more than angels are the four. Well, they take their hatred of angels out on the Nephilim. When they get their hands on any Nephilim, even a child, they torture them. For days, weeks, until they die."
"But they never caught Jacob. That might be a hell of a thing to have hanging over you. But..." Levi raked his hand through his hair. His reluctance to tell me was evident, but he always seemed to tell me the truth, and he forged ahead now.
"They did. He was just a little kid. And our mother. She saved him."
"Right away?" Levi shook his head.
"Not right away."
"And then what? How come he has an accent and you don't?"
"She sent him away so he would be safer. They've been fighting and killing baddies in Europe a lot longer than we have. He grew up in an English hunting family."
"Those English manners aren't quite what I would have expected," I said, but I was still imagining a young Jacob, tortured and then separated from his family, and I felt something give in me. a little of my anger at him ebbed away. Although I was sure it would be back when I saw him again and he inevitably said something stupid.
"We'd forgotten about him,"
Riker said.
We were 2 and 4 when he left. Levi thought he was just a dream, like an imaginary friend or something."
Levi stared down at the table.
"Let's not talk about that." But he hadn't forgotten about us.
Riker raked his hand through his hair, obviously impatient with the memories.
"Yes, he's an asshole. And yes, I will happily kick his ass for you if he forgets himself again. But we give him a little leeway."
I nodded. I could tell Riker and Levi were emotional about the subject, and I let it go. For now. "So you grew up here with your mom?" Riker nodded. His voice was full of relief at the change in subject when he said,
"When she was here."
"She was gone a lot?" He nodded.
"Working and apparently doing other things."
I hesitated. "And she didn't tell you who the fourth was?" Riker threw his hands up.
"Can we be done talking about this stuff, Ellis? I need to focus on the company."
"Sorry," I said. Riker collected the plates to spite himself, dumping them onto the tray, and carried them into the house.
"It's okay,"
Levi said.
"It's not your fault."
That sure felt like my fault. He stood from the bench and offered me his hand.
"Come on, let's go wait in the car so they can't leave without us."
I slipped my hand into his, feeling the warm spark of comfort between us. We swung our hands together as we walked through the kitchen and into the garage. My motorcycle boots were surprisingly quiet on the concrete. I was ready for a stealth attack. Ready as I'd ever be, anyway. The garage was immaculate, with a full set of tools hanging on the wall and a few motorcycles parked on the clean gray cement floor. There was a black Range Rover parked in the garage, looking shiny and new, and I turned and hoisted myself onto the hood, crossing my legs in front of me. Levi said,
"You look comfortable."
I patted the hood beside me, and he joined me in one quick, spry motion, no matter how badly hurt he might still be. "So you obviously got on Jacob's good side. How'd you win him over?" Levi's lips parted lightly, as if that were amusing.
"Not sure I'd go that far, pretty girl. He'll come around. Deep down, he loves you already."
"I know that's what you think," I said. I twisted the hem of my t-shirt absently between my fingers. "The warmest I've seen him so far is when he was literally smacking me with a sword." Levi rolled his eyes.
"Well, I suppose we all have our kinks."
"Excuse me?"
"Kidding,"
Levi said firmly.
"Sorry, I forgot about your virgin ears for a second."
"Nothing about me is virgin, Levi."
"Ah."
His eyes widened just slightly before he glanced away. "Now, do you have regrets about not just letting me heal you? Completely?" I had a funny feeling what heal completely involved.
"I'm still 22,
he said.
"and you're still not even 18.
"It's semantics."
"Maybe,"
he said.
"I'd rather err on the side of protecting you any way I can."
"Even from yourself?" He turned his face into my hair, nuzzling his nose against my ear.
"Especially from myself."
Jacob came in, a duffel bag slung over each arm.
"Get off the hood," he said. "Jesus, and I'm the barbarian." "It's just a Range Rover,"
Levi said. Jacob opened the trunk and threw the bags in.
"Get into the back seat or I'm going to drive off with you like that."
Levi slid off the hood, reaching back to offer me a hand. We shared a meaningful glance. However much Jacob groused, the four of us were going together. 2 hours later, we slowed to a stop on the curve of a backcountry road. Our headlights illuminated leafy green forest, and then we bounced off the road into a narrow gap between trees. Riker slipped out of the passenger's seat. He forged ahead to plan our route, waving the truck forward as he walked alongside the wheels. Dusk was falling. I was surprised when Levi ducked out too, twisting his broad shoulders out of the seat beside me. He went back to cover up our tracks by the road. I twisted in my seat and saw him dragging brush to cover the spot where he had made our way into the forest, off-roading.
"That's fine, Princess,"
Jacob said. His eyes were intent on Riker as he steered the car, but apparently that didn't distract him from snark. "I knew that was coming," I said. "I would have helped if I'd known what they were doing."
"Well, they aren't going to ask you,"
Jacob said. "You're going to have to be a little proactive, princess. But don't worry, when I have some dirty work, I'll let you know."
"Thanks," I said. "I was sure I could count on you." He raised his fingers from the stick shift just long enough to give me a mocking little salute. The car came to a stop. The four of us met around the trunk, which Riker raised, exposing the armory inside.
"So, hopefully,"
Riker said, slipping his sword on.
"We avoid ghosts. We avoid company men. We get in, we look for the office. Maybe we blow it if we find it. And we get out again."
"Hopefully." I slung my own sword over my back. I briefly fumbled with the buckles on the sword harness. Jacob impatiently pushed my hands away, adjusting them for me. His long fingers were quick and brusque, but the familiarity of his touch was unexpected. I side-eyed him, but all I said was, "Thank you."
"And if we run into any trouble,"
Riker said, looking between me and Levi,
"you two stay in the middle of the pack. No heroics, okay?"
Levi didn't answer. He winced as he threw his sword over his back, and then he picked up a handgun, sliding it into a belt holster on his hip.
"Yeah,"
Riker said,
"and that's why you're no use to us."
"I might be a little broken right now,"
Levi said,
"but I'm far from useless."
"Let's hope we don't find out,"
Riker said. He checked one of the duffel bags, which was full of explosive blocks, and then zipped it up and slung it over his shoulder.
"It's going to be a long trek. We've got about 2 miles to cover through the woods to make sure they don't see us coming."
"It's not going in that worries me,"
Jacob said.
"It's getting back out."
"That's why Rule 1 has always been cardio,"
Riker said. He clapped Levi on his shoulder.
"Come on, brother. Last chance. Would you just stay with the car? Be the getaway driver if we need one?"
Levi hesitated.
"Nothing good ever happens when we're split up."
"Nothing good ever happens with stitches, either,"
Riker said.
"Okay, fine. Let's get moving."
We began our trek through the silent woods, back towards the asylum we'd just escaped. Chapter 20. There was a thin sliver of moon in the sky that night. The light that trickled through the latticework of leaves and branches ahead barely illuminated the forest ground we crossed. Brambles pulled at my boot heels and wrapped around my calves, and I was grateful to the jeans that protected my skin from scratches. I tried to stay close to Levi, worried he would struggle when he was wounded, but when I tripped, my foot caught by a vine that wouldn't yield. He reached out and grabbed my shoulders to steady me.
"You okay?"
he asked, his voice just a breath, barely audible in the night air. He knelt, and I felt him untangle my foot and lift it free. He leaned into me and stood, whispering,
"Barbed wire."
I looked at him, at those cool blue eyes that were silvery in the moonlight, and nodded. He smiled at me, his lips arching up just slightly, and nodded back as if he could give me some of his bravery. Together, we forged on through the forest. Finally, we emerged on the edge of the hospital ground. My breath caught taking in the enormous half-burnt-out brick building in front of us. The roof had crumpled down into the remnant of the upper floors. It was strange to think that I had leaned out of one of those windows just a few days before, waking up into a whole new life, one that was awful and wondrous.
"Let's circle around the perimeter,"
Levi said, his voice low. He nodded at Jacob, and the two of them loped in one direction. I lost sight of them in the woods almost immediately. Riker brushed his hand against mine. I turned, and he jerked his jaw in the other direction. I followed in his footsteps. He was just a step ahead of me, that broad back in a dark, long-sleeved t-shirt, his sheathed sword dangling between his shoulders. The two of us did a long, slow loop through the woods. I was so intent on walking quietly, picking my way through the soft, damp leaves piled up at the edges of the forest, that it took me a second to register that he had stopped. My shoulder brushed his, and he caught my hand in his. He turned to me as his fingers knit with mine, raising a finger to his lips. He pointed out into the clearing around the building. A low-slung white outbuilding stood sheltered just under the tree line. It was obviously as old as the building itself, and I wondered what it had been used for, and more importantly, what it was used for now. He knelt in the brush, tugging me with him, and together we waited, watching the building. As long as we were there, nothing happened. I had time to take in every aspect of it, from the weathered white boards to the single light that hung alongside the steel door entrance. There were no windows. There was a soft sound beside me. I looked up at Levi as he knelt in the dirt next to me. "You think we found it?" Riker nodded.
"Should we go see what's inside?" "I'll keep lookout,"
Levi said. Riker nodded. He squeezed my hand and released it, slowly drawing his sword from the sheath. It was soundless, eerie in the silence of the night. For the first time, I realized that there were no crickets or frogs anywhere. All I could hear was the rustle of leaves. The blade glinted in the moonlight. Behind me, Jacob drew his sword too. He reached out and rested his hand on my shoulder for just a second, pushing me ahead of him and after Riker. There was a keypad on the side of the door. Riker stepped aside, putting his back to the wall, and Jacob quickly dropped his sword low in one hand to pull a lock-picking kit from his pocket with the other.
"Hold this,"
he mouthed to me, handing me his sword, and I took the heavy leather-bound hilt. His sword was heavy in my hands, even harder to lift than the regular sword I carried. A broadsword, I remembered Riker calling it in passing. Jacob quickly worked his magic with the keypad, holding the doorknob to keep the door closed when the pad pinged softly and the lock released. He slid the kit back into his pocket and then reached out for his sword. I passed it to him, his fingers briefly overlapping mine, and I took in a deep breath at the shock that seemed to pass through my body when my fingers touched his. I heard him take a quick breath in, as if he had felt it too, but when I looked up, he was already pulling away from me. Riker nodded to Jacob that he was ready. Jacob kicked the door in and went in hard, his sword raised, ready for a fight. We were in a long, empty room. Folding tables ringed the walls, covered in laptops and files. There were numerous TVs along the wall. They were black now.
"I'll bet these were the feeds that they had up watching us,"
Riker said. Quickly, he went into the back of the room, opening the door at the end.
"No one here. Bet this was Parrish's office, though."
Riker switched on a flashlight, and the two of them began to look for files. Riker opened one of the laptops.
"I want to get a record of what they had before we burn the place. Give me a second."
I nodded and wandered into Parrish's office, intent on finding out what I could as well. Her office was tidy, and framed photos of her with her two kids, teenagers, sat between the file folders and the monitor. I swung open the beige metal door of her armoire, wondering what kind of secrets I'd find inside. Hanging beneath lab coats was a big, hot pink suitcase. My breath caught in my throat as I reached for the brown leather luggage tag. Ellis Landon. It was my bag, the one I'd carried for college tours and for our family trip to Disney. My hands shook as I pulled it out of the armoire and lay it on its side to unzip it. I threw open the top and saw rows of neatly folded tops and jeans, sneakers, even my favorite fleece throw and my journal. My mother had packed this for me, thoughtfully, maybe even lovingly, and Dr. Parrish had kept it from me. I knew I couldn't take it with me, though. There was no way I could haul all of this back through the woods, or ask the boys to help me. I tucked my journal under my arm and zipped the bag back up, wrestling it back into the armoire. I had to be practical, even though I ached to be selfish, to somehow drag this bag out with me instead of abandoning into the embrace of orange flame. Jacob filled the doorway. His eyes were cool, and I couldn't read his face as he watched me push the pink bag back into the metal locker. I closed the door.
"Time to go," he said. "Get Parrish's laptop. We've copied all the files we can."
I nodded and unplugged her laptop from the dock, stacking it with the journal on my arm. Together, we made our way out through the office and back into the clearing. As soon as I took a step out behind Riker, he stepped back into me, pushing me back into the Quonset hut. But it was too late. The forest was alive with men with guns. Levi was nowhere in sight. It took a second for me to process anything more than a blur of terror over Riker's broad shoulder. Then, I took a step back myself, getting enough space to draw my sword, slowly and cleanly. Beyond Riker and Jake, who stood in front of me, ready to protect me, I could see Burley and Nurse Tom, the survivors of the brawl. And there were 4 more guys, with guns. 6 to 3. And let's be honest, one of those 3 barely counted. My hands were trembling on the hilt of my sword, and it felt impossibly heavy. The edge of the blade hovered just above the cracked tile floor.
"We've got your brother,"
Burley called.
"We'll call it a fair swap. For the girl."
Jacob didn't bother to respond to that. He just stepped forward, his sword raised. Chapter 21. Nurse Tom's eyes locked on mine. They were still bloodshot. His lips curled up slightly as his fists tightened, as if he were going to come after me. He took a few quick strides towards me, but Jacob was there between us. Tom raised a gun towards Jacob, impatiently, as if he were in a hurry to get rid of him and get to me, as if he thought a boy with a sword would be no sort of opponent, and Jacob sidestepped him faster than he thought. Jacob's sword arched through his arm. Tom's arm fell to the grass in a spray of blood. He stared down at it, aghast, as if he didn't know what to make of his hand, still gripping the gun. And then Jacob shoved the sword deep into Tom's torso. He raised his leg to shove Tom off his sword blade, drawing the sword out slowly, both hands wrapped around the hilt. Red drops of blood sprayed across his face. Jacob held his sword in both hands, but he turned his head slightly.
"Come on, Alice."
His voice was low and urgent.
"I think we've overstayed our welcome."
I followed him quickly as he and Riker battled their way across the field. Riker dispatched Burley. Jacob took out a man who made the mistake of seating a rifle into his shoulder, aiming it at us.
"Where's Levi?"
I heard Jacob mutter to himself. My mind was overwhelmed by the blur of fast-moving violence around me. Everything in my body screamed at me to run away into the woods and hide, to run through the woods with the branches whipping at my face until I could crawl into the safety of the car. But I would never run without Levi. "There," I said, pointing at a pickup truck gunning it across the open field towards the access road that led from the hospital. I turned and sprinted after the truck.
"Alice, go!"
I heard Riker yell. But from the corner of my eye, even though my running made him a blur, I saw him turn back from me to drive his sword through a man who was coming at him with an axe. And I saw the man who raised a gun from behind his back, the sights fixed on Riker's broad back, and slowly pressed his finger against the trigger. The careening world around me seemed to slow as I stumbled to a halt. "Get down!" I screamed at Riker. Riker stumbled forward. The gun went off. I couldn't make sense of time. Which had happened first? Had he fallen from the bullet, or had he ducked the bullet? Jacob slashed with his broadsword overhand, and the man who had just shot at Riker crumpled to the ground. In one quick motion, Jacob dropped the sword and grabbed the gun from his still-moving hand. He brought the gun to bear on the wheels of the retreating truck, firing determinedly at the treads, trying to bring the truck to a halt. We couldn't let them get away with Levi. There was the low, steady whine of a helicopter engine overhead, and then I felt the wind being whipped around us. This time, it wasn't our cavalry arriving by helicopter.
"It's a trap,"
Jacob said. For a second, he held the broadsword in one hand, his face grim and expectant, and then he raised it in both hands. Clearly, he was ready for the battle, even if it was unwinnable. The helicopter landed between us and the pickup truck. The wind from the helicopter blades whipped grit into my eyes, but before I had to blink, before I lost sight of the truck, I realized that it leaned hard to one side. Jacob had blown one of the tires to nothing. Riker groaned, staggering to his feet. Blood was spreading over one of his shoulders, and he switched the sword to his other hand. When he turned to me, his face was set, and then he winked.
"We're not going to let anyone hurt you, Firestarter."
"I'm not going to let anyone hurt you, Dreamstalker," I said. Men piled out of the helicopter into the grass. and then I saw the machine gun in the window of the helicopter. "I thought you were sure they wanted to take us alive," I said. But the machine guns didn't fire. Not yet. Instead, the 6 men who had just jumped out of the helicopter, all heavily armed, spread out. They approached us with guns drawn. Riker swung his sword with his good arm, waiting for them. Jacob was still, his broadsword held in both hands, both of them waiting for their chance to run at our new enemies. I glanced back at where the pickup truck had been, even though I could no longer see it. I would try to get to Levi. We couldn't escape until we had him. "I'm going," I said, sprinting to the left, arching around the men who had taken up their positions. "Ellis," Riker said, and then cursed. He and Jacob burst into motion, running to intercept the men who were coming forward now. Only 2 men, the 2 on the far edge where I was running, stayed in my path. One of them was hunkered low with his rifle's sights on me. They must still want us alive, or I'd be dead by now. And I thought about Riker's quip about a tactical advantage. The other one was on his feet, barreling towards me. He ran for me hard. One shoulder dropped low, like he was going to knock me down again like the day I'd been kidnapped. You can't take me down the same way twice. When he was close to me, when he was furling like a cat about to pounce, I let my feet slide out from under me like when I was a kid playing baseball and I'd slide into home plate. His steel-toed boots passed within inches of my face, making me wince and turn my head to one side. He tackled thin air where I had been just seconds before. I hit the ground hard on my ass and shoulder blades, feeling the shock all through my body. But adrenaline took over. I rolled up and to my feet, knowing he would be on my heels. I sprinted desperately for the pickup truck. Up ahead of me, a man stood with his arm looped around Levi's neck, holding him tight. The gun barrel was pressed against Levi's temple. "Hey!" The voice was low, guttural, a bark across the open field.
"Stop right there, girl, or I'm going to put a bullet through his brain."
Levi grimaced, his hands raised slightly in front of him. "Don't hurt him," I called. Suddenly, Jacob was right by my side. He too held out a placating hand, his broadsword tip in the dirt so that he could hold it one-handed. "It's all right," he said, his voice low and rich, almost hypnotic. I hadn't heard that tone from Jacob before. "Let's calm down now." I glanced up at him and met his golden eyes. I was jarred by the fact that his gaze was on me, even though his words were for the man who held a gun on our Levi. His determined jaw was set. I stared back into those dazzling, inhuman eyes. Whenever we'd made eye contact before, he'd quickly glanced away, as if he couldn't stand to look at me. But now his eyes were on mine, and there was something besides the usual anger and condescension there. There was a softness when he looked at me. Maybe that was what he hadn't wanted me to see all along. "Things look pretty desperate," he said. "You up for trying something new?" "Just give us the girl," the man in the bed of the pickup said. I nodded at Jacob. Levi was saying something else, something about running, about leaving him. But no one would have listened to him anyway. "Here goes nothing." Jacob wrapped his hand around my jaw, and he leaned forward, and his lips pressed against mine. I breathed in his scent, which smelled like dew-soaked greenery, eucalyptus, bitter coffee, and a faint, pleasantly sour scent like cherry wine. The hand he pressed to my cheek was dry and warm, and so hot that his fingers blazed against my face. The sword in my hand vibrated. I felt a sudden heat beating against my leg, and I broke away from him. I stared down in wonder at my sword, which was blazing against the night. Flames licked up and down the metal. My sword was on fire. And so was Jacob's broadsword. Behind us, Riker said, "Holy shit." Even the man in the pickup truck looked startled. His mouth hung open, and just for a second, the barrel was in the air, not against Levi's temple. Levi threw himself over the side of the pickup truck, away from the gunman. Jacob ran forward, cocking back his broadsword over his body. He threw it with 2 hands. The flaming sword arched through the air. It buried itself in the surprised man's chest. He crumpled to the ground over the side of the truck. Levi was up. He wrenched the sword out of the fallen body. He limped towards us as fast as he could. Together, the four of us ran into the woods, leaving a trail of blood and fire. Chapter 22. We ran hard through the woods. I felt the brambles and vines yank at my legs, but I just tripped and kept going. In my peripheral vision, I could see the guys and I could hear all of us breathing. Our breathing loud and rough as we ran around trees and under the faint moonlight at breakneck speed. There was no breath to talk. There was nothing to say. Even flaming swords aren't much of a weapon against a machine gun. Above us, I heard the sound of the helicopter engines. A beam of light swept through the trees, making me squint as my night vision disappeared. But I wasn't sure if they could see us through the thick canopy of trees overhead. And then, one moment of luck. The sound faded away as the helicopter peeled off to the left, and suddenly, the three of us were back around the truck. Without hesitating, Riker ran off to drag the brush out of our way back to the road. Jacob threw himself into the driver's side, turning the key in the ignition, and Levi and I hustled into the back seat. Riker threw open the passenger door, and as soon as his foot was on the running board and he was ducking in, he said, "Go, go." The door slammed shut behind him as Jacob peeled out fast towards the road. The car thunked over the underbrush, clipped a sapling that sprang back against the windshield, and then we were out on open concrete. I grabbed for my seatbelt and yanked it across my chest as the ride suddenly smoothed out. Jacob shifted gears, pushing the car as fast as it would go, as we raced back down the highway.
"Well, that was a clusterfuck if I ever saw one," Riker said, his tone surprisingly light for a guy who was bleeding from the shoulder. "Jesus."
He pressed his hand against the wound, then winced as he pulled his shirt away.
"You okay?"
Levi asked, his voice low and rough.
"Yeah," Riker said. "Just clipped me. How about you?"
Levi said,
"I'm fine. Took a pretty sharp blow to the head. Maybe a small concussion. But, you know, head wounds don't bother hunters much."
"Not a lot going on up there,"
Riker said. "It makes me feel better when you guys joke," I said. I tried to figure out where to put my sword, and I finally set it down on the fabric floor, careful not to step on the blade. I unbuckled the sheath and let it slide off my shoulders. I felt suddenly light, and I realized what a weight it was to carry a sword, in so many ways.
"I mean, that was a bad day,"
Riker said.
"But we're all here, alive. I was just barely shot. I'm calling it a win overall."
"You shouldn't,"
Jacob said crisply. He nodded at Riker.
"Buckle up. Safety matters."
"Yeah, Mom,"
Riker said, pulling his seatbelt out. He buckled himself in. I saw Levi reach across, wincing, and do the same.
"There's a distinct possibility that helicopter is looking for us on the open roads, and there aren't many ways in," Jacob said. "We've got to expect another battle on our way out."
"He's not an optimist,"
Riker told me.
"Someone has to be the realist trapped with all you idiots,"
Jacob said, without rancor. I saw troubled golden eyes flicker to the rearview mirror, checking on Levi, no matter how harsh he was with his words. He glanced over at Riker, and there was a faint twitch in his cheek, some suppressed emotion.
"Could you stop bleeding on the seats? That's real leather."
"Nope,"
Riker said. His hand was pressing over the wound again, and he leaned back, looking up at the tan fabric ceiling of the rover.
"I'm going to grind this blood into your seats. It's going to look like a murder scene. What do you care? You stole it anyway."
"I worked hard to steal it,"
Jacob muttered.
"You wouldn't understand."
A few times, I thought I heard the phantom sound of distant helicopter blades, but it always faded away. We made it from the country road onto the highway, and Jacob settled down to 90 miles per hour, trying to blend in with traffic while still beating tracks home. I let my head fall against the cool glass of the window. I felt exhausted. The adrenaline that had kept me going now just made my legs feel restless and aching. I wanted to curl up and go to sleep. but I also couldn't quite slow the frenetic beating of my heart, an anxiousness that wouldn't pass. I couldn't stop thinking about the awful things I'd seen tonight. The spray of blood, the sight of Levi with a gun barrel pressed to his temple, the flash of fear in his eyes, no matter how brave and stoic his face was. Riker, going down with a bullet in his shoulder. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to make my breathing calm, because I felt like I was going into a panic.
"Hey,"
Levi said, his fingers brushing over mine. I took his hand in mine, grateful for the sense of warmth and peace that always flowed between our bodies. Riker glanced over his shoulder, and then he groaned slightly as he eased in his seat, before he reached his arm back over the seat back to offer me his hand. I took Riker's hand, briefly resting my forehead against the black, mysterious run tattoos that ran up his exposed wrist, where his long-sleeved t-shirt sleeves had been pushed up. As always, I felt a spark of excitement and courage when I touched Riker. With him near me, I could imagine myself as the girl who could come to savor a fight, to love the rush of adrenaline, the girl who ran towards danger and not away, with a sword in her hand and bravery in her heart, the girl who could walk into the far and save her sister and anyone else who needed saving. I raised my head, wondering why that had all flickered through my mind as I touched Riker's wrist. I squeezed his hand in mine and let go. "I don't want to hurt you."
"Touching you never hurts, Ellie,"
he said, his voice low and husky.
"Even when it does."
It began to rain, fat drops splattering against the window. The tires hummed over the wet concrete, carrying us home. Beaten, tired, but still together. We were an hour into our journey when I saw Jacob glance into the rearview mirror. The way his eyes cut away was sharp, and I could sense his restless tension as his hands shifted on the steering wheel. The car sped up, weaving in and out of the few cars left on the road. I sat up, the last of my sleepiness falling away. "Jacob?"
"Shh," he said. "I don't like it when you talk at the best of times. Don't distract me."
I reached out to gently shake Levi. He startled awake at my touch on his shoulder. Riker was already sitting up, running his hand through his short, dark blonde hair.
"What have we got?" "I think we've got a tail," Jacob swore. "We can't lead them back towards the house. Get us on a quiet road."
Riker pulled out his cell phone, looking for a route.
"Somewhere civilians can't get in the middle."
That was the opposite of my natural reaction to someone following me. Always stay in public. But I was in a new world now. The car rose over a sharp hill, and I felt it sail briefly into the air, my body rising weightless against the seatbelt before the car slammed back to earth. I was driving. Ash twisted in her seat. One hand braced against the dash. The terror on her face didn't fit with her glittery prom queen tiara, pinned into her auburn curls, when she looked at me. She parted her lips to say something. I gasped, but the flash of memory was gone. I did remember, though, trying on those tiaras with my sister and Claire's, months before the prom. The actual prom queens might be mad we're crowning ourselves, I had joked. She was frowning, trying to get the comb in the crown to grip in my always slippery, fine hair. But that had made her smile slightly, her chin rising. "We've got to crown ourselves. No one else will ever recognize we're royalty."
"There they are,"
Riker said. He opened the glove compartment, and I saw the glint of a gun in his hand.
"Wish I could get to the rifles." "You're not going anywhere with that shoulder," Jacob said. He swore. "I should have made you drive. I was worried you'd be a worse driver than usual, losing blood." Riker turned, wincing, and it was obvious that Jacob was right. It was going to be hard for Riker to take aim when he only had one good arm. "Give it to me," Levi said, reaching for the gun. "Told you that you needed us along." Jacob snorted. Riker opened the sunroof in the car, and cool night air rushed in, the buzz of road noise distracting when I was already on edge. "Hold," Jacob said. "What's off this exit?" Riker rapidly flipped along the route he had pulled up on his cell. Looks like some quiet country roads that parallel the highway. We can rejoin the highway in about 8 miles, once we take care of them."
"Great," Jacob said. "Let's go meet some new friends."
He jerked the wheel, quickly cutting across the highway, and we took the exit so quickly that I swayed hard against the seatbelt, my head jolting against the glass.
"Jesus,"
Riker said.
"Try to wait to make the airbags deploy until we need them."
At the last minute, a black pickup truck behind us accelerated hard, jerking to the right, too, and they fishtailed around the exit right behind us.
"There they are,"
Jacob said. His hands tightened on the wheel.
"Get ready."
Levi released his seatbelt. His broad-shouldered frame elbowed his way up to stand. His legs braced on the seat beside me. I took in his lean, denim-covered legs, and the way his T-shirt had ridden up to expose his chiseled six-pack of abs as he braced himself in the sunroof. I leaned forward, touching his thigh tentatively. "Tell me if you need anything." He smiled quickly at me.
"Thanks, sweet girl."
Then he pushed his head out, leaning back with his back braced against the opening, those powerful arms braced in a triangle, holding the gun as steady as he could from a speeding car on a curvy country road. He squeezed off 2 shots in quick succession. The sound was muted over the rush of road noise, the car going over 100 miles an hour now.
"Stay low,"
Riker warned me, but I couldn't resist looking out over the top of the seats. Another shot went off. Levi's shoulders pushed back against the kickback. I watched the windshield of the pickup truck explode into thousands of cracks. "He got them," I said.
"No return fire,"
Riker said, almost to himself, as if he were trying to make sense of what was happening.
"They're after Ellis,"
Jacob said. "That's getting old," I said.
"Yeah, I don't get it either,"
Jacob muttered. The pickup truck crashed into our trunk, bumping us forward, and Levi dropped back into the car in a hurry.
"This is as fast as this thing goes,"
Jacob promised.
"Next time steal something with a V8, would you?"
Riker asked.
"They're trying to get broadside. Don't let them get around us."
"I'm trying." "I'll go back up,"
Levi said, his hand braced in the sunroof still, but Riker shook his head.
"Too dangerous. Belt in. If they bump us again, I don't want to lose you."
I was still watching as the passenger in the truck behind us shattered their windshield with an axe so that the thousands of cracks fell away. Jacob took a bend in the road so hard that my head banged into the window again. Levi swayed against me before he managed to get his seatbelt on. He reached out to grip my shoulder, his eyes on mine, worried.
"You okay?"
"You're the one who's all wounded," I said, touching his cheek. The frenetic beating of my heart slowed just a little, touching him. "You're the one I'm worried about."
"Don't waste your worries on me. I'm tough."
"So am I promised him.
"I don't doubt it, sweet girl."
The pickup truck made a mad dash around us. Levi pulled away from me, cranking down the window to try to take a shot at them as they passed. I saw a grinning face in the passenger side window as the truck pulled even with us, and then the roar of the gun going off deafened me, and I didn't see that grinning face anymore. They must have ducked low. Levi squeezed off a second shot, but the truck was accelerating, getting around us now.
"You've got to turn this thing around,"
Riker said urgently. Jacob was slamming on the brakes, downshifting. I felt us start to turn, but we were still going too fast, and we slid sideways across the road for a second. The truck in front of us slammed on their brakes. Our car slammed into the bed of the pickup truck. I felt the car start to roll, yawing helplessly out of control, and I opened my mouth to scream, but no sound came out. All I could do was gasp as the air left my lungs. The world was a blur. I hadn't screamed as the car rolled. Ash's skirt rose in a billow of blue satin. For a second, time hung. The car was upside down. And then time moved again, and everything crashed down. Chapter 23. I ran into the woods, chasing after Ash. Her skirt was a flicker in front of me, always lost amongst the shadows of the trees just seconds before I reached her. Once I felt satin swish through my fingers. I tried to call to her, but she couldn't hear me. Or wouldn't hear me. And then we emerged into a clearing where the moonlight fell across our faces, and she turned. Her lips moved to say, "Ellie," her expression fond, even though I couldn't hear her. I couldn't hear anything. It was like I was deaf. And then Ash fell away, her form dissolving, whispering away in the wind like so much smoke. I cried out, but I couldn't hear my own desperate voice anyway. It was like something here was sucking the sound away. I fell out of the dream world into a second clearing, and the moonlight was on my face, and I lay on my back looking up at the lacy edges of the trees dancing and the narrow sliver of the moon. I could hear peepers and crickets in the woods, making their small, musical sounds, and the rustle of the leaves in the trees. I could smell the faint scent of decaying leaves. I bit down on my lip, afraid to speak, afraid I still wouldn't hear my own voice.
"Don't be afraid."
It was a man's voice, and I jerked upright. I felt like my head would split in two, and I grabbed my forehead, trying to push away the blinding pain. Through the desperate pounding of blood in my head, a constant rush that buzzed in my ears now, I said, "That usually means there's a damned good reason to be afraid."
"There's no reason to be afraid of me. Your sister brought you here so we could talk. Just talk. That's all."
I rubbed the heel of my hand against my head, still trying to hold it together, and squinted at the man who squatted down across from me now. He was handsome, older, wearing a suit that didn't quite square with the woods around us. His dark eyes seemed kind. It took me a second to connect him with the man I'd seen on the computer monitors. "Mr. Joseph."
"You can just call me Andrew,"
he said.
"Hello, Ellis."
He was so near me, his eyes steady on mine. He smiled confidently and extended his hand for me to shake. I slammed my aching head forward, banging my forehead into his nose. He fell back, making a small sound of shock, and sprawled across the slick leaves. My head exploded with new pain, so bad that my vision went black for a second. I scrambled to my feet, despite how it made my head pound, despite being blind. I had to get back to the guys. "Riker!" I screamed, taking a few desperate steps forward, my hands in front of me. I blinked frantically. My vision was wet and blurry after the shock of slamming my head into his. "Levi! I'm here!"
"Ellis,"
his voice was a rasp.
"You can run, but I'll still have your sister."
I turned back. "What do you mean, you have my sister?"
"You think your sister deserves to be trapped in the far?"
He seemed self-satisfied, and when I looked back at him, my vision finally clearing enough to see his face, his eyes didn't seem so kind anymore.
"You two are connected, but she would pass into heaven if it weren't for the way I bound her. Before the accident, before she was killed. Part of her soul is in my little box, and only you can free her."
I felt desperate to know what he knew, and that desperation made me furious, knowing that anything he told me might well be a lie. I needed answers about how I could save my sister from the far, but I couldn't trust that anything he said would bring me closer to the truth. I almost could just walk away from him. Almost.
"Ellis, you can bring her back to life."
He spoke with low, fervent tones, like a preacher.
"Don't be angry. I just want my wife back, my child. You can walk into the far. You can bring them back. All three of them. I see now I made a mistake trying to trap you."
"You sure did," I said.
"You'll need me to bring your sister back," he said. "I have the technology to bring her heart back to beating life."
"You want to make Ash into a zombie?" I repeated, my voice flat. "I've seen this movie before. I'm not helping you." He held a photo out to me. I stretched my arm out to take it cautiously, unwilling to come into range of an attack. But he seemed almost timid in his own way. He shook the photo at me, and I took one slick edge between my fingers before I took a step away, getting enough space to look at it. My sister's pale face, her dark hair pulled back away from her face in a tight braid. She was almost unrecognizable, her face thinner than I'd ever seen her, her cheeks hollowed. But I did recognize her. Tubes ran into her nose, and her lips were chapped, parted slightly.
"She wasn't cremated," he said. "We have her body. She died that day, but we restored her. We've done what we can. Now only you can bring her back."
"My mom," I trailed off. I wasn't sure what had happened with my mother.
"She thinks you and your sister are both dead." He nodded at the photo. "You can keep it. She wants to join you, I think. And she will if you and your sister don't cooperate. But if you do, you can all be together again, Ellis. I'll leave you and those boys alone. You'll have your mother and your sister again. I just want my wife back. You can imagine that, can't you? Wanting someone back from the dead so badly."
"Not badly enough to do what you've done," I said. "It's better to be missing someone. It's better to be dead than it is to be an asshole." He smiled slightly at that.
"You're young. When you're closer to death, you might just find you change your mind. Death's no friend of ours."
"What did you do to me?" I asked. "How am I here?"
"The world's full of magic," he said. "Almost as much magic as darkness. You'll wake soon, but I want you to remember. Ash can bring you back to me when you're ready to go into the far. With the binding, she can always find her way back to me."
"I can't communicate with my sister," I said, "so that doesn't work too well."
"She's a tough cookie," he admitted. "She's tough for me, too. But she wants to see you live. And she wants to live herself, too."
I couldn't understand what was happening. Was Ash working for him? Or was Ash trying to fight against him in her own way? I felt sick and dizzy and desperately in need of my sister.
"You'll figure it out," he said. "I'll give you a month, before I come for your mother. You'd better figure out the far."
"I can't," I said. "We don't even know who the fourth is."
"You're resourceful," he said, "and I would hope, highly motivated. Goodbye, Ellis."
"Wait," I said.
"Last thing,"
he said, raising his hand toward me, his fingers extended.
"If you talk to those boys of yours about our private conversation, I'll move up my timeline on your mommy. Ash is watching."
He wiggled his fingers. I could see his smirk as my vision blurred again. He knew to call her Ash. The thought made my chest tighten. Maybe everything he had said was true. The pain in my head doubled, blurring my vision, and I found myself on my knees, unable to bear it. I gripped my head with both hands, pushing back against the pain, gritting my teeth. I wanted to strike back at him, but I was nauseous with pain. The world, even dimly illuminated by the moon, seemed too painfully bright, and I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to gather my feet beneath me to launch myself up, to fight.
"Ellis."
Riker wrapped his arms around me, and I would have doubted he was real for a second, except I breathed in the scent of wood smoke and soap. I hugged him back, wrapping my arms around the solid warmth of his waist, leaning my weight into him shamelessly. My head was so painfully heavy. I let it fall against his shoulder.
"Her head's bleeding."
I felt Levi's fingers on my hair.
"Concussion," Riker said. "No sleep for any of us tonight."
I felt Riker lift me up, cradling me against his chest. I tried to murmur something to them, to tell them what had happened to me, but it already felt like a dream that was slipping away.
"Oh, no, you don't."
Riker jiggled me against his chest.
"You can't sleep. Wake up and look at me, Ellis."
I blinked my eyes open, taking in his handsome face so near mine. Those deep green eyes stared into mine, gold-flecked and intense. There was an edge of desperation in his voice.
"Do I have to kiss you back to sense?"
he asked me, and some of that desperation went away as he looked into my face. He smirked, just a little. His fingers were on my jaw, and warmth flooded into my face, heating my cheeks. For the first time, I felt how cold I was. My teeth began to chatter. I tangled my fingers in his short-cropped hair as best I could, wanting more of him, wanting him close to me. I felt his legs unfold as he sat with me in his lap, right there in the clearing.
"Get the med kit,"
he told Levi, who took off running for the truck. "Is Jacob okay?" I murmured.
"He's okay for Jacob,"
Riker said. He pressed his lips against mine, and my face turned up to his, wanting more of him. I felt life come back to me as his lips parted, as he kissed the bottom of my lip, the corner of my mouth. And then we began to exchange desperate, quick kisses. Levi sank cross-legged right next to Riker.
"I'm going to close this wound real fast,"
he said. I let my head fall back into his lap, feeling the warmth of his body flow into mine, that sense of peace that he always carried for me. His fingers were quick and adept as he blotted blood away from my cut, and then I felt a cold sting as he sprayed something antibacterial onto the wound. I jerked away, but his fingers were on my jaw, turning my head back, and I could never resist his touch. Quickly, he sealed the wound with some kind of chemical-smelling goop, and then pressed a gauze pad over it. His worried blue eyes met mine.
"You hanging in there with us, pretty girl?"
I started to nod, but that made my head pound all over again. "Always."
"Just like she said,"
Levi said to Riker.
"Tough as us. Maybe tougher. Well, to love the three of us, you'd have to be,"
Riker said, amusement in his voice. And maybe some pride, too. Levi leaned forward, pressing a kiss to my forehead, just under the gauze pad. I raised a hand to caress the back of his neck, holding him there, and I pressed my lips against his. I knew in some distant, intellectual way I should be ashamed, kissing these two boys, these two brothers, there under the trees. But it felt too right to stop. And neither of them seemed to care. Levi's lips met mine, hesitating for just 1 second, and then his mouth met mine, rough, passionate. Levi was always the calm one, the peacemaker. But when he kissed me, I felt fury, and I felt fire, and I felt pure, deep, carnal affection. His tongue slipped against my lower lip, and I let my lips open, inviting him. His tongue slid along mine, and I felt a thrum of longing through my body, a desperation to have more than his tongue.
"Take it easy,"
Riker said, pushing his brother away playfully.
"You're still hurt. You can't give her too much."
My eyes widened in alarm, taking in the two handsome faces looking down at me in concern and affection. "I don't want to hurt either of you."
"You aren't,"
Riker promised.
"Just enough to get you on your feet again. It's what we're here for, Firestarter."
So I let them kiss me, right there in that field where the two bodies of the men who had chased us down had fallen, where the boys had battled while I slept, while I dreamed, by the wreck of our upside-down car. I let them pass me back and forth, their hands on my body tender, their kisses passionate. The world fell away, and it was just me and their heat, me and their calm. And I grew strong again. I felt strong arms underneath me, bearing up, pulling me away from the boys. Jacob's face was frustrated, resolute, under that mop of waving brown curls.
"Selfish princess,"
he muttered. He carried me away, and I could feel the anger and ferocity in his stride. But he was gentle when he nestled me into the passenger seat of a car. Blurrily, I took in Olivia in the driver's side. She looked worried.
"I'll get Riker and Levi,"
he told her.
"Don't let her sleep."
"What happened to the rover?" My voice sounded distant to me. "Destroyed," she said. "I came to rescue the guys. As usual." There was a bitter edge to her voice. I decided to ignore it. "Thank you." "No problem," she said. "They're good guys, you know. Young, but the best of hunters. The best of men." I would have nodded, but I already knew that hurt, so I just watched her. Her face was animated under her mop of hair, a bun piled up loosely on top of her head, and I wondered why it sounded like she needed to convince me of something. My brain wasn't tracking too fast after the beating it had taken today. I needed sleep, and then I would be able to sort out everything that had happened, to figure out what was happening with Ash, to protect my mother.
Get in the back.
Jacob caught Levi's shoulder and pushed him towards the seat behind me.
You've got no sense. You would give that girl your last bit of strength. Yeah, of course,
Levi said. For a second, I thought Riker looked drawn as he stumbled against the side of the car, stopping himself with a hand on top of the doorframe. But when he leaned in to climb into the car, he winked at me.
She's our girl. Not mine,
Jacob said. But even though he said that, he picked me up in his arms like he was cradling me, so he could sit in the passenger side with me in his lap. I wanted to push away from him, but I was exhausted, and I couldn't quite raise my head from his powerful chest. I felt his heartbeat against my ear, even though he rested his arm on the console and did his best not to hug me into his chest.
Stay awake,
he warned me. His voice was low and sexy and commanding. Let's get you home, Olivia said, sounding more subdued than I had ever heard her. One of the rear doors slammed shut, finally. She turned the wheel, turning us onto the road. Despite everything he had said, I felt Jacob's arm slide around my waist, holding me against his body. Chapter 24. Jacob swung open his door as Olivia came to a stop in the driveway. The boys' house was a rambling farmhouse with a wide front porch. Dawn was breaking over the roof, cracking open the sky in gold and orange. Jacob pushed me unceremoniously off his lap, then reached back into the car for a gun. I stood there wobbly in the driveway. I still felt thick-headed and tired, although most of the pain had faded away under Levi and Riker's kisses.
I'm going to clear the house, Jacob said. Stay here.
You really think they could have found their way here? Olivia asked, biting down on her plush lower lip. Jacob hesitated.
Just checking.
There was some shared understanding, some shared fear in the look they exchanged, but I couldn't parse it in my current cotton-headed state. As Jacob headed for the porch, his tall body leaning forward dangerously, with that gun braced in his hand, I felt the cool, fresh morning air caress my face and chase away some of the fog. But some of the conclusions I came to weren't entirely helpful, since I had big problems to solve, and I was noticing little things like Olivia was probably in love with Jacob, but he talked to her like they were friends, like they were nothing more than that, and I felt sorry for her, too. Loving Jacob seemed like an impossible proposition. Riker slid his arm around my waist, and I leaned back into his touch, feeling the comfort of his hard-muscled body all along mine. I followed his gaze to the sunrise, streaking the once black sky. His lips were close to my ear, his voice low and sexy, when he said, "Good morning," and "Happy birthday." "It is, isn't it?" I murmured.
Since none of us can sleep until 24 hours post-head injury,
Levi said, joining us.
Why don't we throw you a party?
I had to smile faintly. I don't really feel like I'm in a celebratory mood.
There's a lot to celebrate,
Riker said.
Look at all of us being not dead.
Jacob came back out onto the porch and waved us in.
House is clear.
I guess I'll go, Olivia said, her voice small.
You should stay,
Levi said. He went around the car to hug her, his big body enveloping her for a second, but the hug seemed entirely brotherly.
Thanks for the rescue, Olive.
No problem, she said, patting his arm absently before he pulled away. She hesitated, chewing on her bottom lip, like she really wanted to stay. I was supposed to win Jacob over. Despite the conflict between us, when he touched me, it felt magical, as if we were indeed meant to be together. And if that was my goal, to convince Jacob that he really did love me, then this girl might be my enemy. But she had been a loyal friend to these boys for a long time, and I wished she could be my friend, too, just like I wished there was a way to set Jacob free if he didn't want me. But still, I made myself smile, because I could tell she was looking past Riker and Levi for my reaction. Riker turned too, his eyes widening slightly, as if he had realized she was looking for my permission. "Olivia, stay," I said. "Please, we can't begin to make it up to you. Everything you've done for us. But Riker can make cupcakes, and we can start to try, at least."
"Hey,"
Riker growled playfully, squeezing me tight. "Well, you don't expect me to make my own birthday cupcakes, do you?" I asked. The scruff on Riker's broad jaw tickled my neck as he pulled me playfully against his body. I turned my face up, brushing my lips over that scruff. My lips were drawn to his, as if he were magnetic for me.
"No,"
Jacob said, bounding across the lawn. Exasperation was written across his face.
"Christ. Olivia, can you start getting Riker and Levi patched up? I'll meet you guys in the office in a few."
Jacob grabbed my shoulders, drawing me away from Riker. Riker said,
"Where are you trying to take my girl?" "Away from you before she draws all your energy," Jacob said. "The three of you don't have any fucking sense. You're all wounded. You're all depleted. You have no energy to share." "But that doesn't mean it isn't fun,"
Riker said. His fingers briefly tangled with mine before Jacob pulled me a step away, our hands falling apart. Riker winked at me, which always sent warmth flooding through my body. That wink was familiar and intimate.
"He's not wrong. I'm going to see about getting cleaned up and some stitches for this."
He pressed his hand over the wound in his shoulder, which was crusted with dried blood.
"Make sure Levi doesn't sleep either,"
Jacob snapped. Levi leaned against the hood of the car.
"I'm fine. Even a head as empty as yours can suffer from a concussion,"
Jacob said. He wrapped an arm around my shoulders, tucking me against his hard-muscled body, even though I could feel the tension all through his body.
"Come on. I've got to get you away from them. Idiots, all of you."
Together, the two of us walked through the house towards the stairs. "Can I see your room?" I asked. "Since I have to stay awake?"
"What does one have to do with the other?"
My curiosity revives me. I stared up into his face when he glanced down at me. Those golden eyes of his were hypnotic. For a few long seconds, he stared back at me. Then he abruptly shoved his hand into my face to block his face from me. I studied his palm, the calluses at the base of his long, slender fingers, the heavy silver ring he wore on his finger. His voice was rough when he said,
"Don't do that."
"Don't do what?" I asked.
"Don't look at me like that."
He unwound his arm from my shoulders, heading ahead of me through the kitchen, towards the stairs.
"Come on. Fine. Look at my room, brat."
"Brat? Is that a downgrade from princess?" I followed him up the stairs. Anger made his motions slightly jerky, but his jeans were tight enough that I couldn't help but watch his muscular ass heading up the stairs in front of me.
"I'm not dignifying a question that stupid with a response."
He headed down the hall and pushed open the door of a room. He bowed slightly, the expression mocking, as he gestured me ahead of him.
"Go. Indulge your curiosity."
"And you'll answer my questions?" I teased. "Since you're honor-bound to keep me awake?"
"I could do that by holding you under a cold shower, too." He crossed his arms over his chest. "Don't push me."
"You're so bossy." Part of me thought that the way he was bossy meant that I was under his skin, that he felt something for me that he didn't want to admit. I stepped into his room. In front of me was a simple, Cherry Mission-style bed, covered in a blue quilt like the one in Riker's room. Now that I thought about it, there was a quilt in Levi's room, too. There was a nightstand on either side of the bed, but there were no personal touches, no photos or souvenirs, just matching silver and white lamps and a stack of books. The closet door stood open, revealing a small wardrobe hung neatly or folded onto shelves. There was no dresser, because the rest of his room was taken up by bookshelves lining the walls. Hundreds, maybe thousands of colorful paperback covers surrounded his bed. Now that I thought about it, maybe the books were the personal touch. "You like to read," I said out loud.
"Brilliant observation. I'm so very grateful to have a mind like yours on the team."
I ran my hand over the patchwork quilt, taking a seat on his bed and leaning forward to look at the titles on his nightstand. The quilt felt soft under my fingers, and I traced the small, neat stitches absently. "Did someone make this for you?"
"My mom,"
he said. I glanced over my shoulder, curious if he would open up to me, even if I already knew the answer. "But you didn't grow up here? With Riker and Levi?" His jaw set.
"I can go turn on the shower."
"You have a lot of books," I said. Time to abandon the blunt questions anyway. "I like to read too. What's your favorite?" He leaned in the doorway, his arms crossed over his chest, and didn't answer, as if he were afraid to give me the smallest thing that might knock down a stone in the wall between us. I took the stack of books into my hands. He had an eclectic mix of books. On the nightstand alone, there was Sherlock Holmes, Isaac Asimov, Shakespeare, and Nicholas Sparks. I held up the cover of the love story. "Care to explain?"
"No,"
he said.
"I have to read a lot, trying to learn how to be a human being."
It was just what Riker would have quipped about him, but he said it flatly, like he meant it. He glanced away, out the wood-framed window. The view was of the pines behind the house. "Can I ask one more question?" I asked. My voice came out small, unexpectedly, and while it surprised me, I could see in Jacob's quick gaze, unguarded for a second, that it surprised him, too.
"You can try," he said. "I make no promises about how it'll turn out."
"Why do you hate me?" I bit down on my lip as soon as the words were out of my mouth, knowing I'd asked a stupid, vulnerable question. But the way he acted felt like a deep ache under my skin. His lips lifted slightly, in a humorless smile, and he shook his head. His gaze shifted back out the window.
"Don't try to manipulate me, Ellis. It's not cute. I'm not going to fall for it."
"That's what you think I'm doing?" My heart dropped, and I felt that deep ache like a physical thing. I wished I could run across the room to him, push myself into that broad chest, and have those powerful, tattooed arms wrap around me. It felt strange and wrong to have him angry at me like this. I wondered if that was the Lilith in me, recognizing the angel in him.
"You know damn well how I feel about you,"
he exploded. I was surprised by the fervor in his voice, by the way his golden eyes locked on mine from across the room. Even with the room between us, I could feel the tension between our bodies. "Yeah, you've made it pretty clear that you're not my biggest fan." He closed the distance between us in a few furious steps, and I jumped up from the bed, my body tense. I wasn't sure what he was going to do next, with all that misplaced anger he carried towards me. He slid a finger under my jaw, tilting my gaze up to his, to those golden eyes.
"No,"
he ground out.
"That I'm drawn to you. That I love you. You impossible brat."
For a second, I just stared back at him, not sure what to say. "That is literally the worst confession of love I've ever heard," I said finally, because Jacob did not deserve to be let off the hook, not after the way he'd acted, not even if part of me felt the same way. One side of his lips quirked up slightly.
"I don't want to love anyone, Ellis. Not my brothers. Not you. I want to be free."
His lips were still as close to mine as if we could kiss. I rested my hands on his shoulders and gently pushed him away, just putting a breath between the two of us. His body was hot against my palms, and it felt like a gulf between us when I dropped my hands. He looked at me, brows drawn together on that handsome, angelic face, as if he couldn't make sense of what I'd just done. "Then we'll find a way to make you free, Jacob," I promised him. Some strange expression flickered across his face. Reluctance, maybe, or a sense of loss. Hurt. Was Jacob really hurt that I hadn't responded to that worst-ever confession of love? We had to start with Jacob being nice and work our way into anything else. But then, from what Riker and Levi had said, I wasn't sure he was nice to anyone.
"It's a big, ancient curse,"
he said, crossing his arms over his chest.
"Handed down by God, enforced by angels.
You think you can break it, Princess?
Yeah, I said. I'm not going to make us both suffer, Jacob. I'm going to figure this out. He ducked his head slightly, his arms crossed over his chest.
I didn't mean to make you suffer, Princess.
Are you trying to say you're sorry? He shook his head slightly, his eyes on mine magnetic.
Don't push it. I'm just saying. Maybe I could be...
He stopped, as if he couldn't even give me that. Friendly? Polite? I offered up some suggestions at the same time I offered my hand to him, as if to shake on it. He hesitated. I was about to get annoyed all over again, but then he took my hand to shake it. Just his palm against mine sent sparks racing up my arm, making my body flush with heat. This time, I pulled away first. I didn't want to feel that powerful arc of attraction between us.
Friendly,
he agreed, but his eyes were troubled. Chapter 25. I took a long, hot shower, making sure that the water didn't touch the gauze on my forehead. When I stepped out into the steamy air, I wiped the clouded-over mirror off with a towel. I was always tense now until I was sure that I wasn't sharing the shower with a ghost. The birthday girl stared back at me. There were deep circles under my eyes, and a pale yellow bruise leaked across my temple from under the edges of the bandage. I pressed the edge of the bruise and winced at myself in the mirror. Yep, it hurt. Maybe Jacob wasn't wrong when he called me an idiot. I had been looking forward to my 18th birthday, but now I was just looking forward to the end of the day, to the expiration of my 24-hour ban on sleep and the opportunity to go to bed without the fear of slipping into a coma. My eyes widened in the mirror as I thought of what that would mean. A coma would leave me trapped in my dreams, trapped with Ash. I wondered if I'd finally break through her wall, or if I'd go mad, trapped in those nightmares. I wondered if Riker would come find me like he had in my nightmare while we were in the asylum. Riker, Levi. I longed for them, thinking of their warm, comforting bodies, how I had been nestled between them and revived by their kisses. Eager to get to them, although, remembering what Jacob had said about our energy, I resolved not to touch them. I hurriedly dressed in some of the clothes still piled at the foot of my bed. I pulled on faded Lucky jeans and a tight pink t-shirt. My motorcycle boots were still on the tile floor of the bathroom, caked with mud and wet from the run through the forest, and I almost left them there to dry. But I was in Riker and Levi's house, wearing their mother's clothes, and they took such good care of everything, from their weapons to their kitchen sink. Reluctantly, I took the time to wash and wipe off the boots, crumpling washcloths into balls to stuff inside. Finally, I left the boots next to my dresser to dry and padded down the hall. Jacob's door was closed, and I wondered if I had closed it behind me, or if he had closed it, if he was inside. My fingers trailed briefly over the door, but I was done talking to him, being anywhere near him. He was maddening, mean, impossible, gorgeous, and even more haunted than I was. As I made my way downstairs, I breathed in a warm vanilla and sugar scent. As I crossed to the kitchen, Riker and Levi looked up. They were both freshly showered, dressed in jeans. Levi's long blonde hair fell in wet strands over his powerful shoulders, and there were white cupcakes cooling on wire racks. "You had an amazingly productive hour," I said, smiling. "Shouldn't you be resting?"
"I'll sleep when I'm dead."
Riker reached for me, and even though it took every ounce of self-control I had, I slipped through his arms teasingly and ducked into one of the kitchen chairs. "I promised I wouldn't touch you," I said. "I don't want to be the reason you're dead."
"It's not a bad way to go,"
Riker said.
"No, seriously, it doesn't work that way. From what I've read, we'd just sleep once we were drained, until our energy replenished and we had enough to start up again."
"Which we can't do," I said. "No sleep."
"I'm counting down,"
Levi said. "Yeah, me too. I'm exhausted." Levi leaned over the back of my chair, setting a cup of coffee in front of me.
Well, it is your birthday. Do you want presents?
I tilted my head back, taking in his warm blue eyes. Presents? Yes. Olivia stopped in the doorway, her face studiously neutral, and said, Never get excited about presents from hunters. Are you giving me a poltergeist or something? I raised an eyebrow at Levi.
I wouldn't do that to you. Your 18th birthday should be memorable.
And not just because I was in my first ever high-speed car chase, knocked unconscious, and sucked into a world of nightmares? My tone was light, but Riker and Levi exchanged worried glances. Shit. Levi pulled out the chair next to mine, and he sat down with his arms crossed on the oak tabletop, leaning forward intently.
You want to tell me about these dreams?
He asked. I shook my head. Oh, hey, that still hurt. No, just more of the same. The usual. Ash. My throat tightened at the thought of how easily I'd just lied to them, even after all they'd done for me and all they were willing to do.
I'm sorry I wasn't there,
Riker said.
To guide you out. I was busy.
Busy was quite the way to say killing the men who had caused our crash and come back to take us captive. I frowned, thinking about how Mr. Joseph had been waiting for me, knowing we would have the crash. But had he really needed to go through all that to contact me? If he was able to reach me and spy on me through my sister?
Hey, Firestarter.
Riker nudged my hand, his eyes worried, no matter how teasing and sexy his voice was. I'm never getting into a car again, I said. Too many wrecks for me.
You've got some bad luck,
Riker agreed. Levi's hands rested on my shoulders.
But you've got some good luck, too. Let's get those presents.
I felt the warmth of Levi's hands kneading my shoulders for just a second before they receded. The two boys left the kitchen, and I followed their departure curiously, wondering just what they were up to. Olivia took the seat opposite me. She had a tub of vanilla frosting and a butter knife, and she began to ice the cupcakes, even though they were still just warm enough that the frosting began to soften slightly and run down the edges of the paper cups. Like she needed something to busy her hands with, to keep her from having to meet my eyes, while she sat near me and babysat. I've never had such conflicted feelings before about anyone who made cupcakes for me. Normally, you bake me cake? We're tight. Where's Jacob? I broke the silence, with the most awkward question possible. Awkwardly, I added, I guess he doesn't feel like celebrating. She shook her head. Grumping somewhere? So he's half angel. What does that mean? How does that work? Which part? Being a Nephilim? Or making a Nephilim? She shook her head. I don't want to think about Wendy having sex. Their mom's name was Wendy? She nodded. A trickle of icing ran down her thumb, and she set a perfectly iced cupcake down between us. You knew her? Another stab of jealousy in my chest. Yeah, I'm from a hunting family too. She thumped her fist above her heart, and for a second, I thought it was some secret hunter symbol. Then she said, I have a bad ticker. Always have. This is all I can do. All you can do? I asked. You're a genius. You're a hacker. The boys need you. I don't think you should feel less than. Her gaze flickered up to mine, surprised. She hesitated before she said, Our world is all about the sword swingers. That's what makes you valuable. I'm glad you're here, as is, I said. I did like Olivia. Can you answer a question that's been driving me nuts? She bit down on her lip, pulling a face. Maybe? I don't want to violate the boys' privacy. Some questions you should ask them. Why swords? I asked. Why not, I don't know, machine guns? She breathed a dramatic sigh of relief. Oh, an easy one. Bullets don't do anything to ghosts. But the right sword? You can dispatch a ghost to the afterlife like that. She snapped her fingers. Of course, not all ghosts are easy like that. Some of them are wily. Sometimes we have to burn their bones or trick them into being corporeal so we can smoke them. She pulled another face. Her mobile features easily arranged themselves into funny expressions. And by we, I mean, you know, the real hunters. You seem like a real hunter to me, I said. But I guess that's coming from the girl who didn't know this world existed a week ago. I don't know anything. I'll help you learn, she promised me. Her eyes flickered up to me uncertainly, as if she didn't expect me to accept her offer of friendship, however tentative it was. Thank you, I said. The brief, warm moment abruptly halted as Jacob walked into the kitchen. He crinkled his nose on his way to the coffee pot.
What's that smell?
The smell of delicious? Olivia said. To me, she said. Jacob doesn't like sweets. I wish I didn't have a sweet tooth, I said. Olivia danced the cupcake she'd just frosted in front of my gaze, and I smiled back as I took it from her. I peeled back the paper wrapper and sunk my teeth into its soft, sugary perfection. Jacob leaned against the counter, his black coffee seemingly in danger from spilling out of the mug due to his crossed arms. He stared at Olivia like he didn't like her talking to me. Do you have a present for me? I asked him, my tone light. I would just ignore that he hated me until he gave it up. Something about the way he acted made me want to be more flirtatious, more bratty, just to get a reaction out of him.
Sorry, he said, his jaw working to one side. I called around, but I couldn't find you a brain.
I had to grin. Did you rehearse that one? Jacob rolled his eyes, straightening up from the counter. Despite his irritation, I couldn't help taking in the way his black sweater clung to his broad shoulders and the narrow taper of his waist. He wore black jeans, too, now, which fit his lanky legs well.
I'll be in the office,
he said. He pushed up his sleeves as if he didn't really notice what he was doing, and I caught a glimpse of the elaborate black tattoos that all the boys had. I leaned forward, glancing at Olivia's wrists. She wore a long-sleeved t-shirt and a hot pink watch, and I couldn't tell if she had tattoos or not. What? She asked, with a self-conscious smile. I heard Jacob pause in the doorway behind me, as if he wanted to know what Olivia and I had to talk about. Or as if he wanted to make sure I was being kind to her, maybe. I just wondered if you had tattoos too, I said. A few, she said. Protective ones. Not like if I was hunting. The tattoos are wards. Like you put up on walls? She nodded. Same magic, different purposes. She traced a circle over her heart. When hunters get married, they tattoo over their hearts. Makes it awkward when you get divorced, I imagine.
Most hunters don't live long enough for second marriages,
Jacob said. I could feel his body behind me, even 10 feet away in the entrance. And then he turned and went away, headed for the office. And there you have the most pessimistic man on the face of the planet, Olivia said, finding something even more depressing than divorce. I glanced down at my arms, which were pale and slender and unmarked. I couldn't have been more different in appearance from these fierce, muscled men who lived their lives fighting. Will I need tattoos? I asked out loud.
Look at you,
Riker said, standing in the doorway with a box that barely fit through it.
Been a hunter for a week and already dying to get some tats.
Olivia's smile was a quick, pained flash across her face. I had to bet that Riker didn't even know how much it hurt Olivia not to be a hunter, because he wouldn't have blurted that out in front of her if he did. I felt touched that she had told me something that mattered when we barely knew each other. Well, I want to be as cool as you, I teased. Shouldn't be too hard. Riker brought the big box over to the table, and Olivia and I scrambled to move the cupcakes to safety on the kitchen counter before he thumped the enormous, rectangular thing in front of me. Olivia rolled her eyes. Oh, I can tell what this is, and I can promise you, even girls who are hunters want more romantic gifts than this. Riker touched a finger to his lips, shushing her soundlessly, and the way his green eyes sparkled, the way he moved, all made me feel a familiar thrum of lust for him. I guessed that coffee was kicking in, because I didn't feel like sleeping anymore. I ripped open red and green wrapping paper. Funny to picture these boys wrapping presents for me, even with leftover Christmas paper, to find a long, leather case with a shoulder strap. I unbuckled the latches that held it closed and peeled back the leather to reveal a long, slender, graceful sword. The hilt was white and shimmering, some kind of beautiful stone, and the blade itself was intricately carved with runes.
It was Mom's,
Levi said, leaning against the counter. I could feel the boy's eyes on my face, like they needed to know that I liked it.
She would want you to have it.
Thank you. I ran my fingers over the blade. It's beautiful. Levi nodded, cleared his throat.
And we got you this, too.
He held out a small wooden jewelry box. Thank you, I said. I grinned at Olivia. I guess they did know what a girl wants. Jewelry. Olivia wasn't smiling, her eyes intent on the box. I felt suddenly uncomfortable as I released the latch in the front and opened the top. Inside was a smooth velvet lining and 2 narrow diamond bands stacked on top of each other. I touched a finger to the band, but didn't take it out of the box. This is an engagement ring. Her engagement ring? Levi said.
No.
You don't need to give me something like this. I smiled uncertainly. Just to give me jewelry. Did you get this off a ghost or something? I'm going to get Jacob, Olivia said, pushing back in her chair.
He won't like it,
Riker warned. He doesn't like anything. She headed for the doorway, stepping over Levi's long legs as he leaned there.
It's not for now,
Levi said. He raked a hand through his long blonde hair.
It's a hunter thing. It's a 4 thing,
Riker said. He reached out and took the box, his fingers briefly overlapping mine, and I felt the same current between us that I always did.
But we should have waited. Sorry, Alice. We could do this better.
Do what better? My voice came out sharp.
Do you remember when Levi said that Lilith has a harem? Back in the asylum?
Riker asked. I did remember. I remembered Levi saying harem, and Riker giving him a look, quickly correcting him. Protectors.
We're meant for you, Riker said. And you're meant for us. But there's no rush. We can take it slow, as you want.
You're confusing the hell out of me.
You asked how our mom knew what we were, Riker said. Well, neither of us have been monks, but we've been waiting for you. You're the only one we can love. The only one we want.
I flashed back to the fevered, healing kisses I'd shared with each of them, twined in their arms. And you, both, want me?
All 4 of us will. All 4 of us do,
Levi corrected.
That's why Jacob is so angry. He doesn't want to have you chosen for him. He wants to be normal for once in his life. As if that's even possible,
Riker muttered. Olivia came back through the doorway, wearing a resolute expression and towing a resigned-looking Jacob by the hand. I felt a flash of jealousy, seeing the easy, comfortable way she touched him. She dropped his hand, her cheeks flushing. I should go, she said. I would have argued with her, but I was still trying to make sense of this harem madness. Jacob's eyes fell to the rings. I heard the quick, amused intake of his breath.
Idiots. It's tradition,
Levi said defensively.
Doesn't make it less stupid,
Jacob said. I lurched to my feet, feeling thick-headed and dizzy all over again. I had so many questions. So that was why Riker and Levi didn't mind both kissing me? Kissing them felt so right, but it also went against everything I'd grown up with. Everything I used to think was right.
Alice?
Riker reached for me, but I ducked away from that touch I loved so much, swiveling on my heel as I took a step back towards the stairs. I just need a few minutes to think, I promised. Just a little space. I'll stay awake. I promise. With all the thoughts swirling in my head, I felt like I would never sleep again anyway.
Happy birthday,
Jacob muttered, just before I turned and ran for the stairs. Chapter 26. I fled back up the stairs to my room. Once I'd closed the door between me and the boys below, I rested my forehead on the wooden door, my hand still wrapped around the antique crystal doorknob. Part of me wanted to throw myself on the bed and cry, to let out all the emotion that had built up over my turbulent week, but my eyes were dry. After Ash died, our friends had drifted away. I didn't know if it was because they thought I was guilty for her death, or because they just didn't know how to deal with my ragged grief. I went to school every day, fragile and quiet, inclined to cry over stupid things. No one bullied me, but no one talked to me much either. And then, at home, my mother was distant, silent, at best. Sometimes she raged at me because she blamed me for Ash's death, or just because I was there. I often came across her crying, and she often walked into a room and found me crying. But we didn't talk about it. No one hugged me for a long time before Riker and Levi wrapped their arms around me and made me safe and warm again. I'd been so hated for so long, so deeply lonely. Now I wanted these boys and their affection so badly that it scared me. Could I ever really deserve to be wanted the way they seemed to want me? I thought of Riker's story about Lilith, driving a knife into her own side in front of the Garden of Eden. For a second, I was there with her in the garden, the sweet-scented grass soft beneath my bare feet, the cold iron of a blade pressed against my bare flesh. I could feel the depth of her loneliness, and I knew just why she had screamed at God and the angels, desperate for love. These men who were so magnetic to me would be an addiction. The more time I spent with them, the more I would need them, even more than I already did. And if they realized I was unworthy, if they stopped loving me, it could drive me mad. I already longed too much to be wrapped in their hard-muscled arms, to breathe in the way they smelled, to feel the warmth and comfort that Levi's body gave me, or the heat and power that I felt when Riker tilted my face to his and kissed me. They gave me life when they kissed me. But didn't that mean they could take it away? And yet, even if I could walk away from this house and their love, to go back to my dour little existence before them, how could I ever do that? I felt him before he knocked. There was the telltale sense of heat and a sudden surge of confidence, the gifts of that boy standing on the other side of the door. Maybe he, too, took a second to gather his thoughts, with a powerful arm braced against the side of the door, trying to figure out how to be what I needed now, how to comfort me. But even though I knew he was there, the quick rap of his knuckles against the door still made me startle. My heart was pounding when I swung the door open. Riker stood in the doorway. He shoved his hands in his pockets, a slightly abashed look on his face.
Fire starter.
I bit down on my lip, not sure what to say. I felt awful about running away from them, but I didn't want to apologize, and then Riker would apologize too, and it would all be even more awkward than it already was.
You want to go for a walk? You don't have to talk to me.
He nodded behind me at the bed.
Just want to make sure you don't sleep.
I ran my fingers through my hair, pushing it back from my face. Not a chance of that. But I did want to walk with him, so I turned back and grabbed the leather jacket from the foot of the bed. I slipped it on, and when I turned back, there was a flash of recognition across his face. I thought about how at least they hadn't given me their mother's jewelry, even if the jewelry was a painfully awkward gift. It seemed like Wendy was everywhere in this house, in Jacob's still aching heart, and Riker and Levi's grief, and even me, in her old clothes, in the house that she had repaired and decorated and loved. I had so many questions about her. It seemed like understanding her and her relationships with her sons, who didn't even know their own brothers, was important to understanding these men. But there was time to unravel their secrets. Today, I was still coming to terms with my own. We walked back downstairs through an empty house. Levi and Jacob must have scattered after that strange scene, and jogged down the steps. It was twilight already, the day having passed in a blur, and I knew it wouldn't be long before the no-sleep mandate expired. Funny how now I felt too jittery to sleep. A haze of rain was in the air, tinging the sky pink as the sun sunk low behind the pines. But although the air felt cool and wet, rain wasn't falling yet.
We have a running trail we keep up,
Riker said, jerking his head towards an opening in the pines.
Rule 1.
I nodded, and together we walked across the grass towards it, passing the deck where we'd had our barbecue lunch the day before. There was a fire pit still filled with black crumpled logs and ash, a few logs rolled up around the sides, but it was such a big fire pit, as wide as I was tall, that I had to wonder if it did double duty. Supernatural work and s'mores. I would have to ask another day. For now, it was companionable to walk next to Riker. I accidentally swayed into him, my shoulder brushing his, and I felt the spark of heat between our bodies, even through my stiff leather sleeve. We stepped under the pines, and I breathed in their scent of sap and greenery, and something else in the air, too. The scent of decaying leaves and the dampness in the air. My head did feel clearer now, out in nature. We walked for a while with no sound but our shoes trampling the damp pine needles and soft earth underfoot. I took a deep breath. "I'm glad you suggested we come out here."
Good.
I glanced over at him, looking up through my eyelashes. He had sounded genuinely satisfied, but his hands were still in his pockets, and he didn't look my way. He must have caught me looking, though, from his peripheral vision, because his lips curled up slightly.
"I promised I wouldn't talk,"
he said. "You are allowed to talk to me now," I said, my lips quirking up, too.
"I think I already did too much talking."
He caught a narrow branch that hung in front of us and pushed it out of the way.
"Got to come back out and trim that back."
"That was a little surprising. That's all," I said. I didn't want to ask him if those were supposed to be engagement rings. I didn't think I could handle it if he said yes. I was only 18. Barely. Even though I couldn't imagine leaving the boys behind, marriage was also for people who had known each other more than a week.
"Let's just pretend it never happened."
"It's the first time a guy's ever given me something shiny," I said. Forget 2 guys giving me something shiny. He turned to face me, his arms crossed over his chest now, a look of teasing exasperation written across his handsome face.
"So are we not pretending, then?"
"Sorry," I said. "Does that mean I don't get to keep them?" He shook his head.
"You're right, Ellis. We've been looking for you a long time. We've always known what to expect. But you haven't."
"Maybe we could go on a date." My voice came out small. He grinned.
"Yeah, I'd like that."
"Something that doesn't involve poltergeists or death."
"And you say I'm bossy."
"I haven't done anything fun in months," I said. "Ever since Ash. It would be nice to do something fun." My cheeks immediately blazed, feeling disloyal. Yeah, it had been a real downer since my sister died. Maybe we could go rollerblading or to the movies. I turned away from Riker, feeling the heat in my face, and hoped he wouldn't notice. This was why ultimately the guys would have to realize how unworthy I was. Riker caught my wrist, swinging me around to face him, and his big hands settled on my shoulders. His face was worried, as if he knew I was on the verge of tears. For once, the big warrior who always had a plan didn't know what to do.
"Okay, we'll do fun things. We'll get to know each other outside of hunting. Outside of being the 4 and the Lilith."
I was blinking hard, and I could see the blur of tears hanging on the ends of my lashes. I couldn't see more than a blur of his broad flannel chest through the tear haze. "I should be focused. We have so much to learn. To go into the far."
"And the more we get to know each other and trust each other, the stronger we'll be."
He tilted my chin up to meet his gaze. He offered me just what I wanted, and the final dam broke, apparently, and I sobbed. The noise broke the quiet in the forest. Feeling humiliated, I tried to rub my sleeve over my eyes, but the leather just smeared the tears around. Right, hunters didn't cry. I bet their mother wasn't a soggy mess. Hell, I bet Olivia could have dealt with all this better than I did. "I shouldn't be crying. I'm sorry." It was embarrassing, constantly crying in front of these tough men when I was supposed to be worthy of a place among them.
"Firestarter,"
he started to say, and then he didn't have anything else. Levi would have known what was going on in my head, would have known the right thing to say, but Riker just wrapped me tight in his arms, pulling me against his broad chest. My arms wrapped around his narrow waist, and I rested my face against the softness of his shirt. Riker's stoic response was perfect, too, in his own way. I pressed my face into his shirt, feeling my tears soaking into his flannel, even though he'd never complain, and then took a step back. I wiped my tears away with my fingers and tried to smile. "Thanks for letting me have my little breakdown."
"It's earned, Ellis."
He reached out and took my hand and tugged me gently down the path. It was growing darker in the woods now, and we continued down the path. We passed a little garden, almost like a makeshift temple. Smooth river rocks were piled up on top of each other in a pyramid, and dried flowers were tucked between some of the rocks, their petals dull and stiff. An unlit tea light was nestled on top of the highest rock. "What's that?" I asked. He hesitated.
"My mom. This was where she wanted to be."
"I wish I'd met her." He tucked a strand of hair behind my ear, too.
"I wish you had, too. She would have loved you, and she would have had so much to tell you, to teach you."
He ducked his head slightly, as if he were embarrassed.
"And she probably would have prevented the ring fiasco."
"What ring fiasco?" I asked innocently.
"Oh, so now we're pretending. Thanks for the heads up."
I had to grin at that. I liked Riker back to his blunt, quippy self. He tugged me on, and we swung our hands between us as we walked. "Will you tell me more about her sometime?" I asked. He nodded.
"Yeah, as we get to know each other."
I wanted to know how she had died. Jacob had implied the other day that hunters usually had short lifespans. This was certainly no easy life. But instead, we just walked as night fell. Riker's hand was warm and dry in mine, his fingers comfortably firm around my hand. I felt the constant thrum of the energy between us.
"We should head back to the house," he said. "It's almost time for bed. Finally."
"I'm not sleepy anymore," I said. I stopped and turned to him, hooking my fingers through the belt loops of his jeans. He quirked an eyebrow at me.
"You need to get a good night's sleep, Firestarter. We've got training to do tomorrow."
"I'm 18 now," I reminded him. The first raindrops began to patter on the branches above us. He wrapped his big hands around my hips. The way he touched me felt sweet and familiar.
"You're incorrigible."
"I am when it comes to you." I felt suddenly awkward, though, thinking of Levi. "This harem thing, it's so different than what I'm used to. It feels so wrong." He nodded.
"I can see where it feels strange, not having had time to get used to the idea like we have."
"I like you." The words felt so insubstantial, so nothing, compared to the helpless way I already adored him, body and mind. "And I like Levi, too." I watched his face, waiting for him to be angry, but he just nodded like he understood, like that was meant to be. "I don't want you guys to, end up hating each other because of me."
"That's not going to happen,"
he promised me. He drew me closer. Under his hard lower abs brushed against my waist. I felt another strum of sheer lust for him, and I bit down on my lip, trying to push down the powerful way my body responded to his. His lips were near mine, his voice low and husky, when he told me,
"You need to let go of what you used to think was right. You can feel this is right, can't you? No matter what the rest of the world does. You are so loved."
I couldn't meet his eyes. "I don't deserve that."
"Oh, Ellie,"
he said, his voice warm. He tilted my face up to his, those deep green eyes intent on mine.
"You are perfect. Perfectly our Lilith. Perfectly loved. By all of us."
His words touched me deeply, and a sense of warmth and peace flooded through my soul. But I pulled a teasing face. "Well,"
"Jacob will come around,"
he said firmly, and then he slipped his arm around my waist and kissed me firmly. His lips met mine, confident and sure, and I felt that familiar spark of heat. I ran my hands over his hard-planed body. The rain began to splatter around us, soaking my hair to my head, but I didn't want to stop kissing him. I wasn't sure I could. The lust took me over now, and I ran my hands under his shirt, feeling the warmth of his body, the way each ab was a distinct muscle under my palms. I could feel his abs tense with my touch, and I began to unbutton his shirt, my hands shaking with urgency. I pushed his shirt back from his perfect body and groaned at the white t-shirt he wore underneath. He grinned at that, pulling it quickly off over his head, and I watched the way he took his t-shirt off, the way it revealed his lean waist, his pecs and powerful shoulders. There were faint freckles on his shoulders, faded now, and old scars as well as the new wound. I pressed my lips to his good shoulder, savoring the smoky, soapy scent of his body, feeling the warm smoothness of his skin beneath my lips. A raindrop beaded over a freckle, and I kissed the wetness away. His hands slid beneath my shirt, over the small of my back.
"You sure you want to do this here, Firestarter?"
"Yeah," I said, and I saw him grin at the fervor in my voice.
"I forgot to say it,"
he said, his lips nuzzling my ear.
"But I like you, too."
"Yeah?"
"Mm-hmm."
He ran his fingers through my wet hair, pushing it away from my face. Those green eyes studied my face fondly.
"Even if we weren't fated to want each other, even if I hadn't been waiting for you for years, I'd fall for you."
"I'd like to believe that," I said. He rested a finger on my nose.
"You are so beautiful. You're strong, even if you just soaked my shirt with your tears. Don't confuse sad with weak, Ellie. You belong in our world. You belong with me."
I had to grin. There was a sweet pause between us while we stared into each other's eyes, and then he smirked.
"So, you're just going to leave me hanging?"
he teased.
"No, here's what I like about you, Riker."
"I think you know damn well that I adore you," I said, running my hand from his waist up his smooth, muscled back. "I even like your jokes. And man, that means I must have it bad."
"Hey, you,"
he growled into my ear. I laughed as he suddenly picked me up and threw me over his shoulder, taking a few quick strides with me into the woods. He threw his flannel shirt over a waist-high stump that I hadn't even noticed, setting me on the edge. Even through the fabric, I felt the bite of the wood into my ass, as if all my senses were on fire, taking in every second of this. Riker stood between my thighs, and I twined my legs around him, holding him close to me. The rain was soaking us now, splattering down on my head and shoulders. I shrugged the jacket off, folding it once and throwing it over a nearby branch to hang. I ran a finger under the collar of my t-shirt. "This isn't doing much for me anymore," I said. He glanced down at the curve of my bra, visible through the wet material now.
"Nope, but I don't mind."
I pulled my shirt over my head in one smooth motion, and just as quickly, Riker ran his fingers up my spine, leaving a trail of sparks in his wake, to the clasp of my bra. I nodded my permission at him, and he unbuckled it. My bra fell down my narrow arms, and I tossed it away too, after wherever my shirt had fallen in the muck. Riker palmed one breast in his big hand, his palm brushing against my nipple, making me gasp, and leaned forward to kiss the top of the other breast, his lips tender, almost reverent. My thighs tightened around him, desperate for more. His fingers unbuttoned my jeans. I wrapped my arms around his neck, trusting my weight to him, so he could ease my jeans down around my hips and thighs. He peeled the wet jeans down, yanking them away. Then he leaned down between my thighs, pressing a kiss to the inside of my thighs. I gasped at the intimate kiss. The look in his eyes as he glanced quickly up to me was pure mischief. His hair was spiky from the rain as he pulled my jeans down the rest of the way, his lips tracing their path. He kissed the inside of my knee, my calf. Every kiss sent another powerful thrum of longing through my body. "Riker," I begged. My hands caught his shoulders as he knelt in front of me. He pressed another kiss to my thigh. "Please." In response to my plea, he stood again. "I need you," I said, my fingers fumbling with his belt. Naked there, surrounded by the shivering pines and the sudden storm, I felt like only his body could heat me, could satisfy me. His fingers brushed over mine, unclasping his own belt, and he let his jeans slide down his hips. "Now."
"So demanding,"
he teased, running his thumb along my jaw, still looking into my face. He kissed the corner of my mouth, and I turned my lips to his, desperately seeking him. I felt him press against me, and I gasped, wanting him inside me. I wrapped my thighs tightly around his waist. He finally pushed inside, filling me, stretching me, and I gasped. I heard him inhale, and his fingers tangled in my hair, holding my head still as his lips met mine again. I felt myself tighten around him, my muscles already trembling. I had wanted him for so long. He eased back out, brushing against my thighs, and then slid home again. I rested my forehead against his, needing to brace myself, because I was already trembling. His arms held me tight, safe, as he eased in and out, and I could see those bright green eyes, flecked with gold, still on mine, as he filled me again and again. I tightened around him. "Oh," I said, as my toes curled, as my body rocked against his. I'd had sex before, but it had never been like this before. The feel of Riker deep inside my body was so intense that it was almost painful. My muscles tensing, my core throbbing for him. And then, suddenly, that tension fell away as I orgasmed. My head fell back, the rain falling against my face, cold and shocking. But my body was hot. I felt him suddenly pull out, leaving me behind, and he leaned forward to kiss my breast. His lips were still, hovering just over my heart as he held himself together, emptying out into the pine needles beneath us. "I'm sorry," I said, swiping wet hair back from my face. "I didn't think—" His lips quirked up in a smile against my breast.
"Firestarter, I'd rather have you any way I get you than not, even in the middle of a storm."
He picked up my jacket and shook it out like a gentleman, offering it to me to slip on. I let the cold, wet leather slide over my skin for decency's sake, for our trek back, because nothing could dull the fire that blazed over my skin, that blazed in my heart. "I love you" was on my lips, but I just smiled at him as he knelt with my jeans, dressing me with tenderness, caring for me first.
"Come on, Firestarter," he said. "Let's go to bed."
"A bed seems so boring after that," I teased.
"Not with me,"
he promised. I was pretty confident about that, too. Chapter 27. The heady feeling I had disappeared when Riker opened his bedroom door for us, just as Levi turned out of the door of his room. His lips fell open slightly when he saw us, and I knew I must have been quite the picture, my hair soaked, clutching my leather jacket closed over my naked breasts, my cheeks still flushed. Levi nodded at us without comment and headed towards the stairs. His face was neutral, but I felt a sudden sense of loss, of something slipping away, no matter how much Riker had assured me that they were prepared to share me. I turned to Riker, my lips parting, and he nodded.
"Go to him,"
he said softly. "Are you sure?"
"I'll be here,"
he promised me.
"I'll always be here for you, no matter what."
I nodded, believing that he meant it, but still amazed by my luck to have found even just one man who loved me like that. Riker closed the door between us, just for now, giving me my privacy with Levi. "Wait," I called softly down the hall. Levi turned, and I closed the distance between us quickly. I looked up into that cool expression, those deep, crystal blue eyes. "Can we talk?"
"Yeah, of course,"
he said. He crossed his arms over his chest, leaning against the wall.
"What's up?"
I just had no idea what to say. I just wanted to know if he was okay. There was a long, awkward beat between us while he waited for me to come up with words. But when I didn't, he said,
"It's okay, crazy girl. You don't have to explain yourself to me. You don't have to be sorry."
I tucked a wet strand of hair behind my ear nervously. "How do you always know just what I'm thinking?"
"I pay attention,"
he said fondly. He finally unfolded his arms, rising from the wall, and tucked the opposite strand of hair behind my ear.
"I couldn't help paying attention to you if I tried."
I pulled a face. "Riker told me about how you guys don't have a choice."
"It doesn't bother me,"
he said.
"that it feels like you're the only woman in the world. So don't feel bad about that on my account."
I licked my lips tentatively, trying to figure out what to say next. "Can we talk in your room?"
"Yeah."
He walked down the hall ahead of me, his shoulder briefly brushing against mine in the narrow hall when he passed me, and I breathed in that Levi scent, the pheromones that made me want to throw myself at him, too. And yet I knew that I loved Riker already. Could it really be okay to let myself love them both? Completely and hopelessly, the way I knew I was falling? In his room, he pulled the chair away from the desk and turned it around, taking a seat. He looked at me expectantly as I closed the door. Of course he did. I had asked him if I could talk to him in private. Even though I really had no idea what to say, I couldn't make sense of my own riot of emotions. I leaned against the foot of his bed. Even though we were only a few feet apart, I felt a gulf between us I wasn't sure how to close. And so I blurted out, "I think I love Riker." He nodded.
"Okay."
I bit down on my lip. Well, there was so much to say besides that. "I don't want you to be hurt. Riker and I just—"
"I know,"
he said quickly. "Riker explained the harem to me, that you don't necessarily get jealous. Not that you would get jealous. Over me." Well, this had descended into sounding like something about my ego. I shook my head. "I'm sorry. I'm doing a bad job with this conversation." Levi leaned forward and took my hand in his, and I looked up from the floor in surprise as his warm hands wrapped around mine.
"I hope you'll get used to the idea of the harem,"
he said.
"But I'll wait. I want you to be happy. And if what makes you happy is Riker, just Riker, we'll still be powerful together as fighters. It will be fine."
"That wouldn't be fair," I said, my voice small, imagining this man who was bound to me never being able to have another woman, but not having me. And of course, I wanted him too. Even now, from just his thumbs brushing against the insides of my wrists, I felt a longing for him as well.
"I don't care about fair,"
he said, his voice low and sure.
"I care about you."
He was so tender and kind. His lush lower lip called out to me. I leaned forward and pressed my lips to his. His lips parted against mine, and he kissed me back, hard, his lips passionate and bruising, the perfect counter to the way he was always so kind and gentle. I slipped my arm around his neck, coming into his lap, and he took my jaw in one of his blocky hands.
"You sure you want this?"
"I'm sure I want you," I said. I didn't know if it was really all right."
"How could it be wrong to love and be loved, silly girl?"
he asked, his voice warm with affection.
"Forget what the world says. We're the ones who stand between the normal world and the evils in the night. We don't have to follow their rules. We make our own."
I kissed him again, feeling the spark of lust between us. He ran his thumb over the waistband of my jeans, stroking my naked skin just above the jeans, and said,
"You're soaking me through, you know."
"Sorry." I stood from his lap, standing between his knees now, and let the rain-splattered jacket fall from my shoulders. His breath caught, taking me in.
"You're beautiful,"
he told me. tangling wet strands of my hair around his fingers, winding me up. His fingers stroked over my belly to my jeans, and he pushed down on the wet fabric. It clung to my hips, and he knelt, pulling them roughly off.
You must be cold.
Not with you near me, I whispered. But he picked me up suddenly, cradling me against his chest with one arm under my back and one under my knees, and I grinned, one arm slipping over his shoulders automatically. He carried me towards the bed, and instead of laying me down gently, he tossed me onto the bed. Am I going to be the only one naked around here? I asked, pushing myself onto my elbows to look at him.
Guess that wouldn't be fair,
he said. I watched as he pulled his shirt over his head, admiring the way his abs rippled and his pecs emerged. Then his head popped out of his shirt, which temporarily caught around one wide bicep, and he swiped the shirt off and tossed it over his shoulder. He unbuckled his jeans and stepped out of them and his boxers in one go, leaving them in a puddle on the floor. He climbed onto the bed, one leg on either side of my thighs, and leaned forward to kiss my stomach. His lips were soft, for once, like a butterfly's kiss just below my navel, and I squirmed, wanting more of him already. I ran my fingers through his long blonde hair, rifling it playfully, and he turned his face into my hand. He caught my hand and pressed a kiss to the inside of my wrist. My knees rose in the air, my heels sliding over the soft sheets, independent of my will. I had never known that a man's lips on my arm could send such a shiver of longing through me.
Wait,
he said, reaching for the bedside table. He quickly pulled out a condom and rolled it on. I watched him curiously, enjoying the sight of him, his width and length. He was such a satisfying weight when he finally brushed between my thighs. He held his weight carefully braced over me, his arms in a push-up position to either side of my head, as his tip teased between my thighs. Unable to bear it anymore, I reached down and grabbed him, and I felt his soft intake of breath when I held him in my hands. I guided him between my thighs, caressing myself with him as if he were my toy, and each circle he made around my core just made me that much more achingly desperate for him. I tried to guide him inside me, but he held himself just out of reach. "Please," I said softly, but even before I vocalized my need, I could feel him sway towards me, his hips meeting mine. He buried himself deep in me. He was so big, which I should have guessed from his height and those broad shoulders, and he filled me up to a point that was almost painful, but also so pleasurable. His eyes met mine, gauging my reaction. While I recovered from his size, he pressed a kiss to the side of my jaw, and I felt my head fall back, inviting his kisses. He kissed my throat, my ear. He bit down on the lobe of my ear, a nip just hard enough to send pleasure coursing through my body, but also to make me yip, and he grinned, self-satisfied, as he pulled back slightly. He rocked out of me and then in again, filling me up over and over, and any sense of pain faded away because I just wanted him inside me every time, over and over. My body flushed hot, my toes curled on the sheets. The world was just Levi and me, moving in the moonlight, rocking together. Then the moonlight through the window shattered into 1,000 pieces, and my world was a silver blur as I came hard around him. I heard him gasp into my hair. He fell to one side of me, still buried deep inside, his arm wrapped around my waist. He buried his face in my hair, and I turned towards him, throwing my leg over his, snuggling as close as I could to the warmth and comfort of his body. I felt my legs still trembling with the aftershocks of that mind-blowing session. He ran his fingers over my jaw, looking at me tenderly. I knew he wondered what I was thinking. "Maybe I can get used to this harem thing," I teased. He nodded.
Might just be a good idea.
"King of understatement," I said, running my hand down his chiseled abs. Chapter 28. I lay with my head on Levi's shoulder, feeling safe and content with his fingers twined in my hair. We had gotten up to dress, and I was wearing one of his soft t-shirts, although it was so big that it fell to mid-thigh on me. Then we had curled up again together. I felt his fingers gently tugging on my hair, a sensual and sweet feeling on my scalp as he caressed my head. And then his fingers stilled as his breathing evened out and he slipped into sleep. I could finally go to sleep. And yet, I felt restless, my mind wrapped up in so many things to think about. Winning Jacob over, growing strong as a team, finding the fourth, rescuing my sister, protecting my family, the family I'd been born to, mother, sister, and the family I'd just found here in this house. Loving not just one man, but four. I heard a faint sound in the hallway, the creak of a floorboard under a foot, and I wondered what Riker was doing, wherever he was. I sat up in bed, looking at Levi's handsome, still face under the starlight that seeped through his window. He was so gorgeous, and I wanted to lean over again and kiss his face, but I was afraid I'd wake him. We all needed our rest. I slipped out of bed and padded across the room, opening the door to the hall. Riker was just disappearing around the corner to the stairs. I ran after him, and my foot caught the same creaky floorboard, which let out a low groan. So when I turned the corner, Riker was stopped on the stairs, looking back over his shoulder at me.
"Can't sleep?"
he asked in that low, sexy voice. I shook my head. I held my hand out to him. Riker turned and came back up the last few stairs. I wrapped my fingers around his wrist, suddenly anxious. I knew what I needed, but I didn't know how he would feel. But he let me tow him down the hall, into his brother's room. I slid under the blankets, pushing my spine back into Levi's broad, muscled side, and tugged Riker down into the big bed with me. He hesitated, and then I felt him give. He slid into the bed, settling down beside me, and I rested my head on his shoulder just like I had that first night in the old asylum.
"Good night, Firestarter,"
he murmured into my hair. "Good night." I ran my hand over Levi's hard-angled side, behind me, and I felt him stir slightly, his fingers catching mine, twining with mine.
"Night,"
he murmured, and I knew he was conscious of Riker there on the other side of me. But he just turned over and went back to sleep. Between the two of them, I was held, warm, safe, loved. I felt myself start to fall into a world of sleep, and I knew that for tonight, at least, it didn't matter what we might face in the morning. Nightmares wouldn't find me. Not here. This concludes Wild Angels by May Dawson. Narrated by Stephanie Rose. Copyright 2017 by May Dawson. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with May Dawson, care of Hirschman Rights Management, LLC, and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.